51. Roommate. Natasha Romanoff's expression revealed a daze in fear. At least before today, she never felt that this word with warm would also make her feel scared. At the desperate moment, she began to recall her previous contact with Wang Quan. Thinking of the words this man said when we first met, no matter how stupid she is, at the moment also realized that she had been exposed a long time ago. Why did she feel an uneasy sense of crisis about Wang Quan from beginning to end? Because from the moment we first met, Wang Quan has been planning this day. Realizing this, Natasha Romanoff stared at Wang Quan and asked angrily, "You know the existence of SHIELD? Even, including my agent identity? You've been acting with us all this time, haven't you?" Natasha Romanoff said angrily. She has realized that there must be an informant buried by this man inside SHIELD. SHIELD has been infiltrated. Urgent situation. She had to find a way to get this news to Nick Fury. But, now that she can't protect herself, how can she take care of others? When asked about Natasha Romanoff, Wang Quan just looked down at the woman in front of him and answered in a flat tone. "I know everything." Wang Quan's words are plain, but contain a convincing, mysterious power. Even Natasha Romanoff felt scalp tingling and endless regret. From the beginning, SHIELD was wrong. They foolishly provoked trouble that they should not have provoked. Just like the ignorant girl in myth who opened the forbidden magic box and brought disaster to the world. "Black Widow, are you ready?" Wang Quan asked Black Widow calmly, as the first Decepticon to be loyal to him. In these days, Wang Quan appreciates this profitable subordinate. "I'm ready." Black Widow fell from the sky, kneeled on one knee respectfully on the ground, and respectfully answered Wang Quan's question. But in fact, everyone knows that this majesty holds the source of fire, and his orders are absolute. Dare to refuse his orders, the end is only a dead end. Only by obedience to his will can we gain glory and wealth. Then let's get started. Wang Quan clasped his hands on his chest, with an expectant smile on his face. This is not his whim, but a possibility in the original work. Although, Decepticons and humans are two different creatures. But as a knockdown, as a medical officer, he assured Wang Quan that the success rate of the experiment was as high as 100%. This behavior can be summed up in two words: possessing others' body. Compared with the low-level method of hypnotic ability, it is obviously more convenient and quick to directly possessing others' body. Don't blame Wang Quan for being ruthless. It is the next plan, and there is absolutely no room for shortfalls. He must get infinite gems in the Avengers Alliance 2 years later without disturbing Sorcerer Supreme and Captain Marvel. Therefore, the Natasha Romanoff, who took the initiative to deliver to the door, became the best candidate. Space gem, mind gem, as long as them is placed in Cybertron, this dying mechanical planet can be reborn. Next, as long as he collects the remaining 4 and gathers the power of 6 infinite gems, he can take the entire universe into his pocket. "Do not," Natasha Romanoff pleaded desperately, apparently knowing her own fate. "Relax, the pain is just a moment." Black Widow looked at the woman on the operating table, soothing the roommate. "In the next period of time, she will cherish this body like a work of art." Wang Quan, you vicious B******************** D. A wicked person like you should go to hell and never be born again. Natasha Romanoff cursed angrily. This desperate woman unabashedly vented her hatred for Wang Quan in her heart. But she doesn't know. A photon screen unfolds in Wang Quan's sight. Black Widow's attitude towards you has changed from hostility to hatred. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have received the final reward, Estes. Estes, the great general of the Empire, the cold-blooded and cruel Queen of Frost. She will let opponents know what despair is. 52. After half an hour, Natasha Romanoff, lying on the operating table, opened his eyes a little uncomfortable. The dazzling light from above made her awkwardly raise her arms to try to block it. Black Widow become. Before she could finish her sentence, the jeering from the knockdown made her frown unhappily, until she looked at the larger operating table beside her. At the moment, Black Widow, the steel body, has lost its vital features and has become an empty walking dead. Your Majesty, the operation was very successful. After knocking down and watching Black Widow Su Xing, he said to Wang Quan quite contentedly, "Yes, Black Widow, how are you feeling now?" Wang Quan asked about the Black Widow in front of him. From the strange behavior she made to adapt to her body, she knew the general situation. His Majesty, honestly, it's kind of weird. Black Widow sighed, covered his soft head, and said with a complicated expression, "You have to get used to your new body as quickly as possible. In addition, this woman has been offline for a long time before. As far as I know, SHIELD must be suspicious. Have you figured out how to deal with it?" Wang Quan expressed his worries and asked Black Widow in front of him, "His Majesty, I think you can inject this body, T-virus. And I just need to report it truthfully. You can use this information to offset the suspicion of the other party." Black Widow showed a sly smile and answered Wang Quan's question. In her eyes, there is no difference between humans and shape-shifting King Kong. They are all a group of lives driven by interests. It's not right. If that's the case, isn't your lord revealing another trump card? Knocked down as a medical officer, he said with some worry. Do not. It's better to say that this is the best. Wang Quan showed an expectant smile. Obviously, he had already made up his mind. He can take this opportunity to sell T-virus to countries around the world under the name of Super Soldier Potion. Lay a solid foundation for the establishment of an umbrella company in the future. And he also has a little bit of fun. When the captain who has been sleeping for decades, Su Xing from ICE, finding that the outside world is full of super soldiers, the expressions must be very exciting. Really expecting. Let the medical team get the injection ready. Knockdown, you stay here too to prevent mistakes. Wang Quan said to everyone present, and then turned his eyes to Black Widow. When this task is over, I will use the hammer of heaven's chosen to upgrade your body. This, as a reward to you. Wang Quan told Black Widow his promise, then turned and left the scene. If you have a stick, you have to have a carrot. Although he was cold-blooded, he was even cruel. But at least treating subordinates, especially useful ones, is still very kind. I won't let you down, Your Majesty. Black Widow kneeled on one knee respectfully and looked at his steel body with a longing expression on his face. Someday, she will surpass Starscream and become the first lieutenant of His Majesty. She will be the right and left hand, watching this majesty with her own eyes and making Cybertron reborn again. Villa outside. When Wang Quan returned to the surface world through the direct elevator. But I found that the temperature inside the house was a little scary. Straws of cold white air drifted in the room like a wandering soul. Thick ice crystals have formed in the kitchen sink. There was even a layer of hoarfrost on the ground. It's coming so soon. Wang Quan seemed to have noticed something, and an expectant smile appeared on his face. Stepping on the hoarfrost on the ground calmly, he walked quickly into the living room. As predicted, a blue-haired royal sister in a white military uniform, with her legs crossed, was half lying on the sofa, waiting for a long time. 53. Estes, the general of the Empire, the founder of Hunter, an extremist who believes in the strong eat the weak, and holds the strongest Ice Emperor, Mephisto appearance. Demon's essence. The leader who was once Night Raid called it. It takes a legion of 50,000 people, including Chi Tong, and more than 10 Taigu envoys to defeat him, possibly. No doubt, this woman possesses terrifying power. As the final reward of Black Widow, she obviously corresponds to the attribute of Agent. Estes, the Hunter organization he founded, is the natural enemy of Agent. In the plot, the fate of the protagonist and his party is the best proof of the strength of Hunter. Now that we have become enemies with SHIELD. So, the battle in the future will not only be a contest on the surface, but also beware of the infiltration of these mice in the dark. But the appearance of Estes has obviously solved this problem. In the American comics universe, although there is no Taigu, there is never a shortage of talented people. Wang Quan believes, with Estes, this woman's ability will definitely be able to form a new Hunter. Seeing Wang Quan's appearance, Estes got up with a smile on his face. Then he bowed gracefully and saluted, explaining in a magnetic female voice. Excuse my offense, Your Majesty. The boring waiting made me a little tired, so I took a nap. Estes' tone was a little helpless. After coming to this world, the ability she possesses has undergone some changes. Precisely. In order for her to integrate into the world, the system has given the identity of Estes mutant. Biography name: Estes age, 20 years old, height, 170 cm, race, mutant grade, Omega ability, ice manipulation. Introduction: a very evil queen with terrifying fighting ability. She is cruel to the enemy and prisoners of war, but very generous to her subordinates. On the photon screen, various attributes of this woman are displayed. Omega. As the highest level mutant, it is obvious that her corresponding role is Iceman in the American comics universe. That is to say, the current Estes, in addition to the strength he already possesses, also possesses terrifying potential. After all, in the comics, Iceman is a powerhouse who can freeze the universe and pause time. That is to say, as long as Estes continues to improve her strength, she can do the same. Estes, welcome to join my command. Wong Quan walked towards Estes with a handsome face, showing a sincere smile and clenching the palm of the woman. Two blushes appeared on Estes' face immediately. Even breathing became a little short. Although only just met. But Estes was surprised to find that this majesty in front of her actually met her mate selection criteria. This also leads to Estes, looking at Wong Quan's eyes. It becomes more and more wrong, and there is even a kind of infatuation that comes from the depths of my heart. Estes, mate selection criteria. 1. No matter what, the most important thing is to value the possibility of the future. Wong Quan's ambitions are beyond her understanding. 2. The courage is amazing. Even with bare hands, he can go with her to hunt dangerous species. Dare to be the enemy of the world. Wong Quan has proven his courage. The Decepticon army under his command is a show of strength. 3. Like Estes, not in the imperial capital, but a person who grew up in a border area. The two come from different worlds, and it's amazing to meet in this world. 4. I am younger than me. Because of this, it is easy to dominate. Because of the existence of the system, Estes' loyalty is beyond doubt. 5. It is best to be someone with a pure smile. The so-called purity is the emotion that comes from the heart. Even pure evil is fascinating. All hit. Estes' heart trembled fiercely, but thinking that this was the first time the two met, she had to be satisfied. Therefore, she forced a cold look and decided to go straight to the subject. Show your worth by asking for permission like Wong Quan. I probably know Your Majesty's situation. I request. You can give me the authority to move freely. In return, I promise you that in the near future, the strongest hunter organization will be established for you. 54. Weird. Estes, the feeling for Wong Quan can only be described as, in Wong Quan's perception, Estes is a powerful and cruel queen. Once accepted, she will never let her prey go. In her world, her terrifying strength brings endless despair to her opponents. Even through the screen, you can feel the powerful sense of oppression she exudes. This is the real Estes. But Estes in front of Wong Quan is like an introverted, silly woman who doesn't know how to convey her love to the boy she likes. Love. Between the lightning and flint, Wong Quan seems to understand. This woman, she has just met, and she is already self-guided. Okay, I promise your terms. To survive in this world, money is essential. It's best to replace your clothes, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, said here. The image of a woman appeared in Wong Quan's mind. King Ada. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask Ada to go to the mall with you to buy clothes and apply for a bank card. In the good style of using it to death, it is easy to use. Wong Quan entrusted this task to King Ada. Then, in order to test Estes and his attitude towards him, Wong Quan decided to take the initiative. It's getting late tonight. You better rest early. I look at you, and I'm a little tired. Wong Quan raised his hand, brushed Estes' cheek, and combed her slightly messy ice blue bangs. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Estes lowered his face shyly and did not make any resistance. Really, advertisement. Wong Quan's mouth twitched. As he thought, this woman is interested in him. The other side, the terminal processor of the Hive base. The Red Queen, who has an entity, looked up at the Decepticon intelligence officer in front of her with a serious expression. Sonic. Enable highest privileges. Allow Sonic to access the Hive core permissions. Grant Sonic. Enable all facilities permission. The Red Queen gave a serious order. From now on, the Chief Intelligence Officer of the Decepticon will take over the duties of the Red Queen and be responsible for managing the entire hive. This is the will of the Red Queen. At the same time, it's also Wong Quan, the situation I hope to see. As the life form of Cybertron, the computing ability and thinking algorithm of sound waves are far ahead of human technology. As the Red Queen of artificial intelligence, in front of Sonic, she is more like a growing child. In Wong Quan's eyes, this is not a bad thing. However, considering the particularity of the hive, he felt that it was more appropriate for the more stable sound wave to be the responsible person. In return, Wong Quan gives Red Queen a high degree of freedom. She can do anything without getting into trouble. The transfer of permissions went very smoothly. The security work here will be handed over to you in the future, Uncle. The Red Queen breathed a sigh of relief. A bright smile appeared on her cute little face, and she patted Sonic's feet. Just as she was humming a song, she was about to leave the hive and head to the villa above. Advertisement, wait a moment. The electromagnetic sound of Sonic Potter sounded and stopped the excited Red Queen. Just when the Red Queen turned around suspiciously and looked at Sonic, a portal opened in front of the two. A black-gray robot dog came out from the inside. Tape Warriors. It's Sonic's Tape Warriors. When it walked in front of the Red Queen, its tall body, rapidly shape-shifting, shrank to the file size of a tape. Bouncing off the ground, it landed firmly in the hands of the Red Queen. "This is for me," the Red Queen asked in surprise. She didn't expect a stuffy gourd like Sonic to have such a warm side. Sonic, no reply, just turned around and inspected the hive base, an area with a defense hole. Seriously carry out your task. Even inside the Decepticons, including the former leader, Megatron, they feel that Sonic has a cold personality and is taciturn. Actually not so. As a member of Cybertron, Sonic once had a spark that yearned for freedom, equality, and a better life. Only, in the Cybertron Civil War that lasted for millions of years, under the baptism of war after war, he learned to wrap himself in indifference, in order to survive in this world without being hurt by anyone. Until the appearance of Wong Quan made Sonic see hope. The Decepticons, who are increasingly on the right track, even the word unity is no longer an irony. The original intention that was left in the depths of my heart is a little bit of Su Xing. Therefore, he will show the other side of tenderness to the little girl in front of him. Sonic, with a warm heart. 55. Into the night. Wong Quan connects his consciousness to Cybertron. Depleted, dilapidated, desolate. The planet filled with the breath of death once again gave him an incomparable shock. This is a dying planet, relying on the last remaining power of the fire's source, floating in the endless starry sky, lingering, energy. The planet needs a new infusion of energy to come alive again. Iron Man's arc reactor has become the best choice for the time being. But this technology can cure the symptoms, but not the root cause. If you want to completely repair Cybertron, you must have the power of infinite gems. But what puzzles Wong Quan is, even such a Cybertron still brings him a lot of surprises. Whenever consciousness is connected to Cybertron, Wong Quan feels that he has become omniscient and omnipotent. In simple words, Cybertron's terminal processor temporarily replaced the brain of Wong Quan and helped him think about overclocking. By then, he can see right through to the essence of everything. Time to him is equivalent to a state of stillness. His perception can touch the boundary of the universe. It is no exaggeration to say that in this state, Wong Quan is absolutely invincible. But Cybertron's only remaining energy can't support his shape-shifting. He's just a mechanical planet that can't do anything. So, from a long time ago, Wong Quan was thinking about one thing. Between his body and Cybertron, a spiritual bridge is established. At the cost of temporarily blocking some emotions, use Cybertron's calculation ability. It's like a child who has just started elementary school is implanted with the knowledge module of Einstein and can draw a drawing of nuclear bomb in an instant. Save the middle and learn the process of knowledge. This is Wong Quan, the shortcut he wants. If this plan can be successful, the abilities mastered by Wong Quan will be improved to the greatest extent. After 3 weeks of groping, he currently can initially grasp. Therefore, a battle is urgently needed to verify their current strength. But in the current superhero, Black Widow has surrendered, Iron Man is doubting life, Captain America has not yet Su Xing, and Hawkeye is still in S.H.I.E.L.D. From the perspective of strength, they are not enough to act as opponents. Or, the original Avengers Alliance 6. The only superhero that can threaten Wong Quan is Thor in Asgard, and the missing Hulk. When thinking of Hulk, Wong Quan is intrigued. Hulk's story also happened in 2008, no accident. There should be a 6-month gap between Iron Man 1 and Iron Man 2. That is to say, chances are, Banner is operating in the city. Upon realizing this, Wong Quan contacted Sonic immediately. Sonic, pay close attention to recent military operations. Send laser birds to monitor General Ross in real time. Using the prophecy of this universe, Wong Quan can always walk in front of everyone. This is also the reason why he has never lost so far. 56. The other side. After being injected with T-virus, Black Widow Su Xing from his sleep. Perceiving her body to strengthen again, she sighed in disappointment. Compared with the steel body made of Cybertron, the human body is too weak and too fragile. Even after strengthening. How long have I been offline? Black Widow raised his head and asked about Knockdown, who was leaning against the wall. One night time. If nothing else, the one called S.H.I.E.L.D. must have gone crazy. Knockdown replied contemptuously. From the memory of Natasha Romanoff, they already know S.H.I.E.L.D., almost all the secrets. How? That damn helicopter carrier is shifting positions all the time. Otherwise, through the land bridge, they can log into the interior long ago and easily occupy it without any effort. And, with that His Majesty, the ability to revive Decepticons. It's not too bad to make the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft carrier a member of the Decepticons. It's a lot shorter than I thought. Black Widow looked at the clothes on his body, and his expression seemed a little uncomfortable. Just when she was about to take off her coat, a white hand held hers and stopped her from moving. Don't do anything that goes against common sense. You are facing the top human agent, and they will even doubt themselves, let alone you. Female director of Hive Base, Alex Weskier, reminding the woman in front of her. What surprises Black Widow is, her human body is actually no match for this woman in terms of strength. Obviously, this female supervisor is also a strengthener who has been injected with T-virus. I understand. Black Widow sighed. In order to complete the plan of the adult, I am afraid that in the future, for a long time, she will use this body to start actions. But the good news is, she keeps a little pet in her body. When I have nothing to do, it is a happy thing to torture and discipline the personality of Natasha Romanoff. After leaving the Hive base, Black Widow stopped a taxi on the road according to the route he remembered and moved towards the office. For her, the most important thing right now is to restore contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. to prevent those suspicious rats from doubting her current identity. After half an hour, taxi slowly parked on the side of the street. Black Widow took out a few US dollars from his wallet and hurriedly got out of the car, thanks to the driver's gratitude. But before she could go far, a fatal red dot locked onto her forehead. The humming of some kind of machine also sounded in the darkness. An Aegis agent with a weapon, led by Phil Coulson, walked slowly towards Black Widow, judging by the wary looks on their faces. As long as Black Widow dares to resist and wait for her end, she will be killed on the spot. Exposed? Black Widow looked at the agents gushing out from the darkness, and his face became a little gloomy. This woman's flesh and blood does not have the ability to be bulletproof, and she can only resign herself to fate. Phil Coulson, are you crazy? Black Widow was angry and called out the other party's name, trying to prove his identity. I'm sorry, Natasha Romanoff agent, but you have been offline for too long, and we have to wonder if you have betrayed the organization. Phil Coulson sighed and explained to the old colleague in front of him. Fury, are you suspicious of me? It's impossible for you not to know that I was captured by Obadiah and taken as a hostage. That man saved me, but I'm in a coma. It's not up to me to decide. Black Widow explained eagerly. He raised his hands, indicating that he was not malicious and willing to cooperate with their inspection. But, A low voice sounded from the darkness. It's exactly what happened. But how do you explain what happened after being taken away by that man? Nick Fury's voice came from the darkness. Obviously, the impact of this incident was so great that even this cunning mouse had to be dispatched in person. 57. Nick Fury in the dark, holding the most advanced X-ray detector. Carefully observe Black Widow's body to see if a monitoring device has been implanted. After confirming that it was correct, Nick Fury was relieved, stepping out of the dark. But this cunning mouse still took precautions and stopped 10 meters away from Black Widow. What do you think will happen next? Black Widow asked helplessly. He lifted up his sleeves to reveal the injection mark on his wrist, which attracted the attention of everyone present. He injected me, some kind of strengthening serum. It can improve my physical strength, delay my aging, and it is said that it can also keep me young. I have no right to refuse. I lied about the firm, and there is an important document of Obadiah shares that needs to be sorted out. He just let me go. Black Widow showed a miserable look and answered with a trembling, Nick Fury's doubts. Strengthening serum. The questioning on Nick Fury's face turned into shock when he heard this. The man's behavior, once again, exceeded Nick Fury's expectations. In addition to shape-shifting King Kong and space teleportation technology, that man is actually involved in the biochemical field. Even created a super soldier serum and injected it to others casually. For a while, Nick Fury, who was in a mess, could no longer describe his judgment of that man. Only one conclusion can be drawn. That man, more dangerous and more talented than he imagined. This talent has surpassed the limits of human beings and can be compared to the height of gods. Fury, I don't trust that man. I suspect that what I injected may be some kind of virus with hidden sequelae. So, I applied to return to headquarters for a full inspection. Black Widow said seriously. Her at the moment acting, even by Nick Fury and others, didn't see the slightest flaw. Do not. The existence of SHIELD must not be exposed. Natasha Romanoff, your mission remains the same. Keep lurking beside that man. Nick Fury declined Natasha Romanoff's request. How many words are carried in the words, inhumane meaning? But, the enemy is in the light, I am in the dark. This is Nick Fury, the biggest advantage right now. Therefore, even at the expense of Natasha Romanoff, he must not reveal the existence of SHIELD. Then what should I do? Black Widow asked in a hurry. She has completely entered the play, and the anxiety displayed by at the moment is completely from her heart. Don't forget who you are, Natasha Romanoff. You are an agent. The situation you encountered is only a part of the mission. If I were you, I would never be so rude. Nick Fury scolded solemnly. That expression obviously did not take the life and death of Black Widow to heart. I see, sir. Black Widow took a deep breath and replied in a disappointed mood. As long as you can understand, we also have our own difficulties. The most important thing right now is to monitor that man. Nick Fury watched Black Widow in front of him. This woman has always been his most trusted subordinate. Black Widow's mission has always been done very well, and it must be the same this time. With that in mind, Nick Fury decided to trust her and took out a power of attorney from inside the coat. This is a power of attorney signed by Obadiah, as long as the man signs it. The shares that Obadiah holds, worth more than $100 billion, belong to that man. Nick Fury explained as he walked towards the Black Widow. Hand over this authorization letter to Black Widow. Are you crazy? First Jinbian, and now Obadiah? Black Widow said with a look of anger. She even suspected that Nick Fury was the Majesty, the #1 insider in SHIELD. First, the inheritance of golden consolidation of 30 billion. Now it is more than 100 billion shares of Obadiah. Do these things for no reason, and let your enemies become billionaires. Even Black Widow, who is the enemy, thinks that Nick Fury has a problem with his brain. But, Nick Fury, next answer. Only then did Black Widow know how vicious the king of agents in front of him is. Free lunches are often the deadliest. I just want to use the shares of Obadiah to intensify the contradiction between that man and Tony Stark, so that Tony let go of useless fantasies and become our person completely. As long as we have Tony's assistance, we have a way to crack his technology. Therefore, for my own use. Nick Fury evacuated with his agents. Go back to the Black Widow in the office and avoid the monitoring devices set up by SHIELD. Report all of Nick Fury's conspiracies. After hearing the news, Wong Quan burst into laughter while clutching his stomach and even burst into tears. Let Iron Man become his own nemesis, which is exactly what Wong Quan wants. If you don't, how can you get the final reward? And Nick Fury, also defying the odds. I personally offered him the shares of Obadiah, which is completely compliant and legal. It can be said, even Wong Quan was moved by Nick Fury's bold and loyalty. I even want to name him the Honor Decepticon when we meet in the future. Otherwise, it would be so unfair to him. Silent night. The next morning, the loud ringtone woke Tony from his sleep. As soon as the phone was connected, the little Pepper on the other side asked anxiously, "Tony, do you know the Obadiah shares handed over to others?" Now, because of Obadiah, the disaster caused. The entire Stark industry has already made a mess of porridge. Not only have to face huge compensation, but also to many media to explain whether the existence of the steel battle suit is legal. As the chairman and largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Because of this matter, Tony has been very busy. I didn't expect. This old fox, even if it dies, does not forget to leave behind even more hidden dangers. The shares held by Obadiah, even Tony, dare not despise. Who did he give the shares to? Tony frowned and asked eagerly. If it falls into the wrong hands, it will be an unprecedented blow for Stark Industries. It's a foreigner. It seems to be called Wong Quan. Pepper bluntly pronounced the name of the shareholder and reported the news to his boss. The identity of this Wong Quan is very mysterious. At least so far, Chili Pepper has no information about the other party, and it is unclear about the relationship between him and Obadiah. Puff Dash. When he heard the word Wong Quan, Tony's palm softened and the phone fell to the ground. A smartphone with a lot of value. The screen shatters in an instant. Tony, can you hear that? During the communication call, Pepper was still anxiously shouting Tony's name. But Tony's eyes were dull, and he stood there stiffly. Apparently, he was frightened by this familiar name. You can't go wrong. Tony had a hunch that this shareholder named Wong Quan was the man he regarded as his enemy. Probably. Obadiah's madness is a farce directed by this man. His next evil plan, most likely, is to take over Stark Industries. Do not. I will never let that man succeed. An angry expression appeared on Tony's face, although he knew that someone must be planning all this behind the scenes. But now it's an emergency. His top priority is to stop Stark Industries from falling into the hands of that man. Even though, do not hesitate to use force. Business District. The Red Queen was holding the 3-ball cone and enjoying it happily. The body she is attached to is the most advanced Terminator. Not only can it change the appearance, but also simulate the human sense of taste, smell, and various perception abilities. Although eating does not bring energy to the Red Queen, it is more of a camouflage method. But she likes it because it makes her understand human beings better. What an incredible world. Estes, who put on casual clothes, is wearing a white dress and short ice blue hair. She is a very temperamental ice beauty. She stared at the dense crowd around her and said with admiration from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she is also more interested in setting up a hunter organization as soon as possible to conquer the world for this adult. King Ada was wearing black sunglasses and holding an iced Coke in his hand. He smiled and exuded extraordinary affinity. A group of 4 people, no matter where they appear, they are the most conspicuous existences. If it wasn't for the fear of Wong Quan, there would probably already be someone running up to chat with him. But even so, there are still people who can't control their bodies and follow a few people with bad intentions. From the time the cone shop opened, there were 3 black people trailing behind a few people pretending to be shopping. Their eyes have always been on King Ada and Estes, whispering to each other, mixed with disgusting words. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Estes stepped forward and whispered in Wong Quan's ear. With her bad character, how can she tolerate such a thing happening? There are too many people here. Besides, you don't want this little guy to be disappointed. Wong Quan looked at the crowd around him, pinched the Red Queen's face, and said to her with a light smile. After hearing this, Estes had no choice but to give up. But Wang Quan's next words brought a cruel smile on her face. "Isn't there an alley there?" Wang Quan smiled lightly and pointed his finger to an alley, obviously preparing to be there to solve the trouble behind him. He actually knows very well. In a crowded place, the three black dogs did not dare to do anything at all. If they got off the main street and headed for the sparsely populated alleys, they'd be sure to follow. As predicted, when Wang Quan and his party changed their direction and walked towards the alley, the three black men who followed, with disgusting expressions on their faces, hurriedly accelerated their pace and narrowed the distance between them. There are fewer and fewer passers-by ahead, and the environment is getting dirtier. Those three black people can't control it anymore. The sturdy black man at the head quickened his pace and was about to put his hand on Estes' shoulder. But how could Estes tolerate such a disgusting thing? Entering within 3 meters of him, her pair of white high-heeled shoes stepped on the ground, and the ice-blue hexagram snowflakes spread from under her feet to all around. The black man who had just entered within 3 meters was instantly covered with ice and snow and transformed into an ice sculpture. This scene terrified the two of them. Super ability. That woman has super ability. The skinny black man, screaming in horror as he tried to turn and flee. The blood in his body, affected by the cold air, froze directly into ice, pointing forward in a funny posture. "Ghost!" The remaining black man screamed and turned and ran away. But the water molecules in the air had already condensed into a long whip made of ice in Estes' hands. She flicked dashingly in the direction that the black man ran away, just like the former southern manor owner, hunting slaves. Frost Whip firmly bound the neck of the black man. The frostbitten neck made him open his mouth in pain, but the frostbite voice made no sound. "That's disgusting stuff," Estes said in disgust, pulling the long whip forcefully. The black man's neck shattered into unruly ice cubes, and his head fell to the ground. "Wonderful," Wang Quan applauded, and the Red Queen and King Ada were also amazed by her ability. Mutant. This word immediately popped into their minds. "I made you laugh. I was just a temporary ticklish," Estes said modestly. She knew very well that with the ability of this majesty, she would definitely do something more cruel than her. Because she can perceive, "Your Majesty, she is the same kind of person." 58. Happy every day, always short. Unconsciously, the time has entered the evening, when Wang Quan and his party walked out of a restaurant with a good reputation. A police car, making a shrill siren, drove away. The passers-by on the street looked dazed, obviously not knowing what was going on ahead, until a burning car flew from a distance and smashed the glass of a shop. Only then did the passers-by on the street react, screaming and fleeing into the distance. Soon, a dark yellow humanoid monster jumped over the fleeing crowd. Maybe a coincidence. This ferocious monster just landed on the opposite side of Wang Quan and his party. He grabbed the sports car beside him with a grim smile on his face. The $1 million sports car, in his hands, looks like a very large toy, and he looks at the area with the most crowded areas and let out a roar of rage. The sports car weighing several tons flew out of his hands with a shrill sound of breaking wind, only to hear a loud bang resounding through the street. When dozens of passers-by collided with the car body, their fragile bodies were torn apart and their flesh was separated. The scattered minced meat dyed the entire street red, allowing the remaining survivors to flee even harder. Watching the crowd fleeing, the dark yellow monster raised his arm with a look of enjoyment. Completely indulge in this power, the supreme satisfaction it brings. Abomination. Invincible Hulk's final boss. Injected into the blood of Hulk by the Special Forces Bronsky, under the editing of gamma rays, a monster transformed into a monster. As an artificial monster, he was also injected with 800 pounds of bone marrow and cellular tissue to make him stronger. Therefore, his height is almost more than 6 meters. Unlike Rage's Hulk, he has the sanity before, but he has not yet mastered the way from monster to human. He is invulnerable to fire and water, and ordinary weapons cannot cause damage to him. His ultimate strength is more than a few hundred tons, and he can easily appear in an area 2 kilometers away. But his power does not increase with anger. In terms of endurance, compared to the Hulk, there is also a big disadvantage. The typical lower limit is high, upper limit is low, is a regrettable failure. But even so, hatred is also a powerful force, and it has the value to win over. This sudden appearance of the monster immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Your Majesty, let me." Estes stepped forward decisively, just when she wanted to take action and discipline this vulgar monster. "What is politeness and awe?" Wang Quan raised his hand and stopped her. "You take the others and leave first. He is my prey." Wang Quan showed an excited smile. His knuckles clacked, and even his smile revealed fighting intent. He did not expect such a coincidence in the world. Even Sonic was temporarily unable to track the whereabouts of General Ross. But Abomination took the lead and appeared in front of Wang Quan, announcing the unfolding of the Invincible Hulk plot. "Be careful. I'm afraid this monster's strength should not be underestimated," Estes said worriedly, but her voice was interrupted by a roar, which sounded from the other side of the street. A black-haired giant with a height of more than 5 meters and an emerald-green body rushed over from a distance. At the same time, a photon screen unfolds in Wang Quan's sight. "You have been involved in the Battle of Giants. Please pay attention to safety. Congratulations, triggering the Invincible Hulk plot. Defeat Hulk, kill Abomination to get Black Light Virus." Black Light Virus, a super virus that devours and integrates other organisms to achieve evolutionary goals. 59. Black Light Virus. In all zombie games, it can be said to be a famous existence. It has the same nature as the T-virus, and it is a virus used as a weapon, but it is a virus that is more practical. The mutants after being infected are also far stronger than the ordinary infected people in Resident Evil. No doubt, if you can make Black Light Virus into strengthening serum, Wang Quan's current strength is bound to be improved by another stage. Therefore, either Hulk or hate. Tonight, they are all his prey, and no one can escape. "Good show, the beginning," Wang Quan said with full of fighting spirit, and connected his consciousness to Cybertron to build a spiritual bridge. Next moment, Wang Quan's temperament has undergone a great change. Even the long black hair has a few more white highlights. The pupils with clear black and white also change into the indifferent silver white, exuding an awesome invisible coercion. The amazing transformation of Wang Quan also attracted the attention of Abomination. After all, with a height of 1.9 meters and a sturdy body, Wang Quan's aura will be eye-catching no matter where he is. And this, it just so happens to be the hate, the most hateful. "Pretend to be a ghost. You're fragile and weak, you pathetic little thing." Disgust roared in the direction of Wang Quan, grabbed a truck on the side of the street, held it above his head, and smashed it in the direction of Wang Quan. Even superhero, when you see such a big gap in power, you all know to hide. But Wang Quan didn't do that. At the moment, he was standing in the center of the street with his hands in his trouser pockets, his expression calm and smiling. He didn't move half a step even as the roaring van constantly zoomed in front of him, until the dark shadow of the truck devoured Wang Quan. When the front of the car is less than half a meter away from Wang Quan, at stand, all open, Invisible's hexagonal stance appears around Wang Quan. The flying truck slammed into the at stand. The body was instantly twisted and shape-shifted, and the friction sparks ignited the leaked gasoline. The whole truck exploded violently. The resulting shockwave even shattered the glass of the shop 100 meters away. But, in the firelight of the explosion, the figure of the man still did not move half a minute. Even Hulk, who roared and rushed over, stopped his steps subconsciously. The alert stagnates in place, not daring to come forward to meet for a while. Innate fighting instinct, at the moment, is a crazy early warning. This handsome black-haired youth has the ability to kill him. When I saw this scene, a hideous expression appeared on my face immediately, and the murderous intention in my heart spread out. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hatred roared wildly and rushed in the direction of Wang Quan. Which clenched fist, the muscles instantly tensed, and under the tiny scales, the blue veins skyrocketed. The next punch, he will use all his strength. I also want to smash the black-haired man in front of me into minced meat. Boom! The ferocious, giant fist of hatred slams into the at position. It produced a terrifying impact, and even the ground with a radius of 100 meters showed hideous cracks. But the hated fist, at a distance of half a meter from Wang Quan, can no longer move forward a little distance. This strange feeling, as if there is an invisible wall between the two. Is this your limit? Wang Quan looked up at the hatred in front of him, the corners of his mouth raised, showing a pitying sneer. Hearing this heart-wrenching sarcasm, his hated eyes instantly widened, and his expression became even more hideous. UB asterisk 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 D. Don't underestimate me. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. The roar of hatred and anger, the muscled arms, once again raised sharply, aimed at the enemy in front of him, using the death combo. Straight punch, uppercut, swing the punch, elbow, side kick, headbutt. Hateful attack, as fast as a gust of wind, with every blow across the air with a terrifying sonic boom. But no matter how hatred attacks, it still cannot break through that invisible defensive force field. Fine cold sweat overflowed from the hatred forehead. No matter how stupid he is, he realizes that he has offended an existence that should not be provoked. But the pity in Wang Quan's eyes stimulated hatred, the humble self-esteem. UB asterisk 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 D. What the hell are you? What kind of monster are you? Blast you away. I'm going to blast you away. The hatred roared mournfully, and the trembling fist swung forward again. The crisp sound of bone cracks resounded throughout the street, and even Hulk was stunned. Broken. Abomination arm is broken. A hand that can lift hundreds of tons of objects and smash through tank armor. Under the continuous onslaught, it could not bear it and broke. The dark yellow blood that was removed splashed towards Wang Quan's face, but it was ruthlessly blocked outside by a hexagonal energy stand. Attack is invalid. Monster, you monster. I won't fight, I won't fight. The disgust clutching his broken arm, slumped on the ground in horror. Both feet hurriedly kicked the ground and hid behind. He is afraid. After breaking a hand, he finally recognized the status quo. With the power he currently possesses, it is absolutely impossible for him to be the opponent of this monster. The smile on Wang Quan's face gradually faded away. The cowardly act of disgust was beginning to make him feel a little bored. Your means, this is exhausted? Sad? Even boring to me. Then, you don't have to. It's necessary to continue to exist. Wang Quan sighed regretfully. His silver-white eyes looked down at the abomination in the distance, as if he was looking at a corpse. Black nanometal poured out of the ring he was wearing on his index finger and quickly wrapped around his arms. Form a pair of black robotic gauntlets. A brilliant golden light lit up from the robotic arm armor, symbolizing the activation of this powerful weapon. Magnetic gloves, full power. 60. Wang Quan connects his consciousness to Cybertron, and at the cost of closing part of his emotions, he also gains the overclocking computing ability. Where is the greatest manifestation? For example, in this world, the fastest insect flapping its wings can be as high as nearly 1,000 times per second. However, under Wang Quan's perception, it is in a state of slow release. Every time he flaps his wings, Wang Quan can perceive its muscle activity. He can even see colors that are invisible to the naked eye, concentrate, and even capture the trail of light. The world was in front of him, almost at a standstill. For every attack of abomination, he can find hundreds of ways to crack it. In front of Wang Quan, everything has countless flaws. Even the Hulk. That seemingly insoluble defense is also full of flaws in Wang Quan's eyes. Besides, his eyes have seen through the essence of the world. Through magnetic gloves, you can control the ability of magnetic field. Wang Quan can even quickly extract every element he needs from the ground and create weapons in an instant. Molecular manipulation, the most terrifying and closest to God's power in the universe. Under the overclocking calculation, Wang Quan can control everything perfectly. Just a thought. Wang Quan can use the magnetic gloves to destroy everything within the coverage area. I can say without hesitation, the spiritual connection with Cybertron allowed Wang Quan, a mortal, to step into the realm of the gods. With the future, the recovery of Cybertron. This extraordinary ability will be improved again, making him a true god. On sight, on the pitch-black mechanical armor, the golden glare emitted from it shines more than ever before. Wong Quan, who is at the core of the battlefield, is like a conductor on the stage. I saw him lift his left arm gracefully, and the nearby buildings made loud rhythmic noises. One after another, high-rise buildings of dozens of meters rose from the ground and suspended in the air. The originally narrow street was instantly transformed into a barren plain of ruins. Stunning. The ability displayed by Wong Quan, in the eyes of hatred, only gods have the ability to do. Escape. Recognizing the hatred of the situation, where is the courage to continue fighting? Ignoring the severe pain of the severed hand, hate climbed up from the ground and jumped from the ground, trying to take advantage of the speed to escape into the distance. But a 20-meter-high building leans in midair. Then it flew in the direction of hatred like an arrow that was shot out. The hatred that had his knees bent and his feet not yet off the ground was instantly reduced to a target. Boom! A loud bang, setting off countless dust and gravel. The building slanted on the ground smashed out a huge pit with a diameter of 100 meters. In the deepest part of the giant pit, the blood water has turned into a pond. Except for the hateful heartbeat, there is no sign of life. Not dead. The hatred that resists the impact of the front is not dead. Although his defense is not as good as the Hulk, it is not a conventional weapon and can be broken. At the cost of a building, the damage to him was only some wounds left on his body. That's how fun. If you kill it all at once, it will be too boring. On Wong Quan's face, there was a heart-pounding sneer, and he obviously regarded Abomination as his toy. His right hand pointed obliquely in the direction that Abomination fell to the ground. Suspended in the sky, those dozens of buildings all began to tilt. With a shrill sound of breaking wind, one by one, they smashed into the place where the hatred was. The smoke and dust rising into the sky turned into a giant mushroom cloud, and the terrifying impact spread out from the disaster site, shattering the glass of the entire city. It even caused half of the city to fall into a state of power paralysis. The entire Twist City is almost on the verge of collapse. On the battlefield covered by smoke and dust, Wong Quan's heroic laughter came. It can be seen that he enjoys the fun of this torture and killing. Now, except for the ground under Wong Quan's feet, the surrounding earth has already collapsed. Even Hulk, who watched the battle from a distance, was buried in the rubble. And the hatred that suffered heavy injuries under repeated impact has long broken bones, and most of the body has turned into disgusting meat sauce. There is only one, still beating heart, connected with hatred, that broken head, still trying to recover and regenerate, to continue the life of hate. Fear. Unprecedented fear. Wong Quan's elegant but crazy attack method subverts hatred's perception of power. Those solid buildings, under acceleration, are almost as powerful as a meteorite. That is to say, in a short minute, every 2 seconds on average, a meteorite smashed on the hated body. No matter how strong he is, under this power. Also powerless like an ant, shivering. Forgive, forgive. Hate the difficulty opened his mouth and made a desperate plea. His only remaining I looked at Wong Quan's expression, like a humble servant, looking up to the gods, revealing awe from the heart and supreme worship. Impressed, he was completely overwhelmed. He is willing to give his strength, give his soul, give everything he has, just to appease the wrath of God and give him the opportunity to show his loyalty. You have become a master-slave relationship with hatred. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have obtained the final reward. Compound number 5. 61. Compound 5. The main product of Water Company can give ordinary people super ability, but with no small sequelae. Users will become drug dependent. To put it more bluntly, a super ability person who injects compound number 5 is an addict. As long as you master compound number 5, you can control them. For Wong Quan, it is a good thing to reward subordinates. In Ruins, the regeneration speed of hatred is astonishing. Wong Quan is just looking for the system rewards, and his brain has been regenerated. Master, I am willing to dedicate my loyalty to you. Please forgive my disrespect. Hate horse pleading. For him who advocates power, Only by suppressing violence with violence can he be completely surrendered. Therefore, hate and innocently think that as long as he is willing to give his loyalty, he will definitely be able to save his life. But he was destined to be disappointed. Wang Quan's temporarily closed partial emotions. It is kindness, tolerance, kindness. That is to say, from the very beginning, Wang Quan had no idea of keeping Abomination alive. It is not the kindness of Wang Quan that the hatred can survive until now. Only, the wicked Wang Quan just want to have more fun. Wang Quan looked down at the ruins with pleading disgust, and the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually dissipated. "Forgive you?" Wang Quan asked indifferently, and a killing intent emerged from his eyes. With his toes, he tapped the ground under his feet. The whole person jumped up, landed on the ruins 1 kilometer away, and appeared in front of the hatred. "Please, I'll be you a useful pawn." In the eyes of hatred, there was fear, and the only remaining ugly head was shaking slightly. Whispering sound. Wang Quan pouted in contempt, raised his black leather boots, and stepped on the exposed heart of Abomination. The stand emerges at the feet of Wang Quan. Under Wang Quan's tensed leg muscles, he stomped on his hateful heart. The hexagonal position quickly expanded around, and the ruins with a radius of tens of meters collapsed again. As for the hopeless Abomination, the only remaining internal organs, together with the head, were crushed into a paste and slipped down the gap. The characteristic of life that hates disappears at the same time. A pair of giant green hands stretched out from the ruins, and the dazed Hulk climbed to the ground with difficulty from the cracks in the ground. He was breathing heavily, and after glancing at Wang Quan's direction, he turned around in fear and wanted to run away. But a cold voice sounded from behind him, causing the Hulk to stop instinctively. "Who said you can go?" Wang Quan asked indifferently. He stepped on the blood of hatred and turned to look at the Hulk below. The performance of hatred made him extremely disappointed. I just hope that the Hulk in front of him is a little more solid than hatred and can bring him more fun. Roar! The Hulk roared intimidatingly in the direction of Wang Quan. But the burly and bulky body is shrinking towards the rear. Scared. As a living creature, the Hulk is also afraid. The Abomination of Death is undoubtedly a wake-up call for him. If he stays here, his fate can be imagined. "You idiot who doesn't understand etiquette, did I let you speak?" Wang Quan scolded, and the Hulk below raised his left foot and stepped towards the ground below. All of a sudden, the earth trembled violently. It seems that something is recovering from the ground. A sound of sword chirping through the heavens, and the earth came from the ground. A black steel blade nearly 100 meters long, like a hill, rose from the ground, pierced the Hulk's lower abdomen, and hung it in midair. The steel sword of the earth. Wang Quan used the magnetic gloves to summon the iron elements in the underground and condense them into a powerful blow. Pale green blood spurted out of the Hulk's mouth. He is already in a weakened state, and even fighting against hatred is particularly difficult. Facing Wang Quan, there is only one-sided crushing, and the situation is at stake for a while. At the same time, at the moment, far away from the battlefield, at an altitude of several kilometers, an armed helicopter almost lost its balance under the shock of terror. Through the telescope, General Ross, who was detecting the scene, was extremely pale. Abomination dead. Hulk, seriously wounded. The ability that the black-haired young man exerted subverted his perception of power. "General, what should we do now?" The driver asked General Ross. As an ordinary person, fear has taken over his brain. General Ross put down the telescope tremblingly. On the old face, there was a fierce evil. "Call me. Even if you run out of ammo, kill that man." 62. After the driver received the order, his trembling pupils revealed a frantic determination. He drove the helicopter and flew towards the battlefield below. The Vulcan cannon placed under the fuselage shoots a 30 mm special armor-piercing warhead in the direction of Wang Quan. Ironically speaking, these special warheads are used against Hulk, but now it has become a weapon to protect Hulk. The whistling helicopter shot out golden tracer bullets, and the bullets flew to Wang Quan below. But, under the protection of the position, Wang Quan didn't even turn around and had no desire to resist. He flatly stretched his left hand behind him, using the magnetic gloves to control the ability of the magnetic field and fix the flying bullets in the air. Under the overclocking operation, it is only an instant. Wang Quan has already analyzed the molecular structure of these bullets and reassembled them. Hundreds of flying bullets, like soft noodles, are gradually stretched and thinned. Behind Wang Quan, it turned into silk threads, only 1/10 the thickness of hair. Roll, Wang Quan said indifferently. Reaching the palm behind him, he waved gently towards the gunship in the sky. Those hundreds of silk threads that cannot be seen by the naked eye. It turned into a deadly nano-flying blade and flew towards the gunship at an extremely fast speed. Next moment, these threads passed through the armed helicopter without any hindrance. The speed is as fast as knife-cut tofu. The people on the helicopter, not even, realized what happened. The plane was in midair, disintegrating silkily and shattering into countless pieces. Do not. Hulk roared in grief when he saw the scene in front of him. His lover, his father-in-law, were on that helicopter. Now, they were also cut into pieces by the nano-flying blade and fell into the ruins together with the fragments of the helicopter. What? Hulk let out a frantic roar, endured the pain, and jumped down from the blade. He landed on the ground in a vain step, clutching the wound that was healing and showing an angry expression to the enemy in front of him. You have become hostile to the Hulk. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You've got it, the final reward. Lord of Wrath. King of Wrath. When you are in a state of rage, the mana value will increase infinitely and will not decrease with use. Lord of Wrath. Malim's exclusive skills. Wang Quan looked at the ability he got from Hulk, but the expression on his face seemed a little complicated. The reason is simple. Let a person who does not know magic master this magician divine skill. It seems a little weird anyway. Just when Wang Quan frowned, thinking about how he should use this ability, the Hulk, who was in grief, has rushed up with a roar. At the moment, he has overcome the fear of Wang Quan. The only thought in my heart is to avenge my dead lover. In this state, the Hulk's body became stronger and his strength increased to an extremely terrifying level. However, in Wang Quan's eyes, the Hulk is still just an idiot with only brute force. Dry tongue. Wang Quan waved his hand in disgust and used the power of magnetic gloves again. The silk threads that cut the gunships into pieces drew beautiful arcs under the night sky, unfolding one by one in front of Wang Quan. These threads are so sharp they can even cut through atoms. Even the Hulk's defense can't resist. When the Hulk roared and rushed towards Wang Quan, the lower half of his duplication body disintegrated in midair, sliced into uniform sheets by the nano-flying blade, and fell from the air. Only the upper body of the Hulk remained, humiliated and fell into the ruins. The severe pain made his roar seem weak. The dim smoke of gunpowder shrouded the sky above the city. A blood-colored thunder flashed across the dim sky, illuminating the battlefield below, which had turned into ruins. Wang Quan, who stood as a winner, and Hulk, who fell to the ground in humiliation, became a stark contrast. This battle, there is no need to continue. Kill you. Hulk will kill you. The Hulk roared in grief. Even with this gesture, he still did not give up the killing intent towards this man in his heart. But the deadly nanoblade struck again, cutting off Hulk's arms. Let it fall under Wang Quan's feet in a humiliating posture of human stick. Wang Quan looked down at Hulk indifferently. His handsome face was neither sad nor happy. You're not the same as hate. You are worth living. Wang Quan looked down at the Hulk and said calmly. After that, he stepped on Hulk's head and walked towards the portal opened in the distance. That was the channel opened for Wang Quan by the thoughtful sound wave after observing the end of the battle. At the same time, a photon screen is also quietly unfolding in Wang Quan's sight. Invincible Hulk, the story mission is over. Kill the abomination, defeat the Hulk, meet the conditions. Congratulations, get the final reward, Blacklight Virus. 63. Hive Base. Dear Master, please forgive our incompetence. We never imagined that this would happen. Starscream looked terrified, rubbed his hands tremblingly, and bowed to Wang Quan. General Ross's actions unfolded too quickly. When the sound wave reacts, the battle has started. Actually, this can't be blamed entirely on Sonic. After all, it was Wang Quan's order the night before. In such a hasty situation, misjudgment in intelligence is inevitable. It's okay, Wang Quan said with a light smile. Although he was brutal, he was not a fool who knew right from wrong. Then, are you injured? Do you need me to call the medical team for you? Starscream continued to be concerned. After all, the strength displayed by the two little giants shocked even him. Do you think I'm so weak? Wang Quan gave Starscream a blank look. Under the overclocking calculation, he is an invincible existence. Against the Hulk and Abomination, a fool who can only use brute force. If it still hurt, that's the biggest joke. The voice falls. The robotic armor on Wang Quan's arm turned into liquid flowing metal again, forming a pair of black rings on the index fingers of his hands. At the same time, he also noticed that the female supervisor in charge of the Hive base, Alex Westgear, also came with a medical team and rushed there. Grown-ups. Alex stepped forward, checked carefully, and was relieved after confirming that Wang Quan was not injured. After, Alex turned her gaze to the portal that had not been closed. My lord, please allow me to bring the medical team to collect the body tissue of the Hulk for experimental research. Alex asked excitedly. That's the Hulk, a monster that can survive a nuclear bomb. The invincible body can resist any attack, and the strong arms can lift thousands of tons of ships. But even such a monster still lost to the man in front of him. Thinking of this, Alex's eyes showed a little more admiration. From this adult, she saw the infinite potential of human beings and the possibility of reaching immortality. Go, Starscream. You are responsible for protecting them. They must never be hurt in the slightest. Do you hear? Wang Quan gave the order with a light smile, granting Alex's request. Please do not worry. With me and the robot insects, no one dares to hurt them. Starscream replied respectfully. Facing the robot insects, who were baring their teeth not far away, he made a fierce expression. Go. Wang Quan moved his stiff arms and handed over a can of black light virus and a can of compound number 5 to Sonic. Human technology is still too backward after all. Let Cybertron's research team analyze the gene sequences of black light virus and compound number 5 for me. The sooner the better. Wang Quan gave the order with a solemn look. For the sake of safety, this matter must be done by Sonic himself. Sonic nodded respectfully, waiting for the space bridge of the digger to be completed. He will transport these two items to the Shockwave laboratory. Only he can complete it at the fastest speed. After explaining everything, Wang Quan's emotions calmed down. His strength so far comes from the blessing of magnetic gloves. But the ability range of magnetic gloves limits his display space. A radius of 1 kilometer. This is the limit of magnetic gloves, but not the limit of Wang Quan's overclocking computing. Wang Quan deserves it as better. For example, robotic gauntlets loaded with infinite gems. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to improve the physical strength. To master infinite gems in the future, lay a good foundation first. Therefore, in addition to system rewards, the strengthening potions from various worlds are also within Wang Quan's plan. 64. Shield. Nick Fury, staring at the big screen in front of him. His expression is quite wonderful. Just this morning, he was planning to recruit Hulk as a trump card against Wang Quan. Did not expect. It was only night, and the Hulk had already lost. He even began to wonder if the Avengers he formed were Wang Quan's opponents. Just as Nick Fury, in self-doubt, came over eagerly. Sir, a call from the office of the president. Hill handed an emergency communication cell phone to Nick Fury. The significance of this phone is extraordinary. Simply put, when the Lighthouse Nation is attacked by the mainland, as long as the mobile phone rings, the air carrier of SHIELD will enter the combat readiness mode. On the aerospace carrier, all nuclear bombs must be loaded, waiting for the order of Mr. President to conduct air strikes on the enemy country. But now, in the absence of a war, the phone rang. Obviously, the battle that took place in the twisting contract tonight made some people anxious. Fury sighed, and after answering the phone, before opening his mouth, there was a burst of scolding from the other end. Nick Fury, what are you doing, Shield? The enemy has hit the door. Why haven't they acted? I order you. Within half an hour, you must give me an explanation. The president on the other end of the phone had an extremely irritable tone and even more delicately interpreted the warmonger's face. Mr. President, there is nothing I can do about this. The other party has this space teleportation technology, has a mechanical giant legion, plus the ability that is being displayed now. I am afraid. Ordinary conventional weapons have no effect on him. Nick Fury said helplessly. He wiped the sweat from his face as he spoke of the current emergency. I do not care. I pay to support you, not to let you eat idle food. Within half an hour, you must give the people an explanation. Even with a nuclear bomb, blow him to the sky. You must also solve him for me within half an hour. On the phone, the beacon president, exasperated voice with hysterical resentment. The place where the battle took place, but the twisted business district, has now been razed to the ground. If he can't give the people an explanation, it's not too late for him to resign. With all due respect, sir. He lives in Torio City. Do you mean to let me use a nuclear bomb to raze this city to the ground? Nick Fury's tone began to turn bad. As the director of SHIELD, he enjoys a detached status and can even ignore the president's orders in times of crisis. As predicted, hearing Nick Fury's rhetorical question, the president on the other end of the phone was also a lot clearer. Then what are you going to do? The president still insisted on asking. This is related to his future, and it must not be left alone. And Nick Fury showed an expected smile. He thanked Wong Quan for giving him such a good opportunity to make the plan of Avengers fully implemented. Mr. President, I send a request to you. Allow me to convene talented people from all walks of life to form an emergency team. Nick Fury said sincerely to the president on the phone. Mad. Fake. You guy must be crazy. But, I promise you, I will deal with this matter immediately. The president angrily scolded Nick Fury, the rat who burrowed through the cracks, and then hung up the phone in a hurry. Call ended. Nick Fury, staring gloomily at the big screen ahead. Although Wong Quan has always won again, SHIELD has not lost either. The battle between them has only just begun. The other side, just lying in bed, ready to fall asleep. Wong Quan. A photon screen suddenly unfolded in front of him, making him smile helplessly. You and SHIELD have become enemies. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have obtained the second stage reward, the Sombra Core. The Sombra Core. There are 9 different forms of Ninja Core. The darker the controller's heart, the stronger the Sombra Core summoned. The Shadow Troopers. The strongest fighting force under the Shadow Kingdom, Terra. It is divided into 9 chapters in total, and 9 generals are responsible for commanding the battle. According to the characteristics of the 9 generals, the form ability of these 9 shadow troops is also different. Respectively, General Niga, the Ninja Corps led by him, is also the most common Sombra Corps. General Lazo, the Blade Corps led by him, is characterized by a pair of sharp claws. General Bart, the Nightbat Corps led by him, can fly and emit light waves. General Summer, the Troll Corps led by him, is extremely powerful and has an amazing defense. General Ika, the Samurai army he leads, has extraordinary swordsmanship and can cut through steel. General Lei Su, the Alien Legion led by him, has exaggerated body extension. General Mingta, the Shadow Eater army led by him, can swallow shadows and become bigger and stronger. General Carbo, the Pliers Legion led by him, is tall and burly and has the most outstanding combat power. General Manny, the Mantis Legion led by him, has the power to penetrate tank armor. They are warriors from the Kingdom of Shadows, who can travel freely in the shadows without making a sound. They are agile, can go to the sky, not only have excellent fighting skills, but also are good at using various weapons. These Sombra soldiers have no emotions and are completely obedient to the summoner. It can be said, mastering them is equivalent to mastering a group of the most loyal and hard-working servants. What surprised Wong Quan even more was that summoning the warriors of the Shadow Corps requires the consumption of magic. The greater the number of summons and the longer the existence time, the greater the consumption of magic power. But for Wong Quan, who holds the exclusive skill of King of Wrath and masters infinite magical power. Unless One day Wong Quan is gone. Otherwise, the dark shadow core he summoned will always exist. Silent night. The next morning, when Wong Quan Su Xing from his sleep, Black Widow, in a small black suit, is already in the bedroom, waiting for a long time. "Good morning, Your Majesty." Black Widow bowed respectfully and said, after a day of familiarity, she has adapted to this human body. What are you doing here?" Wong Quan asked suspiciously. Black Widow's current status is Wong Quan's legal advisor. Therefore, once she shows up, it means that something big is going to happen. Obadiah's shares have all been handed over to your name. I'm here to invite you, Your Majesty, to Stark Industries to meet the chairman, Tony Stark. Black Widow smiled and took out a white invitation from the briefcase in his hand. This is written by Tony himself as the chairman of Stark Industries. It was handed over to Black Widow by his personal assistant Pepper. Tony Stark would like to meet Wong Quan. Wong Quan opened the letter, and to his surprise, in this invitation letter, the text used for writing turned out to be his native language. It can be seen that the defiant super genius attaches great importance to Wong Quan. Interesting. Wong Quan put the invitation letter on the side. Wearing a nightgown, he moved his neck lazily, with a look of anticipation on his face. No matter if it is Hongmin banquet in front of him. This banquet, he will definitely go to the appointment. 65. Stark Industries. As the Lighthouse Nation's largest arms contractor, Tony, the largest shareholder, is undoubtedly the richest man in the world. From the moment his father, Howard Stark, worked on the Manhattan Project, the potential of their family was doomed. These years, the superweapons designed by Tony have achieved extraordinary results on several battlefields around the world. Country after country, devastated. Civilians killed and wounded, countless. On top of the ruins, countless victims live like walking corpses. As the world's richest man, Tony, every banknote held is soaked with the blood of the victims. The soul of the father and son, even in hell, can sell for a good price. A black Rolls-Royce, parked firmly in front of the red carpet. Black Widow, who was sitting in the co-pilot, quickly got out of the car and opened the rear door. Wong Quan, wearing a black trench coat, looked out from the carriage with a playful smile. Nearly 100 media, like flies, gathered on both sides of the red carpet. Especially when the door is opened the moment it is opened. Countless flashing lights sounded like a tsunami. "Your Majesty, sunglasses." Black Widow said thoughtfully, took out a pair of sunglasses from his chest, and handed it to Wong Quan's hands. She is caring. She has long expected this kind of thing to happen, so she specially prepared a pair of sunglasses. Wong Quan nodded approvingly and put the sunglasses handed by Black Widow on his face. After, with the help of Black Widow, he stepped on the gorgeous red carpet and walked out of the carriage slowly. In an instant, countless lights flashed. The reporters who were in the distance twice frantically pressed the shooting button. A big summer man. A 20-year-old boy will inherit hundreds of billions of wealth. Tony Stark even greeted him in person. No matter which one it is, it will become the explosion point of tomorrow. For them, this is undoubtedly the best news. "Mr. Wong, can you accept my private interview?" "Mr. Wong, can you say a few words?" "Mr. Wong, with hundreds of billions of dollars, what are you going to do?" "Mr. Wong, have you considered donating some money to the orphanage?" One question after another hit the sky and covered the earth. The media screamed and roared, many of them sharp questioning, just wishing Wong Quan would look at them more. To this, Wong Quan ignored them completely and continued on with a smile on his face. His goal today is only one person, and that is Iron Man. When security personnel saw Wong Quan's arrival, they immediately opened the door for him and respectfully invited him into the hall. When Wong Quan and Black Widow, after entering the lobby, Tony, who had been waiting here for a long time, could no longer contain his shock when he saw that familiar face. "It's really you." Tony stared at Wong Quan in shock. He thought of Obadiah's death and the relationship between the fitted King Kong and the robot insect. As predicted, only the man in front of him has the ability to do it. Tony thought of it again. The scene when the two met for the first time, the body that had not yet recovered, and the severe pain came again. Can't go wrong. It was this man, and the humiliation he brought, still like a nightmare. That Tony couldn't sleep. "Mr. Stark, have we met before?" Wong Quan pretended to be puzzled. and looked at the pale Tony with a gentle smile. Maybe. Before the luncheon starts, let me introduce you to the company. After all, from today onwards, you are also part of this. By the way, luncheon dishes you will love. Tony's tone was somewhat mocking, but he didn't show any hostility. After going through these things, Tony is completely sober. Tony is very clear about the strength gap between him and Wong Quan. This time, Tony invited Wong Quan over. Just one-sided, conveying your kindness. At least before the Nemesis armor was developed, Tony would never offend Wong Quan easily. 66. Under the leadership of Tony, Wong Quan and his party browsed the research department of Stark Industries. Tony is not a good tour guide, but it's obvious that he's doing the best he can. Rather than saying that he is introducing Stark Industries, it is better to say that this arrogant super genius is reviewing his achievements. However, it is a pity that there is a window period after Obadiah's death. This man used his authority to shut down all weapon R&D departments. This also leads to the shares held by Wong Quan have shrunk a lot directly. Honestly, I'm tired of war. Therefore, the company will be engaged in the field of new energy next. We will no longer produce any weapons, completely abandon the arms market. It seems that some people are going to be disappointed. Tony brought Wong Quan to the front of his father's achievement, arc reactor, and explained meaningfully. If that's the case, then how do you explain the humanoid mecha that Obadiah of your company drives? Wrong. Should say, our company. With a playful smile, Wong Quan walked around the Black Widow and walked in Tony's direction. With Tony's wary look on his face, Wong Quan raised his finger and touched Tony's chest. And that's where the arc reactor is housed. I don't know what you're talking about. Tony swallowed his saliva and looked away dodgingly. Wong Quan, who is 1.9 meters tall, is much taller than Tony. Coupled with that domineering temperament, it gave Tony an invisible coercion. Wong Quan smiled. He leaned down slowly, brought his face close to the man in front of him, and whispered in his ear in a mocking and playful tone. Mr. Stark, the taste of palladium poisoning should be unpleasant. I don't know if you have found an element that can be replaced now. When Wong Quan's words fell, Tony froze in place, and the horror revealed in his eyes did not hide at all. How did you know? Tony asked with a trembling tone. He has always thought that he was well hidden. Even Pepper, who is with him day and night, doesn't know the truth, but this man does. I know everything. Wong Quan smiled playfully, but with his fingers, he tapped the arc reactor on Tony's chest. You reproduced my technology. Impossible. How did you do it in such a short time? As a genius, Tony immediately realized the truth. The rescue team that arrived at the scene did not find the fragments of arc reactor from the ruins of Iron King. Obviously, the One Piece King Kong named Hercules stole his crystals. The arc reactor fell into the hands of Wong Quan, and the fate of it can be imagined. Wong Quan smiled approvingly. He likes to chat with smart people. Have you heard the name Anton Vank? Wong Quan asked curiously. Who is he? Tony had a puzzled look on his face, obviously ignorant of the other person's business. To this, Wong Quan let out a sigh of disappointment. This is the fate of the loser. He was your father's colleague working on the arc reactor technology. But when the experiment and results were achieved, you were ruthlessly betrayed and abandoned by your father. For decades, Anton took his son, in the extreme cold, lingering. I asked my subordinates to find them and decided to give them a chance. Chance to avenge you. Wong Quan said here, with a cruel, expectant smile on the corner of his mouth. The man's smile made Tony feel terrified, and he hurriedly took a few steps back and opened a safe distance. What are you trying to do? Tony questioned Wong Quan. The anger in his heart has not been concealed at all. He has already realized that this dangerous man is planning something terrible again. Wong Quan shifted his gaze from Tony to the large arc reactor with an expectant smile on his face. In 5 months, I will use the authority of the board to hold a Stark exhibition. We will invite talents from all over the world to come here to share their technical experience, and promise to give $10 billion to fund the most outstanding talents. Anton's son, Ivan Vank, will naturally participate. Said here, Wong Quan clenched his fist playfully and looked at Tony Stark again. When the time comes, Ivan will personally avenge you. Tony Stark, what are you going to do? Duh. 67. Tony's face was very ugly for the challenge given by Wong Quan. He is very clear. It's more a command than a challenge. He has no right to refuse, no matter how he responds. It's all in Wong Quan's plan. Tony didn't reply. Wong Quan didn't care. Advertisement, the two parted. The next luncheon, naturally, there is no need to continue. Looking at the media eyeing outside, Wong Quan didn't want to pay attention to these flies. He directly took out his mobile phone and contacted Sonic. Next moment, a portal opened in front of Wong Quan. Tony, who had not left yet, widened his eyes in shock when he saw the scene in front of him. He had heard Nick Fury say, but far less than what you see with your own eyes, the visual shock brought by it. When Wong Quan turned around and walked towards the portal, Tony subconsciously wanted to follow. But he was stopped by Black Widow's arm. Mr. Stark, the handover ceremony of the shares will be completed by me. Can you tell me where Mr. Obadiah's office is? The boss is obsessed with cleanliness and doesn't like the place where he will work in the future, and there will be garbage. Black Widow said jokingly. Although she has a beautiful face, she feels as deadly as a poisonous spider. So, even a playboy like Tony can only avoid his edge and dare not provoke him easily. Advertisement Sokovia, a small and remote country in Eastern Europe, limited by its geographical location, is resource-poor and turbulent. The gray sky, the dull thunder sounded. The howling wind swept up the sand and dust on the ground, indicating that a torrential rain was about to hit. One side of the portal unfolded in the depths of the dark alley. Wong Quan, wearing a black coat, walked out from the inside and looked at the surrounding environment suspiciously. Sonic, what is this place? Wong Quan inquired about the sound waves far away in the hive base through a Bluetooth headset. Commander, this is Sokovia. A minute ago, I detected a super high-speed movement through a human satellite. The target is very likely the siblings you asked me to find a week ago. Sonic replied respectfully. I see. After hearing Sonic's explanation, a smile appeared on Wong Quan's face. Quicksilver siblings. From the beginning of his arrival in the American comics universe, Wong Quan was born, looking for the brother and sister's plan. Their parents died of weapons produced by Stark Industries. It was the Lighthouse Nation who launched an invasion war against their country. No matter what angle, these brothers and sisters are the objects of Wong Quan's win. After all, even the world-destroying lunatic Ultron can win over this brother and sister. After realizing this, Wong Quan quickened his pace and walked towards the exit of the alley, but he sensed that there were a pair of eyes in the darkness, quietly peeping at him. Advertisement. When Wong Quan turned to check, there was nothing behind him. Only the dilapidated garbage storage bins, half-shedding rusted iron sheets under the gust of wind, made a screeching noise. Hallucinations? Wong Quan frowned and carefully observed behind him. In the empty alley, there is no creature other than him. Interesting. Wong Quan showed a deep smile, murmuring as if to himself, then turned around and walked towards the exit of the alley. Until long after Wong Quan left. From behind the trash can, there was a trembling inhalation sound. A little boy with white hair was covering his head in horror, squatting on the wet and cold ground, shivering. He saw it with his own eyes. I saw that tall and burly man came out of a portal. If the guess is good, that mysterious black-haired man, who should be the same as them, is a mutant. At the same time, Wong Quan, who was advancing, suddenly stopped, because a photon screen has been unfolded in front of him. Quicksilver is shocked by your presence. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have obtained the final stage reward, Savitar armor. Savitar armor, the battle armor of the god of speed. The speed force remains inside. If you can crack it, you can master the speed force. 68. Time goes by every second. Just when little Quicksilver was convinced that the terrifying man had left, this clever little boy carefully stuck his head out from behind the garbage bin. But the black suit and trousers were the first to catch the eye. When the stunned little Quicksilver raised his head in surprise, he realized in horror. Exposed myself. The man who should have left at the moment stood in front of him, looking down at him with a smile on his face. Oops. Little Quicksilver realized that it was not good, quickly got up from the ground, and launched ability to escape this alley. But when he was young, the speed was still too slow after all. Not to mention Wang Quan, who entered the overclocking computing. Even the trajectory of light can be captured. What's more, the little boy in front of him is just a speeder. The moment the magnetic gloves was activated, the ground under Quicksilver's feet cracked. Panic, child, your feet are empty. Under the influence of gravity, it screamed and fell towards the crack. Just when little Quicksilver thought he was going to die here, a big hand grabbed his back collar. In an extremely humiliating posture, he was lifted from the crack into the air. Let go of me. Let me go. Little Quicksilver waved his fists in a panic, holding his thin calf, and made it look like he was about to bite. It is worth mentioning that, under the overclocking operation, Wang Quan can master any language in the world in an instant. Therefore, there is no language barrier restriction. For example, at the moment, he can communicate smoothly with little Quicksilver. You sure? Wang Quan asked with a light smile. Under his ability, the crack under the small Quicksilver has expanded to the width of the entire alley. As long as Wang Quan let go, this vigilant little guy would definitely fall to his death. All this. Also, let it go. Quicksilver looked down at the bottomless crack, swallowing saliva in fear. Then, just like a small milk cat with a sluggish head, he accepted his own destiny. Wang Quan smiled and looked at the child he was holding in his hands. He was only 1.4 meters tall, with a thin and small body, and he could even see the shape of his bones, weighing 70 pounds or less. The listless pale face, at first glance, is often not enough to eat, resulting in malnutrition. Obviously, Wang Quan is still a step too late. The parents of the siblings have already been killed in the war. How old are you? Wang Quan carried the little Quicksilver and asked about his age. 18. Little Quicksilver raised his head stubbornly and said an age that he didn't even believe in himself. To be frank, Wang Quan shook Quicksilver's small body and reprimanded the child in front of him. This kind of outrageous lie, I am afraid only a fool would believe it. It's going to fall. 13. I'm 13 this year. Little Quicksilver hugged Wang Quan's arm in horror and told his true age. He is not afraid of death. Instead, he has a twin sister. If he dies, then his sister, no one will take care of him. These twin brothers and sisters were only 20 years old when they appeared in Ultron era. This is why Hawkeye must let Wanda go to school. And now, the timeline is 8 years. That's when Iron Man was born. It was 7 years earlier than the first appearance of the brothers and sisters. In other words, the twin siblings are only 13 years old now. Even Hydra has not yet been found, this pair of siblings. In other words, the mutant brothers and sisters are currently in a predicament of isolation and helplessness. As long as Wang Quan can seize the opportunity, he can conquer these two children and lay the foundation in advance for the future Avengers Alliance event. 69. After realizing the current situation, Wang Quan's expression became much softer than before. He put the little Quicksilver beside him, put his palms in his pockets, and wondered if there were any snacks suitable for children. After regaining his freedom again, the muscles on little Quicksilver tightened instantly. But when he remembered the previous scene, he could only sigh with sadness on his face. The young Quicksilver was pinched by this fierce uncle. Even if he escapes, I am afraid it won't be long before you get caught again. Quicksilver's performance was seen by Wang Quan, and he showed a smile of approval. Give. Wang Quan took out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Quicksilver. Thanks. Little Quicksilver looked at the chocolate in front of him with a happy expression in his eyes and snatched it away. He knows this brand. Very expensive, but it's really delicious. When my parents were still around, my parents would buy a piece for each of the siblings only when they were celebrating their birthdays. The mellow and silky Shinfu taste appeared in the mind of the little Quicksilver. Let this little boy, eager to tear open the package. But he remembered his sister again. The sensible little Quicksilver sighed in disappointment and put the chocolate into his dirty pocket. Parents are gone. As an older brother, the only thing he can do, it is to leave all the best things to my sister. Quicksilver's move was seen by Wang Quan. Don't you think that I poisoned the chocolate? Wang Quan half squinted his eyes. A playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he rubbed his Quicksilver's messy silver hair. No, it's not like that. Uncle, if you were hostile to me, you would have already done it. After all, you are so powerful, I can't be your opponent. Little Quicksilver explained in a trembling voice. The intuition of being a mutant is telling him. The uncle in front of him didn't mean to hurt him. Am I that old? Wong Quan raised his eyebrows, pinched Quicksilver's face, bent down and questioned the boy. The pained little Quicksilver frowned. Big brother. When he saw Wong Quan's handsome young face clearly, he immediately changed his mouth. That's like saying. Wong Quan smiled with satisfaction and released his palm. That. Brother, do you have anything to do with me? Little Quicksilver rubbed his sore face and curiously asked the strange man in front of him. I want to take you in. Wong Quan bluntly stated the purpose of his trip. After hearing this straightforward answer, Little Quicksilver opened his mouth in surprise and stood there sluggishly. Because of my ability? Little Quicksilver is not stupid. Since the other party has clearly come here, it is obviously aimed at his ability. Right. I will give you a stable life, without being cold and starving. It won't limit your freedom, as long as you are obedient. Wong Quan replied again. He knows that hypocritical family affection will be exposed one day. At that time, it will hurt not only the brothers and sisters, but also themselves. Instead of this, it's better to be clear from the beginning. He will use the wealth in his hand to help the suffering brother and sister. Give them a stable life, train their super ability, and support them to study. In return, this brother and sister will serve him. Until Wong Quan, their power is no longer needed. The contract ends here. Little Quicksilver, lost again. He and Wanda have lived a miserable life since their parents passed away. Those relatives can't even take care of themselves. How can they take care of them? In order to survive, the young Quicksilver used ability more than once to steal, and every time he was caught, beatings became almost commonplace. Fortunately, the powerful restoration ability has made the boy lucky to live to this day. These years, Wong Quan was also the first kind person who tried to adopt the siblings. Although, the man looked fierce, but he had sincere good intentions. You can trust him. After a short decision, Little Quicksilver made a decision that affected his destiny in his heart. He clenched his fists, raised his head with courage, looked up at the man in front of him, and said, Big brother, actually, I have a sister. 70. Younger sister. When Quicksilver said that he had a younger sister, even Wong Quan was stunned. He didn't expect this child to express his heart so quickly. But when he looked at Quicksilver, he saw the little guy's eyes full of trust. Although the time we spent together was short, but the little Quicksilver, who is only 13 years old, has recognized Wong Quan and regarded him as a family that can be entrusted to him. Let's go. Take me to where you live. Wong Quan patted the little Quicksilver on the head and let this excited little guy lead the way for him. If my sister finds out, she will be very happy. Quicksilver's excited little face flushed, pulling Wong Quan's big hand and running forward. He is fast. Although he didn't use super ability, he still had the level of athlete. Fortunately, Wong Quan's body has undergone several strengthenings. Being pulled by the little Quicksilver and running, it was just a warm-up. After half an hour, led by little Quicksilver, Wong Quan came to a dilapidated hut. The ruins in front of him can no longer be called a house. Half of the walls of this bombed house have collapsed. The half-dilapidated house that is still standing, God knows when it will collapse. Brother, hurry up. Little Quicksilver said excitedly. He quickly ran forward, raised his fingers, and made a booing gesture. Apparently, this simple little boy wants to surprise his sister. Wong Quan walked through the ruins with an expressionless face. On the way, he had seen too many rooms like this. Corroded wood with a pungent, musty smell. The power supply facilities in the room have long been out of function. No lights, no heating, not even a decent room. In the direction of the ruins, there are also 2 low graves with a few small white flowers. Obviously, these 2 graves are the parents of the siblings. And the culprit behind all this is the country that has committed numerous evil deeds and claims to be the beacon of humanity. Sister, I'm back, Quicksilver shouted excitedly, and soon a thin girl stuck her head out of the room. Even if the face is stained with dust, it cannot hide the pretty appearance of the girl. Who is he? The girl looked at Wong Quan alertly. She felt an extremely dangerous aura from Wong Quan's body. This man is strong. There is an angry heart hidden in his body. That anger can bring him endless energy and even destroy the world. Just like her big brother Quicksilver. Little Wanda's ability has also been awakening. She can perceive the emotions of others and use it to distinguish between good and evil. You can even influence the minds of others and use psychokinesis to control the movement of objects. Quicksilver was speechless for a while, scratching his head in embarrassment, looking up at Wong Quan behind him with a wry smile on his face. Although this man intends to adopt their siblings, but they still don't know the man's name. Fortunately, Wong Quan didn't care. He rubbed Quicksilver's little face and looked in the direction of little Wanda. "My name is Wong Quan. It's you, future guardians." Wong Quan replied with a smile. To prove his sincerity, he took out another piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it to Wanda. Why? Why do you do this?" Little Wanda walked to Wong Quan, stretched out her dirty little hand, took the chocolate from Wong Quan's hand, and asked with some doubts. Although it was the first time we met. But little Wanda, after close contact, perceives this man's sincerity and tenderness hidden in anger. The man in front of me is complicated, but he also has a gentle side, at least towards their brothers and sisters. This sincerity and tenderness are real. This man can be trusted. With a smile on Wong Quan's face, he squatted on the ground dotingly, wiping the tears on little Wanda's face with his thumb. Then, said words that shocked the two brothers and sisters. "Because we are the same kind. You have become a guardian with Scarlet Witch. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have obtained Level 1 reward, Magnetic Field Control. Magnetic Field Manipulation. Magneto's strongest ability to control any form of magnetic field. 71. Magnetic Field Manipulation. Compared with this scene, man in the movie, Magneto in American comics really deserves this title. As a natural force in the universe, can master the magnetic field. Even a mortal body can be compared to a god. In the comics, Magneto has used the magnetic field many times to move the superplanet. With just a wave of your hand, you can pull out a 10,000-ton submarine from the seabed of several kilometers. The most exaggerated is, this terrifying ability can even be extended to the atomic level, enabling him to transform matter. The performance of Magneto in the comics is Wong Quan's best mentor. Coupled with the existence of magnetic gloves, Wong Quan has been familiar with this power from the very beginning, although it has only just been activated. But Wong Quan has been able to exert the true power of magnetic field manipulation. From today, you will no longer be alone. Under my protection, no one dares to hurt you. Wong Quan took the brother and sister into his arms and looked at the two tombs. Maybe this is fate. The whistling wind blew away the white flowers in front of the tomb and landed on the little hand stretched out by little Wanda. It's like dead parents saying goodbye to their spoiled children. Wanda choked back in response. The delicate girl finally couldn't hold back the grief in her heart. "Wanda, why are you crying? We should be happy, right?" Little Quicksilver looked at his choked sister, tears welling up in his eyes, and even his words had a choking vibrato. But he can't cry, because he wants to be strong, to prove their bravery and improve their status in the hearts of men. Perhaps in this case, this man will not dislike them and give them better care, but how could his thoughts be hidden from the eyes of adults? It does not matter. We all have our scars. Wong Quan patted the little Quicksilver on the back, comforting softly. Finally, this strong little boy can no longer control his emotions. These helpless siblings are like drowning people, grabbing the help from the gods on the shore. The long-term suffering finally came to an end at the moment, venting the grief in my heart to the fullest. Wong Quan held the two children tenderly, letting the tears soak the coat without any complaints. But a clear gunshot broke the atmosphere of the scene. A 7.62mm bullet stopped in front of Wong Quan. Only half a meter away, you can pierce Wong Quan's forehead. The crying of the brothers and sisters stopped abruptly. Obviously, this terrifying scene scared them. If you're afraid, close your eyes now. The gentleness on Wong Quan's face quickly faded at this moment. Instead, it was crazy killing intent and endless anger. He was wrong. How can it not attract the attention of certain forces because of the different behavior of brothers and sisters? Those forces, I am afraid, have long been lurking in the dark, monitoring the lives of the two brothers and sisters. Over the years, the Quicksilver siblings have been living under the watchful eye of others like guinea pigs. But those cold-blooded gatekeepers never provided even a hint of assistance. Until appearance of Wong Quan. Moving their cakes made them anxious. Desperately sending assassins, he wanted to kill this kind man in front of his siblings. After analyzing the cause and effect, Wong Quan watched. The sniper bullet stopped in front of him, with a cruel smile on his face. Under the traction of the magnetic field, the bullet quickly turned its direction in midair. Then, the sniper bullets that flickered with electric light, under the acceleration of electromagnetism, fly towards a building at a terrifying speed that exceeds the speed of sound. Boom! The broken clock tower 400 meters away exploded violently in an instant. Among the scattered building ruins, there are firearm fragments mixed with flesh and blood. The sniper hiding in the dark didn't even have a chance to escape, and he was killed on the spot. The bullet that was fired was accelerated by the electromagnetic force. In the field of military, there is another name: super electromagnetic cannon. Even the file size of a coin can destroy a building. What's more, it is a 7.62 caliber sniper bullet. Shock. Quicksilver siblings, mouths open in shock. Looking at it in disbelief, this scene happened in front of them. Now, this shocked little brother and sister finally understand. What does this murderous big brother mean by similar? 72. Assassination failed. Wong Quan's sudden strength made the mice hiding in the dark feel extremely surprised. Mutant. They never imagined that this black-haired youth was actually a mutant. But they are not reconciled. Let the prey who has been under surveillance for 2 years just hand it over. The collapsed bell tower seemed to be the fuse for everything. Neighbors living around hurried home. But when they reappeared, fully armed, little Quicksilver's eyes widened in shock. Living next door to them, that sly and mean old lady. When he rushed out of the house, he was already holding an automatic rifle and grinned horribly. Not just her, and the neighbors scattered around the corner on this block. Brother and sister never imagined that they all came from a certain organization. Die. The fastest old woman rushed towards Wong Quan and the siblings, pulling the trigger without hesitation. If you can't get these 2 children, then destroy them yourself. Absolutely can't let them in the hands of others, especially a mutant of unknown origin. The dark muzzle shoots out orange flames. Bullets roared out of the muzzle, towards Wong Quan, towards the Quicksilver brothers and sisters. Behind the old woman, more and more neighbors rushed to the scene with rifles in hand. One by one automatic firearms, shooting continuously. A tracer bullet, in the trajectory of flight, woven into a dense firepower network. But Wong Quan has no fear. He who once crushed Hulk and hate alone, how could he care? Such a low-level assassination. At stand unfold. The transparent hexagonal barrier spread out from under Wong Quan's feet, protecting him and the 2 children in it. Each bullet hit the at stand and sputtered brilliant sparks. But it can't break through the defense and cause effective damage. The young Quicksilver, hiding in Wong Quan's arms, looked at Wong Quan with admiration. The power displayed by Wong Quan once again subverted his cognition. One day, he will become such a powerful warrior. But little Wanda's face was extremely pale. She could perceive that Wong Quan's angry heart had reached a critical point. Even those black and white pupils have been transformed into a strange blood color. The energy enough to make the world tremble is coming out of this man Su Sheng, King of Wrath, the tyrant of destruction, so awakening. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, a mobile hawker cursed and said ugly words. From the car next to him, take out a rocket launcher and blast it in the direction of Wong Quan. The sharp rocket, dragging the pungent white smoke, slammed into the position at high speed. Boom! The impact of the explosion caused a large amount of smoke and dust, obscuring everyone's sight. The dense gunshots gradually subsided. When the assassins thought their target was dead, in the smoke that dissipated, a tall man is slowly standing up from the ground. A strange blood light flashed from the man's eyes. Let the group of assassins at the scene suddenly feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. On the street, the parked cars suddenly tilted their heads and flew towards the sky. Such a bizarre scene. All the assassins present raised their heads blankly and looked into the air suspiciously. Hundreds of cars, erected at a height of 100 meters, look like tombstones. Next moment, these hovering cars. Then, at a very fast speed, he descended from a high altitude and smashed into a famous assassin with precision. The assassins who were smashed were like ketchup that was stomped on. Scarlet blood, mixed with minced meat, sputtered everywhere. Devil! He's the devil! The shrill screams constantly sounded. The assassins who were panicking discarded their weapons, turned around, and fled in embarrassment. But the cars smashed from the sky can always hit the target accurately, depriving them of life. Support. Tell the Baron. We need gunships. We need armored combat vehicles. An assassin at the scene was roaring eagerly through the radio. But before his words fell, a big truck roared down from the sky. The truck was erected on the ground like a tombstone. The assassin's body was in the ruins, blooming like a flower. Murder. This is a one-sided massacre. The brutality displayed by Wong Quan made the Quicksilver brothers and sisters cover their mouths with pale faces. The pungent, bloody smell that filled the air made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Following the last assassin, the assassin hiding in the dark was smashed into a pool of minced meat by 4 or 5 vehicles descending from the sky. This one-sided slaughter has finally come to an end. Afraid, Wong Quan leaned down and asked the 2 children beside him. The blood in his eyes gradually faded, and he became the brother and sister they once again looked like they knew each other. Don't be afraid. The siblings spoke in unison. If this is the life they have to face, so from now on, they have to learn to adapt. Just as the brothers and sisters finished speaking, the roar of the helicopter resounding from the sky in the distance. The reinforcements of this group of assassins are about to rush to the scene. 73. At the moment, Decepticon command. When Wong Quan was attacked, a piercing siren sounded throughout the command. Starscream angrily clenched his fists, rushed into the headquarters, grabbed Soundwave from the ground, and reprimanded angrily. Sonic, you be asterisk 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 D. What have you done? Our Majesty, if you break a little skin, you will not have your fruit to eat. Starscream's threat, exasperated. Seeing Cybertron Star, we are about to usher in rebirth. And their king was attacked by the natives on this wild and backward planet. 10,000 Starscream would not agree to this kind of thing. In the dark, Starscream seems to have heard the teachings of the former leader Megatron again. Starscream, give them all the hard work. What are you still doing? Hurry up, open the land bridge. We have to act and tell His Majesty that he is not fighting alone. Starscream growled at Sonic as the Decepticon's first lieutenant. It's time for his turn. Sonic remains silent. But a portal has been opened outside the headquarters. The Decepticon Elite Brigade, follow me. Starscream growled angrily. The Protector's heart is red, and even in the shrill voice, there is a trace of domineering that cannot be rejected. In the process of running fast, he quickly shape-shifted into an F-22 Raptor fighter and dived towards the portal. This is his latest vehicle form. Compared with the previous F-16, whether it is appearance or weapon mounts, it is too much stronger. After hearing his order, the elite soldiers belonging to the air combat team have all completed shape-shifting at this moment. 34 silver-gray Raptor fighter jets, following the brigade leader Starscream, rush into the portal one after another. At the moment, on the other side of the battlefield, 6 armed helicopters flew towards the battlefield in an echelon manner. At the same time, inside a castle far from town, the camouflaged bunker suddenly started, and heavy tanks with the Hydra mark quickly drove out of the bunker. While the crawler is turning, it runs over the green lawn, making a depressing hum. Hydra, this dark force that has existed since World War II, is the mastermind behind all this. Unfortunately, Hydra, who was once in a hurry. After all, it is the evil star who should not be provoked. They will soon pay a tragic price for their stupidity. Flying Eagle has arrived at the scene and started to lock the target. The armed helicopter headed by turned on the intelligent locking system and gave orders to the other team members. But the shrill voice resounded through the sky. Dozens of Sidewinder missiles attacked the helicopter echelon from the left. The 6 helicopters could not dodge in time, and they were in the air one after another, turning into blooming fireworks. Then, 35 raptors roared across the sky. Call me. Hit hard. Never let anyone go. Starscream gritted his teeth and gave the order, and then accelerated in an instant, leaving a giant sonic boom in the air. And the direction he flew to was the headquarters of HYDRA. The rest of the elite soldiers are naturally not to be outdone. Although, in the anime, they are just miscellaneous soldiers, cannon fodder-like characters. But if put in reality, each of them is a killing god. In particular, their vehicle form is the strongest raptor fighter in the world. In 2008, 35 raptor fighters were dispatched at the same time. What kind of concept? It can be summed up in just 2 words. Crush. 35 raptor fighters, if dispatched at the same time. Few countries dare to fight to the death with them in the air. The heavy tanks that are coming obviously also noticed the existence of these raptor fighters. For the ground troops who lost their air superiority, they are living targets to be slaughtered. Because the weapons loaded on the tank are too bulky, it is difficult to lock the latest raptor fighter. But when they tried to retreat, it was too late. Blow me up. Starscream gave cruel orders. A round of armor-piercing blasting bombs accurately locked down the collapsed heavy tanks. The roar sounds constantly. A commander, with the driver, gunner, and loader in horror, evacuated from the tank. But Starscream, diving at a low altitude, directly turned on the Vulcan cannon. Vulcan cannon, spewing orange tongues of fire. A bullet with a caliber of 20 millimeters directly shattered the entire group into blood flowers. As a soldier who survived millions of years of war, he has already gone through countless battles. He doesn't care what protocol, what is humane, or what is inhumane. For these Decepticons, the way to kill the enemy in an instant is the best weapon. 74. The battle is decided in an instant. All the forces sent by Hydra were wiped out by the elite brigade, led by Starscream. At the moment, the fortress of HYDRA, the piercing air defense sirens sounded. The restless Baron Strucker was wiping with trembling, cold sweat overflowing from his forehead. The Iron Legion he was so proud of was destroyed so quickly under the firepower of the enemy. The satellite map shows the 35 raptor fighters that appeared out of thin air were rushing towards the fortress. Turn on the energy shield. Order the air defenses to fire at full force. The pale-faced Baron Strucker gave orders to his subordinates. But he is not stupid. After this Hydra base is exposed, it will inevitably become the public enemy of the world. The wisest course of action is to take the best course of action. Before retreating, Baron Strucker angrily punched the podium, squinting his eyes. He didn't expect that if he hides so well, he still attracts the attention of other forces. Original. He intends to let the brother and sister experience the sufferings of the world. When they couldn't stand it any longer, as a great man, he helped the 2 brothers and sisters to gain their loyalty. But he never imagined that someone would pick Peaches. And the identity of the other party is still a mutant with terrifying strength. This matter will never be the case. I promise. Baron Strucker, before retreating, looked at Wong Quan, who was standing with the Quicksilver brothers and sisters on the screen, and said viciously. After, accompanied by the escort, he took the most advanced flight device and prepared to escape from the scene. Town direction. Wong Quan and Quicksilver brothers and sisters, standing in the ruins. Little Wanda watched in surprise. On the gray sky, the tracks of those raptor fighter planes were drawn. Curiously raised his face, he looked at Wong Quan behind him. They are alive, Wanda said in surprise. Although she was separated by a kilometer, she could still perceive vaguely. Those raptor fighters are mechanical beings with emotions and the ability to think. They are my subordinates. Wong Quan replied with a light smile, and then he turned his eyes to this dilapidated town. Apart from the remains of your parents, is there anything else worth caring about here? Wong Quan asked. The little brother and sister in front of him said, Gone. The people here are bad, and they take pleasure in bullying us. I would rather feed the dog food than sponsor our brothers and sisters. Even if they take money to buy it, they will be maliciously overpriced. A flash of hatred flashed in little Quicksilver's eyes, and he immediately complained to Wong Quan. How about you, Wanda? Are there still people and things you care about here? Wang Quan used the ability of manipulating magnetic fields while asking the girl beside him. The earth trembled violently, and the area where the two tombs were located rose from the ground. A portal unfolded from above the three. Send the two tombs to the city of Torio, the best cemetery in the area. Black Widow will take care of this and give decedent the highest treatment. The parents of the siblings will rest there. In a strange country, continue to bless the brothers and sisters. No, little Wanda answered timidly. She felt a strong sense of unease, as if a catastrophe was about to happen. Yes, then there is no need for this town to exist, Wang Quan said softly, with that cold face looking down at the front indifferently. Under the dubious gaze of the siblings, black liquid metal diffused from the ring and wrapped around Wang Quan's arm, forming a pair of mechanical arm armors. Magnetic gloves. Although with the ability to manipulate magnetic fields, this powerful equipment lost its greatest value. But, at the moment activate this equipment, it's because Wang Quan doesn't want to just get his hands dirty. Manipulating the magnetic field allows Wang Quan to perceive the magnetic field of the planet. Under the overclocking operation, Wang Quan can control everything perfectly. King of Wrath gives him endless energy. When the three are combined, what kind of qualitative change will it cause? Wang Quan's toes rose from the ground. Together with the Quicksilver brothers and sisters, they were also suspended in the air in exclamations. Wang Quan wore the two arms of the mechanical armor and slowly dragged them up to the sides. In an instant, the ground began to vibrate violently. A terrible earthquake spread from below Wang Quan to the entire town. Covering an area of close to a 3-kilometer town, the outermost ground began to collapse rapidly. All roads and trails are cut off from the outside world at this moment. The building below collapsed suddenly, causing a chain reaction like dominoes. The houses in the entire block are all unable to escape the fate of collapse. Disaster is coming. The choking yellow sand sky filled the entire town. Thousands of residents in the town screamed in horror. In the absence of command, they are like a group of headless flies, fleeing aimlessly. Many drivers driving vehicles along the damaged road drive forward like crazy. But when the ring-shaped Grand Canyon cuts off their escape route, they were horrified to discover the town has lifted off. 75. Town lift off. A town with a radius of 3 kilometers was torn from the ground by some kind of terrifying force. It seems that there is a pair of invisible giant hands, which is really pushing the whole town to fly in the direction of HYDRA base. Desperate screams resounded throughout the town. The two brothers and sisters suspended in the air watched all the scenes below. Big brother, what are you going to do? Little Quicksilver asked with a pale face. He could no longer imagine what would happen next. Teach these idiots a lesson, Wang Quan said indifferently. A minute ago, he had received a communication from Starscream. The enemy's fortress is protected by a special energy stand, and they cannot break through for a while. Therefore, Starscream asked Wang Quan if Hercules was dispatched. To this, Wang Quan's answer more simply: if the opponent hides in the tortoise shell and refuses to come out, then smash the tortoise shell together. In this liftoff town, it is the angry Wang Quan, the hammer about to fall. The town with a radius of 3 square meters continues to rise and continues to move forward in the direction of HYDRA base. At the same time, Hydra's base, the Solitude Fortress, which is located in the snow and ice, raises a blue energy barrier. Baron Strucker, using advanced technology, far surpasses other Hydra bases. In time, it is an extremely difficult bone for SHIELD. The savvy Baron Strucker even took control of several nearby towns. When necessary, he can pull out a militia at any time to act as his own cannon fodder. But now, one of the towns is approaching the direction of the base, and the members of the base, but they don't know anything. 35 Raptor fighters hovering in the air, trying to break the barrier from all directions. Unfortunately, it came back in vain. Exasperated Starscream, directly connected to Sonic, try to get this excellent intelligence officer to invade the intranet of HYDRA base. However, a young girl's voice suddenly entered Starscream's communication system. This is the Red Queen. I have hacked into the internal system. Elite Brigade, Please evacuate as soon as possible. High energy warning ahead. The voice of the Red Queen surprised Starscream. But soon he realized that this must be the ghost of Sonic. Just when Starscream, leading the elite brigade, rushed to the battlefield together, Sonic has teamed up with Red Queen, cracked the firewall of Hydra base, and successfully invaded their internal network. These people who are engaged in intelligence have a really dark heart. Damn, Sonic. Do you want to compete with me for this credit too? Starscream cursed in annoyance. However, he received an emergency communication from his subordinates, signaling him to leave the scene quickly. In this short period of time, except for Starscream, the other 34 Raptor fighters all scrambled to withdraw from the battlefield. Looking at the embarrassed performance of his subordinates, Starscream turned the fuselage and looked at the rear that had not been paying attention. At the moment, the giant meteorite with a radius of 3 kilometers is moving at full speed in the direction of the fortress. Too big. A radius of 3 kilometers. What kind of concept? That is a real town. Compared with this town, the tiny red spider is like a small bug. My God, Our Majesty, are you crazy? Starscream let out a high-pitched whimper and turned the wing hastily. It broke out far faster than other fighters and fled the scene crying and screaming. At the moment, inside the Hydra base, warning, giant meteorite detected. It is expected that in 10 minutes, the fort will be hit and everyone will retreat immediately. The shrill air raid siren resounded throughout the base, and everyone present panicked for a while. Facing this, the impending natural disaster, the personnel inside the base, no longer caring about others, left their posts one after another and ran towards the outside world. But the alloy gate, originally used for defense, suddenly descended. Trap all Hydra members in this fort. What a joke. Hurry up and open the door. Damn, someone hacked the system. Desperate Hydra members, roaring with anger. 10 minutes later, that giant meteorite will hit the fortress. If you don't hurry up and leave the scene, waiting for their final fate, one can imagine, when the members of Hydra are in chaos. A strange crimson light suddenly radiated from the smart display screen. A pretty blonde girl, staring indifferently at everyone in the base, said her classic lines, "You will all die here." 76. What is the concept of falling from the sky in a town with a radius of 3 kilometers? The comet that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs was only 3 times larger than it. Although, a town that continues to rise, both in terms of speed and quality, it is far inferior to that extraterrestrial comet that caused the mass extinction. But even so, it still has the lethal power to destroy the world. The giant meteorite streaks across the sky, blocking the brilliance of the sun and making the earth fall into darkness again. Air raid siren, resounding throughout Sokovia. When this giant meteorite passed through the city, hundreds of thousands of people living here fell into despair and panic. What a joke. Damn, did the gods abandon us? Don't do this kind of thing on the ground. The roar of despair kept ringing. In the face of this natural disaster, human beings are so weak. The repressed emotions accumulated in people's hearts exploded in despair. Burn and loot, bully the weak. Intensive exchanges of fire are constantly ringing. The whole city is on the brink of destruction. An elderly priest knelt down on the ground with a terrified expression. She held up the cross tremblingly and prayed very sincerely. This day, humanity finally remembers. In ancient times, fears once dominated by the gods. There are only 3 minutes left until the town where it was lifted off and hit the Hydra base. Little Wanda with the telepathy ability suddenly covered his head in pain. Countless negative emotions poured into her brain. That is the despair and fear of the hundreds of thousands of residents in the city below. Big brother, you can't do this. It's too close. Even the city below will be affected. At that time, it is very likely that hundreds of thousands of people will die in this natural disaster. After all, the residents of the city are not necessarily bad people. Little Wanda, eager to persuade Wong Quan. After all, she is still young and has the ability of mind perception. Now, being disturbed by external emotions, pity is inevitable. To this, Wong Quan just stared at her indifferently. You forgot to attack your neighbor before. Without my protection, your siblings are already dead. The city below is the area controlled by Hydra, which is the lair of those assassins. You have pity and want to let them go. Do you think they will let you go? They'll be like sinister snakes, lurking in the dark, tracking your whereabouts. Once they find you, they will take their revenge. Your friends, your family, the things you care about will become their means of revenge against you. At that time, how will you face? Wang Quan questioned the girl in front of him. His demeanor seems crazy, but he sees things more clearly than anyone else. I would rather kill 100,000 by mistake than let go of an enemy. Only then can he establish his own reputation in the dark world. Let those insidious and cunning enemies fear his might. Thus, to dispel the idea of being an enemy of him. This catastrophe, for Wang Quan, it's just the beginning. However, we are not gods, and there is no reason to do this. Little Wanda lowered her head in despair and whispered sadly. After all, she is still just a child, and she still has a little illusion about the things in front of her, not as pure as adults. Wang Quan raised his hand with a sigh and stroked Wanda's small head. Wanda, you have to understand one thing. When the enemy shows his fangs, there is no need for a reason to kill. There was no trace of guilt in this indifferent tone. However, the two brothers and sisters suddenly became enlightened. That's right. They are the enemy. If you don't kill them all, you will die? The young little Wanda, after realizing this, is finally no longer confused. It was because of the emotional erosion from the outside world that she felt that pity in her heart and disappeared without a trace. Wang Quan, big brother. From now on, I will not be lost. Little Wanda clenched her fists and stared at the front with determination. The aura on her body skyrocketed again. Ability control for mental perception and psychokinesis operation has been raised to a new level. Wang Quan nodded approvingly. He was heartily gratified for the girl's growth. During the conversation between the two, they have arrived at the predetermined location, the strongest fortress of Hydra. At the moment, military satellites from all over the world have locked the scene. More than 200 countries on this planet are paying close attention to this natural disaster. They are very clear. Such a terrifying giant meteorite fell from the sky. What a terrifying cataclysm it will cause to the world. And the leader of all this has been regarded by Western European countries as the most dangerous man in the world. His existence must not be known to ordinary people, otherwise it will inevitably lead to great panic. At the same time, to reveal his identity is undoubtedly to set himself up on the opposite side of that man. In the face of this natural disaster-level powerhouse, they have no ability to resist. All I can do is pray, on sight, under the watchful eyes of the Quicksilver siblings. Wang Quan raised his right hand indifferently, looked down at the world below, and said that classic line in a plain tone. From now on, let the world feel the pain. The voice falls. He cancels the magnetic field that drags up the town. Let this small town with a radius of 3 kilometers fall freely, falling from an altitude of several kilometers towards the Hydra base directly below. 77. The town that fell from the sky, in the friction with the air, the edge of the blazing high temperature. The high temperature of thousands of degrees is even continuing to rise. Even the surrounding air was scorched and twisted. A shrill scream resounded from the town, and the residents who lived there turned into twisted, scorched corpses in the flames. Under intense pressure, the edge of the town begins to fall apart. Seen from a distance, a giant comet, with a meteorite that fell off the main body, smashed towards the castle below. The moment the two meet, the energy barrier that can't even be broken by missiles burst instantly. Without the protection of the barrier, the entire Hydra base collapses rapidly. Even the snow and ice accumulated over the years melted into hot steam in an instant. And this, just the prelude to this catastrophe. When the fallen town touches the earth, an unprecedented loud noise echoed in the heaven and earth, overshadowing all sounds. Countless dust and gravel were thrown into the sky in this impact. The dust that was pulled up in an instant surpassed the height of the mountain, and 897 was connected to the sky. For a while, the whole of Serbia has ushered in the darkest day. When the ring-shaped, terrifying impact spread to the city not far away, all the buildings were instantly reduced to pieces. Pedestrians fleeing in terror on the street were turned into dust under the ruthless impact. The torn earth trembled wildly. One after another, the terrifying cracks that collapsed were derived to the unobservable distance with the naked eye. Because of the special location, affected by the super earthquake, even the coasts of neighboring countries have triggered a tsunami. The gray-blue sea water burst into the land, and even the 10,000-ton ship was engulfed by the tsunami. A small coastal country named Lithuania. The radius of the country was swallowed up by the tsunami, and the casualties exceeded 1 million. More than just it. And the nearby Western European countries have been terribly affected. And all this has just begun. The ensuing climate deterioration, resulting in the extinction of biological species, that is the real despair. At least from now on. Serbia, for a long time, will be reduced to a biological restricted area. At the moment, at the heart of the shock, Wang Quan, with his hands behind his back, is suspended in the sky, looking down indifferently. The apt position that spreads around Wang Quan takes all the impact damage for him. Quicksilver brothers and sisters have been scared into a coma. So many incredible things happened today for these two young children. After the two brothers and sisters were unconscious, Wang Quan opened the portal and sent them to the hive base. In the days to come, they will be training there. Wang Quan's gaze, through the dust that covered the sky, looked down at the fiery lava rolling down below. A photon screen appeared in front of him. Destroy the Hydra base, kill Baron Strucker, and gain the trust of the Quicksilver siblings. Congratulations on triggering hidden rewards. Get what you get. Dark Peak. Dark Peak, a fortress city built by the Decepticons on the Blue Star. After activation, the current area can be transformed into a Cybertron ecology. Attention! This assimilation area will reach 1,200 square kilometers, Dark Peaks. In that anime, the fortress city of the Decepticons. Under the strengthening of the system, this fortress city covers a larger area, equivalent to the geographical area of the entire Twisted City. No doubt, this is a real city. Wang Quan looked, at the system reward in front of him and thought of the Decepticons who had come to Earth through the space bridge during this period of time. There are more than 18. In addition to Sonic, Black Widow, Starscream, Knockdown, Deadfire, and Digger. The other Decepticons are just a group of elite miscellaneous soldiers. Considering them, the massive size, hive base, will soon be unable to accommodate them. At the moment, the Dark Peak, gifted by the system, can just solve the urgent need. It's time to build a new base. Wang Quan exclaimed complicatedly. The natural disaster that came before has already made the world see his power. Presumably now, there will be no more stupid people who dare to touch his bottom line. It's time for the world to see the power of Decepticons. Thinking of this, Wang Quan opened the system backpack and took out a purple-black crystal. This is the item that holds the Dark Peak. Just place it on the ground, and you can activate it. Just here, Wang Quan looked at the annular crater below and smiled expectantly. He controls the magnetic field of the planet and rushes towards the giant crater below at an extremely fast speed. Under the protection of the stand, even the hot magma is isolated from the outside world. Can't do any harm to him. He will seal the Dark Peak crystal and stab to the bottom of the lava lake. At the moment of contact with the ground, the crystal diffuses a strange purple light. The rock formations at the foot of Wang Quan, illuminated by the light, turned into black metal. As the light spreads, more and more rock formations are assimilated into Cybertron alloys. Until, after spreading to a radius of 1,200 square kilometers, this force will stop transforming. The black Cybertron alloy constructs a majestic dark throne facing its master. Just when Wang Quan, sitting on the throne of darkness, the dark throne carrying Wang Quan turned into the highest main peak, rising towards the lake above. 10 meters. F***km. Thousands of meters. The steel main peak that broke through the lava lake is still stretching towards the dark dome. Wang Quan, who is sitting high on the dark throne, is excitedly overlooking the changes around him. The giant alloy wall rises in the smoke and dust that covers the sky. A tower of steel surrounds the highest dark peak, like a crown of thorns. Dark Peak. Decepticons on the Blue Star, the first fortress city was born. 78. Shield. When the big collision between heaven and earth happened, everyone fell into a trance. Nick Fury slumped in his chair, shivering with fear. He tried to open his mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. At the moment, the number of casualties cannot be counted for a while. This natural disaster has affected 10 countries. The Western European world has long been in panic. They don't know how to deal with the relationship with Wong Quan. Not only envious of Wong Quan's power, but also in awe of his strength. This group of selfish Angsa people with malicious intentions dare not mention the name Wong Quan. Only use that man, or the title, to call Roar Wong Quan, to cover up his timidity. Tyrant of destruction, the most dangerous man in the world. Among them, SHIELD is naturally included. More than this, a sizable part of the group, headed by Alexander Pierce, has become a peacemaker. They believe that they should do their best to win over Wong Quan. Even if you can't be an ally, it's better than being an enemy. To this end, it is even proposed to list Twisted City as a gray area. As long as Wong Quan doesn't fight against them on the bright side, they will open one eye and close one eye. The appearance of this group of peacemakers made Nick Fury furious. These foxes, in order to seek stability, have given up too many things. First Kemet, and then there's Obadiah. Now I'm ready to let that man go and develop his power in Twisted City. It goes on like this. The day when that man becomes powerful, I am afraid that this group of peace sects will have to devote their loyalty to each other. Thinking of this, Nick Fury, I want to use the most powerful ace now. 11. As long as the captain is willing to come back. With the current Wong Quan alone, he will definitely not be that woman's opponent. But Nick Fury also has his own insistence. He wants to form an Avengers to fight that man. Instead, cry in dismay and seek the aid of that woman. Tony, how is it now? Nick Fury, rubbing his eyebrows irritably, asked Hill beside him. He hasn't replied yet, but according to insider intelligence, just 5 minutes ago, he bought a lot of vibranium. And also, some demagnetized specialty alloys. Hill reported the information he got to the director in front of him. Someone seems to be in a hurry. If nothing else, our Iron Man should be preparing to build stronger armor. 99. Nick Fury responded with a sneer, a smug smile on his lips. He knew that he would assign Obadiah's shares to Wong Quan. With Tony's arrogant personality, he will definitely turn against him. Looking at Avengers, the first warrior is about to return. Nick Fury decided to add more fire. Contact Natasha Romanoff and ask her to find a way to exacerbate the tension between the two. Even if you blow the pillow wind, you will not hesitate. 35. Nick Fury, the only eye left, with a flicker of malice. But he didn't realize at all that he was Wong Quan's biggest inner responder. If later, Wong Quan occupied SHIELD, the words "Honor Decepticons" will be engraved on the tombstone of Nick Fury. Dark Peaks. This city of fortresses that rose up in ruins, the energy fluctuations emanating, were immediately locked by sound waves. He immediately conveyed this news to all the Decepticons. The first to receive the news were the Diggers, who immediately stopped their work. There is a Cybertron city on this planet. That must be the Master's masterpiece. Forklift, the leader of the Digger team, said in astonishment. I haven't waited for other members to express their opinions. A portal opened in front of the Diggers. This group of Diggers who are loyal to Wong Quan did not dare to delay and immediately shapeshifted the vehicle form. Led by the forklift, 6 construction vehicles drove into the portal at full speed. Inside the quantum lab, Ivan Vank and Knockout, looking at the masterpiece in front of them, both showed excited expressions. It worked. Based on the prototype, they built a more powerful arc reactor in just a few days. Although there is still a lot of room for development, it is still a masterpiece. But before waiting for the knockdown, Ivan Vank was held in his hands to celebrate the scientific research achievements of the two. He then received this sound wave, the order to gather. Your Majesty, I have something to do with us. Flowers, it looks like I can only come back to celebrate. Knockout sighed with regret, but he never dared to disobey the orders of Wang Quan. Just as he was about to leave the test, Ivan Vank, however, grabbed the arc reactor on the table and handed it to the knockdown hand. My lord, after seeing the finished product, he will definitely praise you. Maybe I will give you some rewards. Ivan suggested to Knockout in his native language. Knockdown for a moment, but soon understood what Ivan meant. Our finished product. Knockout carefully put away the arc reactor and gestured with a thumbs up to his human assistant. As he gets along with Ivan, as a Decepticon, he likes it more and more, and the intelligent race in front of him. When the voice falls, the knockdown will transform into a vehicle form. 0, the red Aston Martin, with a blue tail flame, passed through the portal ahead. At the same time, the Elite Brigade, which was almost hit, also received a message from Soundwave after reaching the safe area. What? Dark, dark, peak, peak. Starscream shrieked word by word. He never imagined that the Lord actually had this kind of ability. The fortress city of Decepticons can be transferred to the Blue Star. All members of the fleet, obey. Turn the direction immediately and request to open the land bridge. Through wireless communication, Starscream gave new orders to his subordinates. 35 Raptor fighters roar whistled in the sky and successively passed the portal opened by sound waves. At the moment, on the high throne of Dark Peaks, the majestic Wang Quan was looking down at the elite Decepticons soldiers who had passed through the portal and arrived at the scene one after another. Digger Squad, knock down and die fire. And Starscream, hey, a Death God drone passes through a portal. Shape-shifting into a sound wave in midair, it landed firmly on the ground. After the sound wave landed, he kneeled on one knee respectfully and gently placed the Red Queen in his palm on the ground. The rest of the Decepticons also learned the same way and knelt down on one knee. To the king who sits on the throne of darkness, swear eternal allegiance. Except for Black Widow, who is on the job. All the Decepticons on the Blue Star have assembled in this fortress city. 79. On the throne, Wang Quan looked down at the Decepticon below, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. For a long time, because of the difference in body shape, His Majesty has not been well displayed. Now he is sitting high on the dark throne, and his aura is stronger and more terrifying than ever. Even the Decepticons kneeling below did not dare to look up. From today, the peak of darkness is the new base of the Decepticons. I allow you to move freely. On weekdays, Starscream is the conductor. Wang Quan gave the order loudly. 903 His voice, enhanced by the loudspeaker, was introduced into the ears of every Decepticon. After hearing the news, the Decepticons present showed their excited expressions. They long for freedom, and the vehicle form of flight is the best proof. Is there anything more worthy and happy than being able to finally get rid of the underground life? Apart from defeat as a medical officer, knocked down and raised his smooth palm, looking at the volcanic ash falling from the sky, and frowned immediately. It's just torture to keep him in this environment. Thinking of this, Knockdown immediately raised his hand, indicating that he had something to say. His actions immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of others. Anyone can see that this kid is prepared. The act of knocking down also fell into Wang Quan's eyes. Wang Quan raised his brows, and a smile appeared on his face. Say, although there is only one word, it reveals a shocking majesty. Knocked down a little pale, but he still mustered up his courage, placed an arc reactor in the palm of his hand, and held it high above his head. When arc reactor appeared, the dazzling white light dispels the surrounding darkness. Almost all become the center of attention of the audience. My lord, this is our gift for your coronation. Compared with the prototype brought back by Hercules, its power has increased 3 times. 55. I hope you will give us more time. We will soon be able to come up with finished products with higher power and mass production. Knocked down and said in a trembling voice. He originally wanted to attach his own conditions and continue to stay in the hive base. But when Knockdown raised his head and looked up at Wang Quan, his fire was trembling. When it came to the words on his lips, after all, he still didn't have the courage to say it. Oh, Wang Quan looked at the arc reactor, knocking down his hand, and his fingers twitched slightly. Pulled by the magnetic field, the arc reactor was suspended in midair. Under the gaze of a group of Decepticons, fly to Wong Quan's hands. Good. You and Ivan didn't let me down. Considering the environment of Dark Peak, it is not suitable for human settlement for the time being. Knockdown, you should stay in the hive base and continue research with Ivan. Wong Quan showed a satisfied smile and issued a new order for the knockout. Because of the at-position protection, he is safe and sound. But if it's someone else, I'm afraid I'll be dead in a few hours. Vank father and son can only work inside the hive now. Coupled with Wong Quan's understanding of this medical officer, how can he not see that he is so careful? For the sake of knockdown, it's enough to satisfy his wish. As you wish. Knockdown with an excited smile and responded respectfully. At the same time, he was relieved and determined to come up with better works. After solving the knockdown thing, Wong Quan gave the arc reactor in his hand to the Digger squad. Digger, I order you to build a space bridge as soon as possible at all costs. I need more warriors if I want Dark Summit to work. A new order, issued again. For Point 8 for this fortified city that covers an area of more than 1,200 square kilometers. If there are only 50 Decepticons in charge of guarding, it would be a bit too ridiculous. We won't let you down. The Digger squad, headed by the forklift, replied excitedly after taking over the arc reactor. Now, they already have cold nuclear reactors that can provide ample energy. The next step is to build a super large space bridge and get ready for interstellar teleportation. 80. Just as Wong Quan's order was given, Starscream rolled his eyes, but also learned to knock down, raising his slender alloy palm. Starscream, do you have anything to report? Wong Quan showed an expectant smile. The performance of this first adjutant so far has never disappointed him. Your Majesty, good news from Cybertron. The shockwave research has achieved extraordinary success in the early hours of this morning. He said to show you in person. Just when Starscream spoke, a giant portal opened on the Dark Peak. The portal, with a height of 40 meters, even Wong Quan, was the first time he saw it. Dull footsteps sounded from the portal. The first thing that catches my eye is a scarlet one-eyed. Nearly 10 meters tall, painted in dark purple, the sturdy shock wave walked out of the portal steadily. The shock wave that descended on the blue star inspected the fortified city that was even more shocking on Botan. Finally, he turned his eyes to the 22 throne of darkness. When Shockwave's eyes met Wong Quan's eyes. Shockwave, see your Majesty. The chief scientist of the Decepticons kneeled on one knee respectfully and offered his loyalty to the Majesty in front of him. Shockwave, looks like this is our first time meeting. Wong Quan looked down at the Shockwave below, with a tone of guilt in his words. When he needed help the most, the first person to stand up was a robotic insect with low intelligence, including Starscream. These Decepticons high level did not arrive at the first time. Even after so long, he still felt a little angry when he recalled it. In particular, this Shockwave in front of me. It's been a long time since we met. Aware of the reproach in Wong Quan's words, Shockwave lowered his head and his attitude became even more awe-inspiring. Before you punish me, allow me to introduce you to the ultimate weapon of the Decepticons, Cybertron's strongest creature. Gigantic, Shockwave said respectfully. His performance is very calm, very logical, and very different from the average Decepticon. Even if he knew the tyrant in front of him could execute him with a single thought, he still did not panic at all and introduced his masterpiece at his own pace. In the Shockwave, when the voice fell, a more terrifying roar sounded from the portal behind him. A giant dragon head made of Cybertron alloy protrudes from the portal and looks around alertly. God, this guy really did. Beating the monster in front of him, he couldn't help losing his voice. Just when he sighed, this huge dragon had already stretched out its ferocious claws and crawled out of the portal. Portal, over 40 meters. Still a bit small for this ferocious beast. Even the alloy dragon wings folded on the back can't be stretched out. Your Majesty, little, be careful. Starscream looked at this gigantic ferocious, climbed out of the portal, tremblingly reminded Wong Quan, be careful. After all, the ferocious, gigantic ferocious is cruel by nature. even indistinguishable between enemy and me. In terms of IQ, even compared to robot insects, it is slightly insufficient. Oh, no wonder I sensed a powerful fire recently, and there are signs of recovery. So it's you, the naughty little guy. Wang Quan looked down at the giant ferocious below, and its vicious appearance was exactly the same as in that anime. Maybe I heard the voice of Wang Quan. This steel dragon raised his head vigilantly and looked towards the dark throne in the sky. Ugh, different from the frenzy when he first appeared, his mood gradually stabilized from the moment he saw Wang Quan. It's like, a moment ago, in the eyes of outsiders, it was still a beast that devoured people. In the next second, in front of the owner, it becomes a docile pet. Come here and serve your king. Wang Quan hooked his fingers in the direction of Giant Ferocious, motioning for the beast to come to him. Ugh! This ferocious giant, wagging its tail excitedly, fanned several elite fighters. Scared the other Decepticons to get up from the ground immediately. Get far away from this savage monster. The alloy dragon wings behind the Giant Ferocious opened quickly. During the wave, the wind and sand swept across the sky and flew towards the direction of the Dark Throne. Starscream and his party were blown to and fro. This ferocious giant is too big. Even Hercules, in front of it, is a bit shorter. Not to mention an ordinary Decepticon, which looks like a toy in its eyes. With a little force, it will break in two. Only the Shockwave, still maintaining the posture of kneeling, does not move safely. Without Wang Quan's orders, he would never get up from the ground. In the face of the dragon that rushed towards him, Wang Quan did not open the app position. 913, because from the very beginning, he was able to give orders to the monstrous Tinder. For Wang Quan, be it a Decepticon, an Autobot, or even a gigantic monster, or a robotic insect. In essence, they are all part of the source of fire, and there is no distinction between high and low in front of Wang Quan. This giant ferocious, like a docile cat, gently landed on the ground, then turned over meekly, showing his belly in front of Wang Quan. This is its instinct as a creature, and then proves its loyalty to the master in front of it. Good boy. Wang Quan stroked the giant ferocious dragon head, looked at the giant ferocious dragon, squinted his eyes with enjoyment, and a smile appeared on his face. He is very satisfied with this gift from Shockwave. Shockwave, get up too. If the merits and demerits are equal, I will not hold you accountable. Wang Quan looked down at the Shockwave below and said indifferently, after several weeks of waiting, in exchange for such a result, Wang Quan is still acceptable. As ordered, Shockwave replied respectfully, and then got up from the ground. Like Sonic, he is an absolute loyal minister. For the Decepticons, in order to revive Cybertron, you can give everything you have. 81. Gigantic. When Cybertron was still in the wild, there was a kind of mechanical beast. They are ferocious by nature and brutal, and at the same time, they are extremely powerful and possess unique skills. In that barren age where Autobots and Decepticons didn't exist yet, they are the only masters on Cybertron. Although, these monsters are already extinct. But the Decepticons' chief scientist, Shockwave, used the Cybertron nucleic acid of the ancient giant ferocious. Bring this dead clan back to life again. Shockwave is still anxious, considering whether to resurrect more gigantic monsters to enhance the strength of the Decepticons. Until he saw the steel dragon, the scene of meek submission. Shockwave, this is the decision. He will mass-produce a giant ferocious army at the fastest speed. After soothing the excited giant, Wang Quan stood on the dark peak with his hands on his back, looking down at a group of Decepticons below. Considering the current understaffing, I decided to turn this fortress city into a base King Kong. Wang Quan's words, through the loudspeaker, resounded through the square below, causing a group of Decepticons to stand still in astonishment. It's not logical. As early as the Battle of Cybertron, base King Kong should have fallen. Shockwave explained calmly. His eyes turned to the arc reactor in the hands of Digger when he was about to apply for it to build this space bridge. Wang Quan's voice sounded again. I know this better than you. All Cybertron life will return to the fire source after it has fallen, even with King Kong. But I have the ability to resurrect, said here. Wong Quan closes his eyes through the spiritual connection established with Cybertron. He directly selected the base King Kong with the most dazzling fire. Then, in the confusion of shockwave, Wong Quan waved his hand. In the name of Yuanshi Tianzuan, fantastic handsome, resurrection, Wong Quan gave an impassioned order. A dazzling fire, like a small sun, flew out from his palm. In midair, start to expand. 1 meter, 5 meters. The kind of fire that belongs to the big marshal is still growing. Under the strengthening of the power of heavenly venerate, the strength of Meng Dashui ushered in a qualitative improvement. Only in this way can he control this fortified city and complete shape-shifting. Meng, fierce handsome. Starscream's eyes widened in horror. He never expected. This, your majesty, the resurrection was not the iron-armored dragon, but the enemy's fighting marshal. Not just him. Even the shock wave was stunned. As for the others, it was even more sluggish. From the giant fire in the sky, they sensed the fear that went deep into the bone marrow. No doubt, that's King Kong, where the Autobots used to be. Even so, no Decepticon dared to stand up and accuse Wong Quan. To them, since Wong Quan has done this, he must have his own deep meaning. So, all they can do is watch. The giant fire sneaked into the ground beneath his feet and became one with the city. After a minute, dark peaks, bright red light. This also declares that the patron saint of the Autobot has completed the integration with the dark peak. Major Commander, respect the call of Lord Tianzun. The grand and steady voice echoes between the heavens and the earth, even more respectful and loyal than the Decepticons. As a base King Kong, the fierce commander has a more detailed perception ability than other Cybertron life. When obeying the call of Wong Quan and resurrecting from the source of fire, great handsome, you already know. This human man is the incarnation of Yuanshi Tianzuan. As the child of Yuanshi Tianzuan, he should serve Wong Quan wholeheartedly, even if become the base of the Decepticons' King Kong. It's so weird. Your Majesty, we also have the iron-armored dragon, Starscream said eagerly. The war with the Autobots, which lasted for millions of years, made him hostile to all the Autobots. 18. He obviously underestimated the ambition of this Majesty. Compared with the destructive desire, the iron-armored dragon has no conscience. A calm and fierce commander is the most suitable role to play as a guardian. Wait for the story of Iron Man 2, after the end. After you get the Colossus, that is the most suitable body for the iron-armored dragon. Wong Quan wants to make iron-armored dragon his strongest weapon, a super weapon that can crush stars. Iron-armored dragon, I have my own use. In addition, from the moment I took control of Cybertron, this long-standing war has ended. From today onwards, both the Autobots and the Decepticons are my subjects. 55 Starscream, do you understand? Wong Quan looked down at Starscream and questioned strongly. Listen, I understand. The Autobots, from now on my family. Starscream, who was already very afraid of death, immediately expressed his attitude after hearing Wong Quan's warning. But in exchange, it was the eyes of other Decepticons. If Nick Fury is an honorary Decepticon, then Starscream is the honor Autobot. Nor Zhao this. As early as the interior of the Decepticon, it became a stock. But Wong Quan didn't have the intention of joking with this group of subordinates. He would never allow such things as infighting among his own forces. What about you? In Wong Quan's eyes, a strange red light flashed, and he looked at the other Decepticons. If anyone dares to deny him, he doesn't mind killing chickens and setting an example to prove his determination. Follow your orders. Including the shock wave, all the Decepticons knelt on one knee and said respectfully. Starscream saw this scene and immediately knelt on the ground and took the lead in shouting roar. Your Majesty hail. Decepticon hail. Cybertron hail. 35 All the Decepticons made a passionate roar shout. This loyal roar shout resounded through the entire dark peak, echoed in the dome, and did not subside for a long time. 82. At the moment, in Tony's underground lab, based in California, he watched the disaster through the Stark Industries satellite. For Wong Quan's power, he has a new understanding. Ordinary alloys on this planet are probably as crisp as white paper in front of that man. Only by creating vibranium armor can it compete with it. JRVS. Continue to increase the firepower deployment. 35. With the current firepower, it is impossible to compete with that man. Tony put the projection screen in front of him into the trash can and sighed regretfully. He also needs stronger weapons and even bigger armor. Sudden. Tony clutched his chest in pain and slumped on the chair behind him, looking pale. The burning sensation in his chest was reminding him that the palladium poisoning was getting worse. He must find a way to find an energy source that can replace palladium. JRVS. Do you have any advice? Tony covered his head weakly. Under internal and external troubles, he felt the pressure on his shoulders getting heavier and heavier. JRVS. Sir, I suggest you take chlorophyll. The voice from Intelligent 917 housekeeper, JRVS, sounded in the laboratory. Chlorophyll. That thing, what do you want me to say? 35. Tony pouted at the thought of that unpleasant drink, reluctance written all over his face. JRVS. Chlorophyll can relieve the pain of palladium poisoning for you. Then, the voice of smart butler, JRVS, persuaded again. Perhaps this sentence made Tony feel a glimmer of hope, and his face became much better. If I keep drinking, will it eradicate the disease? Tony sighed and asked a question he wouldn't believe even himself. JRVS, silent for a moment. JRVS. I'm sorry, sir, but taking chlorophyll can prolong your life. The voice falls. Smart Butler 1 JRVS will present the most reasonable matching plan in front of Tony. As long as he takes it every day, Tony's life can last at least half a year. Is that so? Tony smiled sadly and closed his eyes in awe. He remembered that night again. The humiliation that man put on him, instinctively clenched his fists and slammed it on the soft armrest. He is not happy. Tony opened his eyes again. Just thinking about that man made him full of fighting spirit again. Before that man appeared, Tony is the only genius who has been praised by major media on the altar. The arrogant character developed over the years made him willing to die like this. JRVS, list all known elements. We're going to be busy in the next few days. Tony stared firmly ahead and added the chlorophyll formula provided by JRVS to his favorites. As long as he can defeat that man, he will not hesitate to make a deal with the devil. For hours later, Wong Quan's villa in Twisted. Wong Quan, who was wearing a bathrobe, was sitting on the sofa, closing his eyes. The leader of the Assassin Alliance, the Master Ninja Lei Xiaogu, respectfully stood aside, waiting for the master's order. This shrewd old man, looking at Wong Quan's strong, wheat-colored muscles, probably thought of something and couldn't help sighing. What are you worried? Wong Quan opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Lei Xiaogu. Out of concern for his subordinates, Wong Quan chuckled and ridiculed the Master Ninja in front of him. After hearing Wong Quan's question, Lei Xiaogu smiled wryly and said where he sighed, Sir, you have a perfect body, but I have never seen you exercise, let alone learn fighting skills. As a martial artist, I just feel a little pity for you. Rezha Ancient One replied with regret. After the baptism of Lazarus Pool, plus the strengthening of T-Virus, Wong Quan at the moment, physical strength has long exceeded the limit of human beings. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you exercise a little, you can learn fighting skills. With Wong Quan's physical strength, even without ability, he can tear apart super soldiers. Lei Xiaogu, the Master Ninja, would feel a pity. If you exercise too much, you will become a woman. Wong Quan smiled contemptuously and spoke his violent remarks with disdain. As long as he establishes a spiritual connection with Cybertron, he can learn all fighting skills in an instant. In the Cybertron lab of Shockwave, the black light virus that is being cracked, and compound number 5. As long as this strengthening potion is developed, Wong Quan's body can become stronger. That being the case, so why does he still need to exercise? Hey, Lei Xiaogu sighed bitterly. Since this adult has already expressed his attitude, it is not easy for him to say anything. Wong Quan thought of one thing. How many shadow warriors of the Assassin League have been injected with strengthening serum? Wong Quan asked, and the Master Ninja behind him said, 60 people have completed the injection. Your Decepticon lieutenant, they haven't made alloy armor yet. I assure you that the current Assassin League is extraordinary and can destroy any force overnight. Lexiegu said excitedly, with a feverish air in his eyes. The current Assassin League is like a peerless sword. I've been waiting for the day to come out. After hearing Lei Xiaogu's promise, Wang Quan nodded with satisfaction. He now holds the Dark Shadow Core, which can temporarily replace the Assassin League and perform tasks in the Twisted Contract. At the same time, he thought of another thing. That is the Red Room, hidden in the dark, this force that cannot be underestimated. In order to make the power even stronger, it's time to attack the Red Room. Wang Quan looked at Lei Xiaogu and asked calmly, Lei Xiaogu, have you heard of Red Room? 83. Red Room. It was originally a secret agent organization established during the Cold War period. The specific work is similar to SHIELD of the Lighthouse Country. This mysterious agency selects homeless girls from various turbulent countries and trains them to become powerful agents. Only the best few people can pass the selection and get the title of Black Widow. That's right, Natasha Romanoff, the best female agent of SHIELD. One of the 6 elders of the future Avengers is the defector of the Red Room. Pity. This elite warrior is in the hands of a dying old man. What a waste. He decided to dispatch the Assassin League to take control of the Red House for him. I see what you mean. But, at present, we do not have the coordinates of the Red Room, nor do we have long-distance aircraft. Lei Xiaogu replied bitterly. Agents like Red Room and SHIELD will never reveal their coordinates easily. I want to find out their existence on this planet. It's difficulty. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Sonic and the Red Queen will assist you in your investigation. As for the means of transport, Wang Quan showed an expectant smile, apparently found a suitable candidate from the Decepticons. When the space bridge is built, I will let the big train send over first and go with you. Wang Quan thought of the Decepticon warriors on Cybertron, and the look of anticipation on his face became more intense. For more years to go. There are only 4 years left until the Battle of New York begins. The alien fleet of the Karitas, led by Loki, will invade the planet and snatch infinite gems. Until that day comes, Wang Quan's Decepticon Legion, let these idiots know who the owner of this planet is. As ordered, after receiving the order, Lei Xiaogu respectfully stepped back. His daughter, Talia, will take his place and continue to protect the villa. Never let outsiders, especially the mice of SHIELD, know the secrets of the villa underground. As for the adults' safety, naturally there are stronger candidates to protect them. After Lexiegu retreated, the temperature in the living room suddenly dropped a lot. Esther's, who was wearing a nightgown, leaned against the window with a charming smile. The Queen of Frost, with her hands on her chest and the ice crystals on her head, proved that she had just walked out of the bathroom. Sensing the change in temperature, Wang Quan knew that she must be here. It's so late, why don't you go to bed? Looking at the frost beauty in front of him, Wang Quan's eyes showed concern. Not sleepy yet. My lord, I have seen the 2 children. It's 2 good seedlings. If you agree, I want to train them myself. Estes made a request to Wang Quan. In order to get this pair of brothers and sisters, Wang Quan did not hesitate to turn the entire Sokovia into a purgatory on Earth. This pair of brothers and sisters must have something beyond ordinary people. Inside the hive base, when the siblings wake up and show their abilities to Estes just realized, these 2 kids are mutant. Brother is speeder, sister is mind controller. As long as they are carefully cultivated, they will become powerful warriors. This is also the biggest reason why it is so late, and Estes has to meet Wang Quan in person. Hearing Estes' request, Wang Quan also had a smile on his face. He knew the woman in front of him. Although the cold-blooded cruelty displayed when dealing with the enemy is chilling for flowers, but when dealing with subordinates, she is very generous and is a qualified commander. Quicksilver brothers and sisters, handed over to her to train, Wang Quan is still very relieved. Then please. Wang Quan agreed, Estes' request. When he is done with the things at hand, he will also participate in it, and even cultivate the brother and sister himself. The thoroughly awakening Wanda has the power to rewrite reality and subvert the multi-universe. Even the current little Wanda has extremely strong fighting power, especially mind control. It makes the enemy hard to guard. Such a good ability must not be wasted. And Quicksilver. Speaking of the current cinematic universe, who has the most hope to crack the mystery of Speed Force and master this power? Quicksilver. Definitely one of them. But Wong Quan didn't want to make him the Flash. He wants to make Quicksilver his god of speed. And the Savita armor, currently held by Wong Quan, is the gift he prepared in advance for Quicksilver. After receiving Wong Quan's approval, the smile on Estee's face became more intense. She walked in the direction of Wong Quan, lying on Wong Quan's solid back. "I won't let you down." The voice fell. A cold touch came from Wong Quan's left face. Just when he was surprised, Estes took the initiative. The Frost Queen, already covering her blushing pretty face, ran towards the bedroom. "This is really..." Wong Quan touched the hickey on his face and sighed in disbelief at the icy temperature left by the Frost Queen. "Since Estes, I have a good impression of him. Then Wong Quan will not live up to this relationship." He glanced at the dark night sky outside, yawned tiredly, got up from the sofa, and walked towards the bedroom. Silent night. When I came back to my senses, it was already morning, for a long time. 84. 5 months later. Stark exhibition, held as scheduled. During these 5 months, under Wong Quan's coercive order, the board passed almost unanimously. The only one who didn't make a statement is Tony Stark, because he knows the protagonist of this technology exhibition is destined not to be him. It's a conspiracy. The Vank father and son, betrayed by Howard Stark, will take revenge on him with the latest achievements. This technology exhibition named after the Stark family. Tony Stark, who was supposed to be the protagonist, became the object of exclusion. It has to be very emotional. Into the night. The opening ceremony of the Stark exhibition. At a distance of 10,000 meters from the ground, in the night sky, a purple-gray 917 colored aviation plane was moving slowly. After the space bridge on the Blue Star is completed, new Decepticons have also descended on this planet one after another, becoming an important force under Wong Quan's command. Great Train. As a 3-transformation warrior of the Decepticon, he immediately accepted the order and went to Blue Star to serve as the main force of the battle. Unlike other Decepticons, the Big Train has 2 types of vehicles and can be switched freely and quickly. On land, he can transform into a motor train, while in the air, he can transform into a space shuttle. And in the space shuttle vehicle form, he can also extend his body parts to make more space, and thus become the transport spaceship of the Decepticon, carry the Decepticon Legion, and enter the interplanetary sailing. Now, on this planet, he still performs his duties stably, and most of the time, he is in charge of transportation tasks. It is worth mentioning that he likes this ambitious king and firmly believes that under his leadership, the Decepticons will conquer the world. The wind is 30 miles and the height is 15,000 feet. Human, you can enter the drop zone. Good luck. The simple and honest dull sound of the Big Train sounded from the cabin, with a somewhat playful tone. He just took the autistic super genius out for a drive from a villa in California. For his king has commanded. The opening ceremony of this technology exhibition must be hosted by Tony Stark. If he doesn't agree, then find a way to make him agree. At the moment, Tony inside the cabin, his face is very ugly. He's wearing the latest steel battle suit and can't be happier because the naive Big Train, as soon as it appeared, gave Tony a little magic. He put the lover of Iron Man into a sealed warehouse that transported this super energy body and launched it into the orbit of the Blue Star. The oxygen inside is only enough for 12 hours. That is to say, Tony Stark refused to cooperate obediently. Then his lover, Little Pepper, will become a piece of space junk in 12 hours. For Tony, this little magic was somewhat unexpected. He was heartbroken, decisively put on steel battle suit. Then, he was taken by the Big Train to the opening site of the exhibition and acted as the host tonight. With the huge alloy hatch, it slowly opened. Tony walked slowly to the exit, jumped vigorously from the hatch, and fell towards the exhibition site below. A dazzling flame emerged from his palm. Under the powerful propulsion, the steel battle suit draws a gorgeous arc in the night sky. In the cheers of tens of thousands of people, Tony poses the most classic smashing the ground pose, shocking debut. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire exhibition was ignited, and everyone present cheered Roar's name. When Tony got up, the platform under his feet spun up into the air. For precise black manipulators protrude from the inside to precisely remove Tony's battle suit. This scene made Tony shudder. He has never participated in a rehearsal, let alone arranged such a program. And even these robots don't belong to him. But these manipulators know Tony's armor disassembly like the back of the hand. It seems that after thousands of experiments, the speed of dismantling is much faster than the disassembly platform made by Tony himself. Wong Quan. This must be the man, a warning to him. The other party must have hacked into his internal network and looked at his research data on the steel battle suit. That's why it's so accurate, so quick, to remove the battle suit for him. Tony couldn't even think about it in the middle of a battle. Amid the applause of tens of thousands of people, Tony couldn't seem to get excited. He just wanted to complete the task quickly and let the big train pick up Little Pepper. Tony sighed, straightening his suit. He made a far-fetched smile, said it in a formulaic manner, and hurriedly memorized the opening words during the flight. In the current era, superhero doesn't matter. What human beings really need is inheritance of knowledge. But in the current generation, what can we leave for the future? 99 So. After board discussions, this year, for the first time since 1974, from all over the world, different research companies, the best people, will share their research to create a better world. Tony spoke plausibly, but his eyes were constantly searching for the whereabouts of the man among the tens of thousands of viewers. He is very clear. That man must be here. One of our major shareholders is willing to invest $10 billion. Fund the most outstanding genius in his research. Tony said here. The audience fell into a brief sluggishness, and then a tsunami of joy broke out. Roar. With such a big boldness, looking at all 4.8 balls, only Stark Industry has the ability to do it. We have invited a special guest from a previous life. I'll explain everything to you. Welcome to my father, Howard Stark. Tony looked at the lit atmosphere of the scene, and his expression was a little trance. His mission is over. In the audience, with the Quicksilver siblings, Wong Quan, who attended the opening ceremony together, had a deep smile on his face. A photon screen appeared in front of him. Iron Man 2, the story mission begins. Create a new arc reactor and get the final reward, Colossus. The Colossus, a super weapon among the stars, with the power to destroy an entire planet. 85. Technology enables everything. Beautiful life, healthy body. On the screen, a video of the previous generation's Howard Stark was playing. When the eyes of the audience were attracted by this video, Tony left the scene in despair. When leaving, his eyes are on the platform under his feet. His latest steel battle suit is still being held here, which really makes him distressed. Because of the addition of rare metals such as vibranium and all the parts, special demagnetization treatment has been done. This steel battle suit costs hundreds of millions of dollars just for materials. Those new weapons loaded an arc reactor. Even though Tony is now the richest man in the world, he feels a lot of pain. Do not. It is the toxin of the palladium element that is eroding his body again. Tony clutched the arc reactor in front of his chest in pain, quickened his pace, and walked towards the backstage. He took out the test equipment and measured the poison 22 concentration in the blood. 19%. This value made Tony's face even paler. At the moment, he has clearly realized that there is really not much time left for him. In the limited time, can he really find a way to save himself? Or take that man and die together? Just as Tony, sinking into pain, heard his father's voice on the big screen behind him. Technology can change lives, and everyone has a bright future. Tony was stunned. He turned around absent-mindedly and looked at the screen. The graceful father, in front of tens of thousands of people in modern times, told his good wishes. Unfortunately, his proud son, destined to disappoint him. Before the press conference was over, Tony passed through the back door, and left in a hurry. The most important thing right now, just find the big train and let him bring little Pepper back from space. But a chuckle from behind stopped Tony. It's you. Did you let the big train do that? Tony turned around angrily and walked angrily in the direction of Wong Quan. Just when he clenched his fists and was about to punch Wong Quan's handsome face, a burst of blood-colored energy shook him out. Tony lay on the ground in an embarrassment, rolling around for a few times, and then it was difficult to stop. Before he could get up again, a dagger was placed on his neck. Do not move. The childish reprimand was mixed with biting hatred. It was a little boy with silver hair, and he was so fast that Tony couldn't even react. Not only that, turn his blood energy flying into 6 sharp spears in the air, suspended in front of Tony's eyes. As long as this man dares to speak rudely, these 6 energy spears will pierce Tony's head in just a split second. Okay, I'm not moving, Tony said with a pale face. This is definitely the most embarrassing time he has ever been. He didn't understand at all why the boy in front of him was so hostile to him. Not just this boy, and the little girl standing next to that man. The killing intent in her eyes and the anger that emerged were even more terrifying than the boy in front of her. As if Tony killed himself, like their parents. It's so embarrassing. Tony, 35 Wong Quan smiled approvingly towards the little Quicksilver and motioned for him to come back to him. He rubbed little Wanda's head and asked her to remove ability. 4 or 5 months. These 2 little guys, under the training of Estes, have mastered the fighting skills proficiently. After discussing with Wong Quan again, Estes also made a future development route for the brothers and sisters. Quicksilver will become an assassin. In addition to the daily ability training, the ninja master, Lei Xiaogu, will personally teach him the assassination skills. The dagger he was holding at the moment was Lei Xiaogu, a gift to this apprentice. Wanda will become a magician. She has more ability than her brother in how to control ability. Under the loving guidance of Estes and Wong Quan, she has learned to control her energy. Although she is only 13 years old, she is already a strong young man who cannot be underestimated. At the moment, the pale Tony is the best embodiment of brother and sister strength. You saved your life, Mr. Stark. The little Quicksilver uttered harsh words angrily. It's not yet. It's time for him to avenge his parents. Because this man is still valuable to his guardian. The small Quicksilver that retracts the dagger seems to teleport. From Tony's side, appeared out of thin air next to Wong Quan. Too fast. Only 13-year-old Quicksilver has surpassed the limit speed captured by human vision. Mutant, Tony murmured in astonishment, even though he knew mutant existed. But at such a young age, he was able to master the genius of ability for the first time. That's right. They are brothers and sisters, the orphans I adopted in Sokovia. I think you should be able to understand why they hate you so much for 917. Wong Quan smiled, answering Tony's doubts. After hearing Wong Quan's answer, Tony was a little anxious and immediately explained to Wong Quan. I have closed the Weapon Research and Development Department, and the company has not continued to produce weapons. I even acted as a peace messenger, fighting criminals all over the world. Can't I quell their anger? Tony grumbled angrily. He doesn't understand why. There is always a group of people in this world who are hostile to him. Alibaba. He just wants to be a superhero. He has already done so, but the group still regards him as a disaster. Wong Quan goes to Tony. Towards the embarrassed man sitting on the ground, he stretched out a strong palm. But Tony didn't appreciate it. Wong Quan smiled contemptuously, grabbed Tony's collar directly, and forcibly pulled the petty man off the ground. Then, run the tip of your index finger across Tony, the wound on his neck. He placed the blood-stained index finger in front of Tony's eyes, reminding the man in front of him with a low magnetic voice. As long as you've been in the blood of innocence, you'll never be a true hero. After all, some things can't be washed off. 86. Backcourt. Wong Quan's words made Tony's pupils tremble constantly. Tony broke the defense. Wong Quan is right. Either develop a steel battlesuit or want to become a superhero. Hashtag. It's all Tony's excuses. What he really wants to do is actually atonement. Those 3 months in the cave completely changed Tony's life. He wants to eliminate this sense of guilt and make up for the many crimes he has committed before. He wants to create a new world without war with the power of one person. This is also why he would rather start from scratch, develop new energy sources, and make his company suffer serious losses. The biggest reason for not selling this steel battle suit as a weapon. As a traverser, Wong Quan is already seen through this man's heart. Tony stunned. Right in front of him, the man who has always been regarded as his biggest enemy has seen through his true thoughts. The embarrassed Tony directly opened Wong Quan's fingers from his face. How about you? In a moment of anger, it will cause a natural disaster, directly causing millions of casualties in Western European countries. Your conscience, won't it hurt? Tony angrily questioned Wong Quan, whom he regarded as his worst enemy. But Wong Quan's answer, but let Tony break the defense again. Won't. I never regret what I've done. Wong Quan said indifferently. There was no sadness or joy on his face, only calm. Tony's face turned pale, and he took a step back. So, what is the purpose of your presence here? Covet my wealth? 35, just like you designed Obadiah. Are you going to plot against me? Tony kept his look on his guard as he backed away as he spoke. But his eyes did not dare to leave Wong Quan's eyes. Because Tony was scared when he looked away. The man in front of him can explode and die as long as he lifts his finger lightly. Hearing Tony's continuous questioning, Wong Quan shook his head in disappointment. You are wrong. Even though I know it's impossible, I still want to try. Wong Quan sighed and said with a complicated expression. Actually, there was no grudge between him and Tony, just some innocuous little friction. But Wong Quan took down Obadiah, the greedy and cunning old fox. Indirectly, for Tony, avenge the snow. The two of them are feuding, so even if there is only a 1 in a billion probability, Wong Quan still wants to try it. Tony Stark, would you like to be my subordinate and serve as my human adjutant? Wong Quan asked with a serious expression. At this moment, he is not joking. He sees Tony's wisdom. As long as he can get his allegiance, he will benefit from his plan to capture infinite gems. After hearing such an excessive request, Tony sneered and wanted to refuse in anger. But Wong Quan took the lead and activated the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. 55, what did you do to me? Tony wailed in pain. He hugged his body tremblingly, leaned against the wall beside him, and stared at Wong Quan angrily. I'm a controlling magnetic field, helping you remove toxic elements from your blood. 35, Wong Quan explained with a light smile. Under overclocking computing, he can precisely manipulate molecular-level substances, getting rid of toxins from the blood, or helping Tony to remove shrapnel from his body, are just trivial matters. After a few seconds, the pain in Tony's body disappeared. Tony hurriedly took out the test instrument to check his blood condition. Blood toxicity, 0%. Staring at the numbers in front of him, Tony rubbed his eyes in disbelief, afraid that he was dreaming. How did you do it? Tony looked at Wong Quan in shock and muttered to himself in shock. But Wong Quan did not answer, but took the little hands of his brother and sister and turned away. Farewell, Eve. Wong Quan looked back at the man behind him and reminded again. Be my enemy, or be my subordinate. After you go back, you'd better think about it and make a decision. Wong Quan's reminder made Tony sluggish. Tony wanted to say no right away, but when the words came to his mouth, he couldn't say anything. His heart is shaking. What happened tonight has made him see clearly how dangerous Wong Quan is. The Mechanical Corps, under his command, is a group of supervillains who do all kinds of evil. They can even do despicable things like kidnapping. What else are they afraid to do? Continue to be the enemy of Wong Quan. The end can be imagined. 18. As a super genius, Tony also has his own untouchable bottom line. That is, become someone else's subordinate. Now still, infield. Little Wanda clenched Wong Quan's big hand, raised her face in confusion, and looked into Wong Quan's eyes. Brother, do you really want to subdue him? I hate him. Wanda pouted and said her true words. Hearing Wanda's question, Wong Quan fondly rubbed Wanda's little head and showed a deep smile. Do you think he will agree? Wong Quan asked rhetorically, promised. Won't. Wanda shook her head vigorously and answered firmly. This clever girl has faintly noticed. Wong Quan's previous remarks seemed to be a sincere solicitation, but in fact it was a vicious attack. Clever. Wong Quan praised little Wanda. He likes smart children, especially smart and sensible girls like Wanda. Actually, the purpose of Wong Quan's doing this is other than temptation. There is a deeper meaning. That is to interfere with Tony's mind so that he can't concentrate on developing a new generation of arc reactor. To gain enough time for Vank father and son and knock down. Let your subordinates get ahead of Tony. Crack the mysteries of new elements and create a new generation of arc reactor. With this, get the story rewards of Iron Man 2. 87. Gamma Labs. In the giant biological cabin, Hulk, who was soaked in the interior, was still in a coma and did not wake up. After 5 months of meticulous treatment, his severed body has been restored to its original state. But even so, this angry giant still has no sign of waking up. Even the heartbeat consciousness maintains a weak frequency. It's incredible. With such a severe trauma, most people would have died long ago. A female researcher in an isolation suit stared at the monster in front of her and made an incredible sound of exclamation. The sealed hatch behind her opens. Nick Fury, wearing an isolation suit, entered the laboratory with a gloomy face. "Hulk, how's your recovery going?" Nick Fury went straight to the point, questioning the researcher in front of him. After that battle was over, the people from SHIELD rushed to the battlefield and brought the unconscious Hulk back to the air carrier. Honestly, that was the first time Nick Fury, who had seen the Hulk, suffered such a horrific injury. This monster can survive safely in the center of the nuclear bomb. On this planet, there are hardly any weapons that can cause some damage to him. In addition to being violent by nature and disobeying orders, Hulk is almost the most perfect biological weapon. Even so, in the battle with that man again, he still lost extremely miserably. The live footage delivered by Satellite 920, the best agent of SHIELD, can't see what means that man used. Cut the indestructible Hulk into an adult stick in an instant. I'm afraid it will take some time before he can fully wake up. The female researcher sighed. She had done her best to devote herself to this research work. Yes. Nick Fury sighed in disappointment. If the Hulk is not an opponent, who can he pin his hopes on? Disappointed, Nick Fury left Gamma Labs and headed to the next location to be explored today. Weapon R&D Department. A group of the world's top weapon scholars are looking at the picture on the screen and having a heated discussion. They didn't even notice the arrival of the director. Or, these arrogant geniuses didn't care about Nick Fury in the first place. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury has seen many new weapons, but he has never seen the terrible weapon that Wong Quan wields. He checked the scene pictures countless times and finally came to a conclusion. Those bullets that were stretched under Wong Quan's ability were transformed into a kind of steel wire that was invisible to the naked eye. In the high-speed movement, create a terrifying cutting force. Theoretically, even atoms can be cut. The injured do not feel the pain, do not even realize that they are dead. Fear. Nick Fury can't imagine any adjective other than this word. How's the new weapon going? Nick Fury asked expectantly. In the eyes of a layman like him, Wong Quan waved his hand and made a weapon. He called this group of the world's top weapons development teams. It will take 5 months to achieve a milestone research progress. But he was destined to be disappointed. The chief in charge of the Weapons Research and Development Department showed a warm smile after seeing the arrival of the director and invited Roar to sit down and talk. Then, they will take a screenshot and play it in front of Nick Fury. That scene is exactly the thrilling scene where Wong Quan cuts off Hulk's arm. Honestly, this scene, Nick Fury has seen countless times. He couldn't understand why the people in the Weapons Research and Development Department wanted to show him again. Just when he was puzzled, the person in charge talked proudly. "You came just in time. We finally decided after intense discussions. Name this new weapon, Nano Flying Blade. We have formulated the Gujing Project, and in the next few decades, we will invest energy and material resources to try to restore this technology." The person in charge took a sip of coffee and said with great enthusiasm, "That look like a fanatical believer who sees a miracle performed by God." Nick Fury was stunned. He sat in a chair and was silent for a long time before he recovered. "Say, don't tell me. A 5-month-long study and an innocuous name?" Nick Fury's old face suddenly turned black. The anger contained in the words, There is even an urge to hit someone. Why is this called? It doesn't matter. Do you know what science is? One after another weapon R&D personnel slapped the table angrily and reprimanded the layman in front of him, even if the identity of the other party is his immediate boss. A sharp reprimand, even mixed with contempt, constantly challenged Nick Fury's challenge limit. Let this man who was already angry finally burst out. Enough! Nick Fury let out an angry roar, stuns all the weapons developers present. That man can make something with a wave of his hand. But you say that it will take at least a few decades to study it? Am I hearing it wrong? Or am I overestimating your ability? Nick Fury, pointing to the picture on the screen, asked angrily. However, there was silence in response to him. Just when the atmosphere at the scene is about to reach a critical point, the general manager, putting down his coffee mug, asked Nick Fury a strange question. Master Chief, do you think bugs can understand human technology? When this question was asked, the atmosphere at the scene became even more depressing. What the hell happened to you? Is it really so difficult to stretch fast metal into a wire thinner than a human hair? Nick Fury asked angrily. But as a layman, in the eyes of this group of researchers, he is like a chimpanzee who cannot communicate. Hilarious. It's designed to atomic arrangements, nanotechnology, and laws of physics beyond what is currently understood by humans. Decades is just a very subjective number. Just like a few decades ago, the scientists of the Lighthouse country vowed to land on Mars in a few years. Beautiful but unrealistic. Speaking of this, the general manager, in front of Nick Fury, brought up a world map. Pointing to one of the golden waterways, he continued with a pale face. Theoretically speaking, apart from the high temperature produced by nuclear bombs, there is no way of current human technology to destroy such weapons. 5, that is to say. He just needs to arrange a few nano-flying blades on both sides of the canal. It can block the entire passage, and all the trade ships that come and go can only be moored and drift at sea. Breaking hard, there is only one dead end. Having said this, the chief executive walked to Nick Fury's side, patted the chief on the shoulder, and persuaded earnestly. That's the difference between humans and gods. In front of him, we are as humble as ants. Before you really anger him, you should give up as soon as possible and fight against him. 88. The other side. After a 5-month absence, the Decepticon's chief scientist, Shockwave, once again descended on Blue Star. But the place where he appeared was not the peak of darkness, but inside the Beehive base. After taking so long, he finally cracked the black light virus dash. Using the human experiments captured by Red Spider, after many improvements, a stable gene-strengthening agent was finally developed. It is more stable than the black light virus and retains unlimited potential. And this strengthening has a terrifying heredity. That is to say, the descendants of the injector will also inherit the strengthening gene. For the intelligent group of human beings, this is a harbinger of the beginning of national evolution. Unfortunately, Wong Quan is not a good person. He has no desire to save the common people. This kind of genetic medicine, he will only reward those loyal and competent subordinates to strengthen his own power. On the operating table, after injecting gene-strengthening potion, Wong Quan's roar inhalation gradually returned to stability. Alex Weskier, the headwoman of the hive, injected him herself. 6 hours later, Wong Quan woke up from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. The black light virus is integrating with you. Congratulations. Obtained Devour ability. Congratulations. Obtained Biological armor. Biological armor. Consume energy in the body to form indestructible biological armor on the body surface. In armored form, your own stats will be greatly increased. The parts covered by armor can be freely switched to weapon mode. The photon screen of the system was displayed in front of Wong Quan for the first time, reporting the ability that Wong Quan had obtained. The current me, in the form of biological armor, should be comparable to the Hulk in strength. Wong Quan showed a satisfied smile, obviously very satisfied with this strengthening. Gradually increase the strength of your body by injecting strengthening potions. One day, as a human, he can also be as powerful as a Kryptonian. Sir, how are you feeling? Alex Weskier walked quickly to the operating table and asked about Wang Quan's physical condition. I am now feeling good, 35, even urgently need a battle to prove my strength at the moment. Wang Quan responded excitedly and clenched his fists violently. The infinite magic power brought by the King of Wrath spreads in his body, wrapping around Wang Quan's arm. The black biological gauntlets are very much like the magnetic gloves before, shining with the edge of alloy. Wang Quan got up from the operating table and stretched out his clenched fists. The 5 fingers that were quickly extended turned into black alloy claws. Immediately after, the sharp black claw blade starts to vibrate at high frequency. Under the scorching high temperature, the 5 sharp claws exuded a dazzling blood light. High-frequency vibration particle claw blade. Start. Wang Quan looked down at the operating table made of alloy and waved his claw blade lightly. This sharp claw slid across the operating table like cutting air. But the next second, the bulky operating table fell to the ground. That neat and smooth incision, even with a laser, is hard to achieve so perfect. It's incredible. Alex stared at the scene in front of her and murmured in shock. To know, this is not a hospital, but a hive base. An operating table like this is used to restrain the infected. For safety, the material used is composite metal for tank armor. Considering that the infected may run away, the thickness was specially strengthened. We can even say, this operating table is one side of the armor that can't even be blasted by missiles. But in front of Wang Quan, it is even thinner than white paper. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of scrap metal scattered on the ground. This is high-frequency weapons. As a researcher, Alex has naturally been exposed to this kind of knowledge. But the weapons in this idea only exist in anime or games. In a certain anime, there is a detailed explanation of this weapon. Through high frequency and rapid vibration, it produces terrible high temperature. In this way, the contacted objects can be separated and cut at the subatomic level. When activated, the edge of the blade will emit a dazzling light. Obviously, Wang Quan's biological armor, transformed into alloy claw blade, belongs to this type of weapon. Not bad. Wang Quan showed a satisfied smile and lifted the biological armor. The more energy consumed, the stronger this biological armor becomes. Through the infinite magic power provided by King of Wrath, Wang Quan can strengthen this armor without any scruples. Seeking flowers even make it tougher than vibranium. Plus the various super weapons recorded in the Cybertron knowledge base. As long as he looks at the blueprint, he can make the biological armor load a new weapon form. The high-frequency vibration particle claw blade is the best proof. Under so many harsh conditions, superimposed on each other, created Wang Quan, this set of biological armor can play countless tricks. Even Alex began to feel pity, this adult's future enemy. Alex, during the time I was sleeping, did any big news happen in the outside world? 99 After taking the clothes from Alex and handing them over. While wearing Wang Quan, he asked the loyal female supervisor in front of him. I knew you would ask that. 0. That Mr. Stark went abroad to relax with his assistant. The location is Monaco. A few days later, there's a car race there. Don't know if you're interested? The shrewd Alex reported the information she had collected to Wang Quan one by one. Race car competition. Wang Quan frowned slightly, thinking of the plot in Iron Man 2 in his mind. Ivan, where are you now? 99 Wang Quan suddenly asked about Ivan's whereabouts. Because in the original plot, this is the first appearance of Ivan Vank. As the villain of Whiplash, take revenge against Tony Stark. Although he was defeated very embarrassingly, but still relying on the humble armor, let Tony lose face. But now it's different. With the support of Cybertron technology, his research and development of arc reactor has surpassed Tony. Knockdowns, diggers, and even the help of Shockwave. If this bloody man wants revenge on Tony, gee, that scene must be amazing. ##. Alex's answer dispelled Wang Quan's worries. He's in the quantum lab. The father and son have not had a good rest for a long time. If you don't mind, may I accompany you to see it? Alex suggested to Wang Quan. As a smart woman, a powerful man like Wang Quan has this fatal attraction to her. So she is always looking for opportunities for a long time. 89. Quantum Lab. The Vank father and son are concentrating on deciphering the map model in front of them. According to clues provided by Wong Quan, the new element that Howard discovered was hidden on the map of the Stark Industry exhibition in 1974. Due to the technical limitations of the time, he was unable to conduct experiments. So, he hides it all for his proud son, namely, Tony Stark. But even Anton Vank, his former assistant, could not discover the mystery. The Vank father and son and Knockdown spent 5 months, and they did not solve the mystery. They all began to suspect that it was a lie. Knockdown and leaned against the wall. 920 eagerly wanted to speak. But in the laboratory, no one paid him any attention. Knockdown suddenly rushed. Ivan, are you really not going to Monaco to race a car? 99, according to my information, that Stark has arrived at the scene. 95, don't you want revenge? Even if you can't kill him, wouldn't it be a victory to beat him on the track? Look at me, don't you trust my power engine? Knock down the somewhat impatient Archfire, the excitement emanating from him. Apparently, Knockdown would really like to go over and check it out. After all, one of his hobbies is racing. Even the vehicle form is chosen, super sports car, instead of choosing a fighter like the other Decepticons. Quiet. Don't forget our mission. 35, if it were Stark, get ahead of us and discover the mysteries of the new elements. 95, aren't you afraid of the boss taking anger on you? 9, Ivan frowned, warning the Knockdown in front of him. Don't put your mind elsewhere. Now, Vank father and son already know the secret of Wong Quan. Also know that Knockdown is not artificial intelligence, but a mechanical life form. These Decepticons come from a mechanical planet called Cybertron, and their boss is the master of Cybertron. This also explains why this boss has technology that surpasses human civilization. The generous boss also taught these alien technologies to the father and son. The current Vank father and son are like sponges, greedily absorbing this knowledge. The more they know, only know the vastness of the universe, the infinity of time and space. What is hatred? What is Stark? Even human civilization is just a speck of dust. Vank father and son realized they just want to learn more knowledge in their limited life. Organize the knowledge you have learned into books and pass it on to future generations. God, aren't you resting? When Megatron was around, it wasn't so much. 35 knocked down in pain, covered his face, and let out a bitter sigh. If he had known it would be like this, he might as well stay at the Dark Peak. Based on his relationship with Starscream, I am afraid that he has now completed a series of drifts on the track in Morocco, which amazes the audience. The more you think about the knockdown, the more angry you become, and the more you think about it, the more aggrieved. If the Decepticon could cry, maybe he has already cried. Right at the moment, an angry voice sounded from the entrance of the quantum laboratory. Then Megatron, did he beat you? Wong Quan's questioning sound suddenly sounded. Nearly missed the knockout and fainted. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Knocked down the respectful kneeling and saluted Wong Quan in front of him. He never expected that His Majesty woke up so quickly and would visit here to ask about their research progress. Boss, you're here. The Vank father and son excitedly put down the design drawings and made a move with the mysterious boss, Roar. This boss has a reconstruction grace for them. With a heart of gratitude and respect, they are willing to give everything for this boss. Unfortunately, although they are geniuses in physics, but it's still a lot worse than Tony Stark. Even with the help of Knockdown, they still haven't solved the mystery that Howard left behind. How's your progress? Wong Quan gave him a knock, waved him to stand up, and then asked the Vank father and son in front of him. I'm very sorry. Currently, still at the stage of standing still. We can't solve Howard's mystery, and we found nothing from this picture you provided. Anton Vank sighed regretfully. Knockdown stood up from the ground, observed Wong Quan's face, and plucked up the courage to speak, explaining for the father and son. Your Majesty, they have been in contact for 2 days without rest. Would you like to give us some more time? Knocked down the request of the trembling voice. In the 6 months of getting along, he has become a good friend with the father and son. Although human beings are small and thin, but in their souls, there is an artist's heart. If you were hurt because of this incident, it would be too chilling. I should have noticed in 4.8. Wong Quan covered his forehead and sighed a little distractedly. This was his major mistake, and it wasn't stated at the outset. He recalled the plot in Iron Man 2 and ordered the knockdown beside him. Knockdown, scan this image. Make a digital model right now. I need a working physical model. Almost at the moment of Wong Quan's order. Knockdown to open the projection function and unfold the previously scanned interface in front of Wong Quan. Your Majesty, what are you going to do next? Knockdown replied respectfully, but with a helpless look on his face. A mystery that even scientific researchers can't solve. What help can even this Majesty provide? 90. Inside the quantum lab. Remove all walkways. Wong Quan gave the order. He remembered that in the movie, Tony did the same. Your Majesty, with all due respect, these aisles may be the answer. Knockdown said a little eagerly. For the past 5 months, they have been researching the route, but Wong Quan at the moment, it was cancelled. This is obviously to ignore the fruits of their labor. Just do what you do, and I'll reveal the answer. 95-foot Wong Quan frowned and reprimanded Knockout, who had gone into a misunderstanding. This guy may be affected by the vehicle form. When you see the lane, you can't walk, and you fall into a trap from the beginning. As ordered, Knockdown responded with a bitter face and honestly acted as Wong Quan's tool. After removing all the corridors, the map in front of me suddenly became cluttered and scattered. Wong Quan stared at the map and continued to give orders. Remove all the landscape, the vegetation, the trees. As soon as the voice ended, Knockdown quickly followed suit. Then, the map in front of everyone has become more scattered, and it is not even formed. And parking lots, so exits and entrances. Reuse the rest of the building as a framework, forming protons and neutrons. 99 Wong Quan tried hard to recall the clips he saw in the movie at that time. If Tony can do it, then in this movie universe, Wong Quan can do it too. At the moment, Knockdown is following Wong Quan's instructions, tightly constructing everything. In the eyes of Vank and his son, in astonishment, the remaining buildings quickly formed a new element that had never been seen before, which was displayed in front of everyone. It's amazing. Your Majesty, what did you think of? The below widened his eyes in shock and muttered to himself from the heart. They haven't cracked the secret for 5 months. But this Majesty, it took less than 5 minutes to do it easily. But Wong Quan did not answer this question. The information he mastered before the time travel has always been the greatest help. Is this Howard's research? Anton Vank, staring at the new elements in front of him, was quite the experience of the two working together and could not help but shed tears of remembrance. He's still lost. I didn't expect that man, decades ago, to achieve such an outstanding achievement. Your Majesty, the new element you discovered should be used as a new energy source for the arc reactor, but this base, the main direction of attack, is the field of biochemistry. I'm afraid it won't be possible to synthesize this new element. I think you may need a particle accelerator. After the knockdown came back to his senses, he immediately explained to Wong Quan. At the same time, he is also looking forward to what kind of surprise the new arc reactor can bring, so that His Majesty will be so attentive. I don't have time until you build it. Go and tell Starscream. He knows what to do. Seeing the plot reward that is about to come, how could Wong Quan let him slip away? As ordered, knocked down and bowed respectfully, and said that he was finally able to go out to breathe. 10 minutes later, the wartime siren resounded throughout the entire Dark Peak. This is an emergency assembly order from the command. Ever since the space bridge was built, this became the outpost of the Decepticons on the Blue Star. Almost every few days, a large number of Decepticon warriors volunteered to report from Cybertron to Blue Star. Because, a piece of news that has long been spread in Decepticons, this new king of the Decepticons is the reincarnation of Yuanshi Tianzuan and will lead them to revive Cybertron. More importantly, in the hands of this Majesty, there is a cold nuclear reactor that can be transformed into a super energy body. And this super energy body is the food of the shape-shifting King Kong, which is the source of their life. At the same time, it is also the source of all good things. Cybertron has been fighting for millions of years because of lack of resources. Instead of continuing to live a miserable life on Cybertron, it is better to go to Blue Star, follow that king, and have a great future. Elite Brigade, go to the square immediately to gather. Notice again, the elite team, go to the square immediately to gather. Starscream's voice, through the loudspeaker, echoed throughout the dark peak. That His Majesty's order must not allow a moment's delay. Soon, 50 gray elite mechanical soldiers gathered in the square. The humming train whistle came from afar. A big purple-gray train, roar whistled towards Starscream, quickly shape-shifting into a giant robot in front of him. And Digging Tiger jumped out of the carriage of the big train and landed firmly in front of Starscream. 920 Starscream, we'll take care of the dismantling. The big train will be responsible for handling. The task of defense is up to you. The forklift patted his breastplate and said to Starscream, this mission is not to destroy, but to capture the particle accelerator in Fermilab. To assemble the particle accelerator with a total area of up to 6 kilometers to the dark peak in the shortest time. Only the Decepticons have this ability. Humph. It's important to complete the task. You must not go out on business. Starscream made a vicious look. He is the first adjutant appointed by the chief and deserves the respect of these guys, not ridicule. Understood. Let's go quickly. The forklift turned around and gave orders to the other diggers. Immediately, they took the lead and reached the target location through the land bridge on the ground. Hateful. Elite Brigade. Attack. Starscream clenched his fists unhappily and issued a new combat order to his direct troops. 50 gray elite mechanical soldiers instantly shape-shifted into F-22 Raptor fighter jets. Follow behind Starscream and go through the portal that unfolds in the air. 91. Fermilab. As one of the largest official facilities in the Lighthouse country, the staff here, I am afraid they will not believe in their dreams that one day they will be robbed in their own homeland. Coincidentally, today he happened. The humming train whistle suddenly sounded from the periphery of the laboratory. The security guard who was eating a hamburger looked curiously at the location where the voice came from. Then, he showed a ghostly expression. Even the hamburger in his hand fell to the ground without realizing it. Because he saw on the road in the distance a speeding purple train heading towards the laboratory at full speed. And, in front of him, constantly zooms in. The security personnel who came to their senses picked up the walkie-talkie in a panic. Here is, but before he could finish his words, he kept the big train at a speed of 400 kilometers per hour and smashed the security personnel in front of him into splattered flesh. This tragic scene immediately made other security personnel recover from their shock. Warning: there is an enemy invasion. The other party is a big purple train. He's shape-shifting. No, don't come. What? A shrill cry rang from the walkie-talkie, and there was no further sound after that. Realizing that something was wrong, the security personnel immediately pressed the emergency evacuation button. A shrill alarm sounded suddenly throughout the laboratory. Security personnel with live ammunition rushed towards the disaster site quickly, preparing to expel the intruders. 18. When this group of security personnel saw 6 engineering vehicles in front of them, when shape-shifting into robotic form, only then did they realize that the identity of this group of enemies, shape-shifting King Kong. They are the group of steel giants who are chaotic and twisted. When they appeared here, they must be eyeing the research equipment in the lab. Absolutely not. Let them succeed again. One after another security personnel, thinking of their responsibilities, raised their weapons and aimed at the diggers in front of them. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, a black F-22 Raptor with 50 silver fighters form a gorgeous giant echelon in the sky and fly towards the laboratory at full speed. Our people, our reinforcements have arrived. A security guard raised his hand happily, pointed to the Raptor fighter above, and said to his companions, "That's the most advanced fighter jet in the world right now." And 50 fighters are dispatched at a time. Such a spectacular scene is unprecedented. Unfortunately, they are too happy now. In the cheers of this group of security personnel, the Black Raptor fighter headed by them dived rapidly towards the bottom, in the area less than 50 meters from the ground. This Raptor fighter plane is rapidly shape-shifting in midair, shape-shifting into the appearance of a red spider. Land in front of a group of security guards in the heroic landing posture of smashing one knee on the ground. Then, the 50 Raptor fighters, following Starscream, also completed shape-shifting in midair and landed on the ground one after another. The Silver Elite Mechanical Soldier, the right arm is switched to the energy cannon mode. They raised their right arms and aimed at the security personnel on the ground with weapons. This scene let the cheers at the scene come to an abrupt end. Everyone looked up in horror. This group of Decepticon warriors fell from the sky, sluggish in place, did not dare to move. For the sake of Roar, as long as you are willing to leave the scene, I can spare your life. 99 I think this laboratory, the meager salary paid to you. If you haven't touched it yet, be willing to give your life for it. Starscream looked down at the humans below and said in a sarcastic tone. He even used that sharp claw to pierce the ground in front of everyone. Using his own brute force, he grabbed a piece of concrete mixed with steel bars. Then, in front of the security personnel, crush it hard. Puff dash. The sound of a weapon falling to the ground quickly sounded. Under Starscream's heart attack, they decisively gave up their resistance. It's like a group of pigs in a panic, fleeing in different directions. That embarrassingly funny look. All of a sudden, there are some indescribably funny. This cunning Decepticon was right. If the job is gone, you can find it again. But life is only once. There is no need for them to risk their own lives in order to protect the wealth of the rich. Because no one would be saddened by their death except their loved ones. Smart creatures. 35-foot Starscream admired the scene in front of him, turned around proudly, and looked at the stupid train and the digger team. Strategy is more useful than brute force. That's why I can be the first adjutant, but you can only obey orders. Starscream carried his hands behind his back, educating the big train in front of him, as well as the digger team. But what he got was the mockery of the big train. Starscream, you should go on patrol now. Serve us as sentry, promised, and cover our mission. The big train let out a sincere laugh, but what it got was a stare from Starscream and a disdainful sarcasm. Do you think I'm a foolhardy fool like you? Things that you can think of, will I not take into account the internal system? Don't forget, I taught you the idea of launching that woman into space. Starscream sneered, reminding the big train. At the same time, he turned his eyes to the sky in the distance, and the smile on his face became more sinister. Not surprisingly, that brutal, giant Ferocious has now flown to the nearby military base, carrying out crazy destruction. After all, just destroy the nearby military base. Of course, there is no need to worry. There will be reinforcements to stop their plans. 92. At the moment, the closest military base to Fermilab. The 24-hour surveillance radar suddenly detected a strange flight signal that was heading towards the military base, approaching quickly. An unknown target has been detected and is approaching. Please pay attention to the prevention and control units. Remind again. Unknown target detected. Approaching. Air defense units, please pay attention. At the same time as the notification was issued, a harsh air defense siren resounded throughout the base. 10 minutes later, when a soldier who was taking a lunch break hurriedly picked up his weapon and ran out of the barracks. However, he saw a giant black shadow that blocked the glare of the sun. When this group of soldiers raised their heads suspiciously, they looked at the sky. A giant mechanical dragon, stretching its alloy dragon wings, is hovering above the military base. Nearly 40 meters high and nearly 100 meters long, the giant ferocious man opened his terrifying mouth, and the scorching heat surged up from his body. Hold head high. In the sound of Rage's dragon roar, the fiery flames turned into a hot wind of death and swarmed downwards. Too fast. The flames that rushed to the ground did not let the soldiers who were gathering in the base below relax at all. Hundreds of people closest to the flames were turned to ashes at first. It was far away in time, and the people who had 923 for the first time, there were also many unlucky people who were affected by the residual temperature. Strange, monster. Run. My hair. My head is on. Help me. Someone help me put out the fire. I don't want to die. The shrill screams resounded throughout the military base, and at the same time made the entire military base enter the first-level alert. One after another, the armored vehicles came galloping from the warehouse, without hesitation, and the giant in the sky pulled the trigger. You monster, taste the power of human beings. A machine gunner made a wild provocation against the mechanical dragon in the sky. Each 12.7 millimeters warhead slid across the sky, splashing gorgeous sparks on the giant, ferocious body. However, but it did not leave even the slightest scratch on the body of the gigantic ferocious. But their attacks are not useless. Their means of resistance angered the star race behemoth that even robot insects did not dare to provoke. Roar! The giant ferocious unfolded its dragon wings, increased its speed instantly, and rushed towards the airport of the military base. The sonic boom clouds he splashed up, at close range, blew up armored vehicles. The machine gunner, who had been rude before, was crushed by the armored vehicle weighing more than 10 tons and turned into a pool of blood. At the airport, the equipped F-22 Raptor fighters have just pulled out of the hangar and have not yet had time to take off on the runway. The monstrous one fell from the sky. His powerful claws landed on the cockpit of the fighter plane. The solid composite armor instantly distorted shape-shifting, and blood splashed from the cabin onto the beast's body, excited his ferocity even more. In the terrified eyes of the ground crew, this giant ferocious opened its dragon mouth again. The scorching light extends from its abdomen to its neck. Under its precise control, the extremely compressed fiery flame turns into a cluster-cutting light. Cut the light wherever it goes. A Raptor fighter plane cut in half flatly. The light swept through the air, and although it did not touch the ground, the scorching temperature it radiated made the fleeing lighthouse soldiers let out a piercing scream. Their bodies were roasted almost instantly. The disgusting smell of meat adds a touch of horror to the battlefield full of gunpowder smoke. Boom, one by one. A shell with a caliber of 120 millimeters hit the monstrous body, successfully attracting its attention. At the moment, the urgently assembled armored troops, led by the main battle tank, launched a death charge towards the giant. Another continuous attack hit the giant ferocious face, claws, even the chest and abdomen. However, how could a human weapon be able to injure a monster like the gigantic ferocious? -99 The roar of the giant ferocious rage. These shells make it ticklish, which makes it very unpleasant with its ferocious temperament. This steel dragon, with a body length of 100 meters and a height of about 40 meters, uses 4 claws to run fast on the ground. Charge against the armored group consisting of 10 M1 main battle tanks. On one side is the sailing monster. On one side is one of the most powerful main battle tanks that have been promoted to the altar by humans. What kind of picture will the frontal collision between the two look like? When this giant ferocious launched a charge, it had already caused the opponent to collapse without a fight. The human main battle tank, in front of this giant ferocious, is like a fragile handicraft. But the enraged giants didn't let them go. The giant ferocious claws fell from the sky, directly crushing an M1 tank into a lump of scrap metal. It turned its body, swung its thick and long steel dragon tail, and directly knocked those tanks into the air. A series of explosions sounded in the military base. The screams are endless soon. The entire military base was occupied and turned into a sea of fire. The thick smoke rising into the sky obscures the sky. The giant ferocious unfolded its steel dragon wings, like a purgatory dragon from hell, soaring into the sky again, sending out a roar that trembled the sky. Shield. The siren sounded again. After nearly 5 months, Wong Quan has launched an action here. The director, Fermilab, and the nearby military base were attacked almost simultaneously. The number of casualties cannot be counted for the time being. Hill informed Nick Fury of the situation at the scene. Her face was very pale, and it was obvious that she was about to take it. The last screen uploaded through military base. She saw the whole picture of Giant Ferocious and felt the powerlessness from her heart. If robot insects bring nightmares, the fusion of King Kong brings shock. So, the only feeling this hideous steel dragon gives is despair. Its flight speed exceeds that of any supersonic fighter created by humans. Its savage power is invincible. Its body of steel is unbreakable. No doubt, this steel dragon must be another trump card released by Wong Quan. Nick Fury, silent. Again, that man, once again violated his bottom line. At the moment, Nick Fury can't bear it anymore. He crossed his fingers, fit his nose, and propped his elbows on the table, posing the most classic shape in a certain anime. An old-fashioned roar machine has been placed on the table below, and in the open state, it is sending a SOS signal to the outside world. It's time to let that woman come back. 93. The other side. Wong Quan, who walked out of the quantum laboratory, was a little uneasy amid the compliments of the Vank father and son and the knockdown. He always feels as if something big is about to happen. This kind of feeling that made him very uncomfortable has never happened before. Soon, the sound of the siren resounding through the hive base proved Wong Quan's worries. Since this base appeared, it has never entered the first-level alert mode. What happened? Could it be a virus leak, the biochemical crisis caused by it? Wong Quan frowned and looked at Alex Weskier on the side. As the top executive here, she should be the clearest knower. How dangerous is the experiment here? Absolutely must not happen. Any mistakes? 18. Alex's expression was more urgent than Wong Quan's. My lord, this is not a biohazard, but an air raid siren. It must be your intelligence officer, Sonic. What has been detected? It is very likely that your residence has been exposed, and your enemy has launched an airstrike. Alex's face turned pale. Then an emergency call was made to stop all biological research and let all the members of the hive, with the fastest speed, evacuate all test areas and close all entrances to the outside world. Activate the highest defense level and prepare for a nuclear strike. At the same time, in this woman's eyes, there was a trace of evil. As long as the enemy dares to use nuclear weapons, she will launch the hive into the orbit of the planet, a satellite equipped with biochemical viruses. Pull it back to the ground and detonate it directly. Let the spread of the biochemical virus directly trigger a biochemical crisis, and let the whole world be buried with her. Not only Alex, but even Wong Quan is angry. Some evil beasts are really shameless. Isn't my previous deterrence not enough for those mice? In Wong Quan's eyes, there was a gleam of anger. He knew it must be SHIELD, and he was playing some small conspiracy behind his back. #T. They are still useful now, and Wong Quan has already dealt with them. Sonic, what the hell is going on? 35. Wong Quan roared angrily. He is very angry now. If you don't kill a few idiots who don't have long eyes, it's hard to get rid of the hatred in his heart. High energy reflection detected, approaching the twist market. The identity of the other party is being checked. The information is missing and cannot be calculated. Your Majesty, she's here for you. The peculiar electronic sound of sound waves calmly reported. And send the pictures captured from the scene to Wong Quan's mobile phone. It was a blonde woman in a blue-red battle suit. Her chest was marked with a golden 8-pointed star. Her expression was serious and full of anger. The dazzling energy condensed by those clenched fists has reached a temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees. Captain Marvel. She should have appeared in 10 years. Now it is a full 10 years earlier, and on this planet, the current crisis is facing. Apparently, there is only one. Wong Quan. Nick Fury must be unable to hold back. This cunning mouse dare not let Wong Quan's dark forces continue to grow and develop. So, he would only think about contacting Captain Marvel directly. Thus, once and for all, Wong Quan will be strangled in the cradle and the source of all disasters will be ended. Ah, Captain Marvel, huh? This woman came just right. I'll use you to test it out. I just got the biological armor. Wong Quan, who was surging with anger, raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Infinite energy poured out from Wong Quan's body, like a miniature nanomachine, wrapping his whole body, transformed into a jet-black creature armor. Wong Quan, who was originally tall, has reached 220 cm at the moment. That burly and majestic bodybuilding body exudes terrifying invisible coercion. The black mechanical biological armor, under the illumination of the light, shows a faint shimmer. The smooth face, like a mirror, does not have any facial features and reflects the surrounding objects. Perhaps because of the invisible, Wong Quan's facial expression. Invisible. Add a bit of unknown mystery to this dark biological armor. Fear. This is the first image of Wong Quan in armored form. Ask for flowers, Alex stepped aside with a vain step. Even her, the loyal female supervisor, leaned against the wall with a pale face, her body trembling instinctively. How? Is it scary to look like this? Wong Quan turned slightly. His smooth face armor reflected Alex's pale face. Do not. Just because of you, too strong. I'm a little. Can't help myself. I'm. Alex's morbid expression was one of extreme fear mixed with a frenzied, contradictory expression. It's like a fanatical believer seeing the real face of the ancient god for the first time. For this indescribable thing, the fear comes from instinct. Yes. Wong Quan raised his black palm, lifted Alex's chin, and looked at the loyal female executive. Go and prepare the best champagne. I'll be back soon. Wong Quan's deep voice was full of desire for victory. He turned around slowly, moving his rigid body. Sonic, open the land bridge. Location of coordinates, City Square, in the heart of New York City. 35. I want the human beings in this world to see with their own eyes how their superhero was defeated by my hands. Wong Quan gave the order confidently. With the infinite energy provided by the Lord of Wrath, plus the overclocking ability activated after connecting with Cybertron. Even the god King Odin, Wong Quan has the confidence to break his neck. The dazzling portal unfolds in front of Wong Quan. Alex, who collapsed on the ground, stared at Wong Quan's leaving figure, showing an intoxicated smile. She raised her trembling palm and placed it on the chin previously lifted by Wong Quan. After, she muttered to herself absent-mindedly, "Too beautiful. This gesture that is infinitely close to the gods. Simply beautiful, so mesmerizing. Albert, I can finally understand now how you feel. Just living is not enough. I have to go beyond all this." 94. At the same time, Captain Marvel, who was flying in the air, reduced his speed to 10 times the speed of sound. Because of the backward communication equipment on the Blue Star. During her flight, she will be strongly disturbed, causing her to be unable to receive the communication of SHIELD. This is Carol, and I have reached the sky above the city. Captain Marvel, who was flying at an altitude of several kilometers, was communicating with SHIELD through a miniature headset. She needs to know the enemy's target in order to kill this dangerous dark force with the least cost. Captain, detected ahead, high-energy response. 95. Found 13 unknown flight targets that are approaching you. Not good. It's a robotic insect. The female agent in charge of communication and Captain Marvel communication reminded in a panic. Robot insects have always been the nightmare of this city. Their bodies of steel can even resist rocket launchers. 9 to 3-inch, even the most advanced Raptor fighters in the Lighthouse country, encountering them, will only be dismantled and have a tragic end. Even more frightening is, whether organic or inorganic, they can eat. Their appetites seem to never be full. Even humans are on their recipe list. Just a week ago, they flew to Neon and devoured a town overnight. At least more than 50,000 people died and became their food. Now, this Captain Marvel, who came from afar, encounters them. How dangerous the situation is. One can imagine how dangerous it is. Listening to the miniature earphones, panicked shouts came. Captain Marvel, however, was full of helplessness and even had some regrets. Hey, Captain Marvel sighed silently. These years, Nick Fury never told anyone about her existence. This also caused the agent of SHIELD to not understand how strong she is. As early as Captain Marvel from outer space, close to the orbit of the planet, the sound waves locked her. But Starscream is busy on a mission and can only send out robot insects for aerial sniping. Let's try it out first. What is the strength of this woman? Detected enemy. There is energy gathering effect. It's a laser weapon. 35, please dodge now. The screams sounded again, but Captain Marvel ignored them. Just the next moment, 13 strange purple light bullets flew from below and slammed into Captain Marvel. A series of explosions sounded from the sky. 18. Let all the agents of SHIELD be shocked. Captain Marvel's communication, there is no obvious fluctuation. That is to say, this mysterious woman actually took it with her face. Those machine insects can be destroyed instantly. the energy attack of tank armor. This is incredible. But even more incredible things are clearly yet to come. Captain Marvel let out a shout of excitement and fly out of the smoke of the explosion. A splendid aerial battle with the robot insects that came to snipe. Under the intensive offensive of robot insects, the dazzling beam of light shot from the fists of Captain Marvel instantly blew up a robot insect into pieces. When she turned to avoid the debris scattered in the air, the fists that shined with energy once again launched an energy attack towards another robot insect. Another robot insect, blasting to pieces in the sky. Her flight speed is too fast. Coupled with the small size, it is like a bird flying freely in the sky. By comparison, the body of the robot insect is obviously much heavier. In front of an opponent of the level of Captain Marvel, they are just moving targets. Almost in the blink of an eye, Captain Marvel unleashed energy again. Another robotic insect, burning from the sky, falling to the ground below. The battle begins, but only 30 seconds. Only 3 robot insects were lost. Judging from the woman's demeanor, it was obvious that she did not use all her strength. She is playing like an experienced hunter, enjoying the fun of killing enemies. Sonic, who was in charge of the battle, realized this and gave the order to retreat. Even these robot insects are miscellaneous units that can rapidly reproduce. But Sonic is not stupid enough to use their lives to please the enemy. After receiving the order, the remaining 10 robot insects immediately turned around in the air and flew in different directions. Is this the end? I haven't had enough fun yet. Watching the flying robot insects, Captain Marvel hovered in the air, shrugging his shoulders regretfully. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., seeing the astonishing results of Captain Marvel, the scene burst into a loud cheer. This is the first time humans have defeated shape-shifting King Kong. Even Nick Fury, that gloomy face, had a smile on it. Send a special team to the scene to recover the corpses of those robotic insects. Perhaps, on those corpses, there is information we need. Nick Fury, with a greedy smile, issued an order that he is doomed to regret for life. At the same time, the bustling city square. After 5 months of peaceful development, the people here seem to have forgotten the tragedy that happened. A portal suddenly opened. It immediately attracted the attention of countless passers-by. This group of idiots without a sense of crisis actually picked up their mobile phones and took pictures of the scene in front of them. Until a tall and burly figure walked out of the door slowly. Let the audience feel a bit of a bad atmosphere. Some timid passers-by wanted to leave the scene, but were stuck in a crowd of people, unable to escape for a while. Because of the appearance of this portal, it is causing more and more people to start gathering towards the square. In just 1 minute, nearly 1,000 people gathered in front of the portal. There are also young people who are not too serious. With their hands in a trumpet shape, they shouted carelessly in the direction of Wong Quan. For point 8, brother, give us the whole job. Yes. 39, come on one. You guy, you're also a superhero, so it's not like you can't know anything. More and more voices rang out from the crowd. Look at me. Look at me. I'm your old enemy. My name is the orangutan. Guguji, Guguji, I'm going to eat all the bananas in the world. 99 MHHH. The bananas are delicious. Called the most favorite black gangster, he even acted like a gorilla and acted provocatively to Wong Quan. In the dense crowd, happy laughter sounded immediately. Wong Quan has no words, but the arms wrapped in biological armor have been transformed into claw form. Under the high-frequency vibration, the sharp black claw blade lights up with a strange blood-colored light. High-frequency vibration particle claw blade. Power fully open. 96. Town Square. The high-frequency vibration particle claw blade, with full power, started to make a harsh noise. And this is exactly the reaction of energy reaching the critical point. The audience gathered at the scene focused their attention on the cool alloy light blade, bursting out with excited cheers. When the sound of roar resounds, Wong Quan raised his slender claws, and after turning his wrist for half a circle, he quickly waved towards the crowd gathered in front of him. 5 blood-colored crescent blades flew out from that sharp claw, and in the process of flight, the visible to the naked eye quickly zooms in. Onlookers don't even realize it. 5 giant blood-colored light blades passed through the crowd in front. Cut a department store 100 meters away in an instant. With the loud noise of the building collapsing, thousands of passers-by who had gathered turned into unruly pieces of meat and scattered on the icy ground. Scarlet blood flowed, eroding the gray earth. Dye the square in front of Wong Quan into a strange blood color. 22. The scene of horror is reflected on the smooth face armor, but the initiator of all this is just calmly laying down the claw blade. Under the control of Wong Quan's mind, the magnetic field of the earth has undergone terrifying changes. A majestic stone throne dragged Wong Quan's body up and suspended in midair. An armored Wong Quan sat on the throne, with the back of his left hand supporting his side face, like the hegemon in the arena, waiting for the challenger to arrive. 10 kilometers away, a ray of energy hit the fleeing robotic insect. But this robot insect did not explode its reputation in midair like its previous companions. It just hurt Flight's wing and was forced to fall from the sky. This is already the 5th. Fury, what the hell are you thinking? Captain Marvel questioned a little unhappily. She hates being someone else's tool. Enough. As long as there are these research bodies, we will soon crack the secret of that man. Use this mechanical legion for your own use. As long as the Beacon country can maintain its dominance, we have the final say in this world. 35. In the miniature headphones, Nick Fury's excited voice sounded. In his opinion, as long as Captain Marvel takes action, then Wong Quan's fate will only be a dead end. How to annex his legacy is the first thing SHIELD has to consider. With his power, he can rule the whole world. I don't care about that, Captain Marvel said disdainfully, then increased his speed and continued to fly in the direction of the city. She just wants to hurry up and finish the mission and get off the planet. After all, in the vast starry sky, there are still many things that need her to reconcile. For Captain Marvel, this planet is just one of them. Captain Marvel's speed is getting faster and faster. When she flew to the city square, she was shocked by the tragic situation below. Her body was trembling frantically because of her anger, and even her eyes were bursting with substantive flames. At the moment, she's forgotten Nick Fury about her assignment. Captain Marvel descended from the sky, suspended from the ground, only 1 meter high. She looked around the tragic scene, suddenly woke up, and looked at the throne of stone floating above. At the moment, Wong Quan, who was sitting high on the throne, was looking down at her indifferently. You did all of this? Captain Marvel, clenching his fists, questioned the man above. Wong Quan responded coldly, and there was no trace of sadness or joy in his short voice. You cruel devil. How many people did you kill? Captain Marvel asked angrily. As a superhero, this is the worst thing she doesn't want to see. But, from under the smooth face armor, there was a sneer. Do you remember yourself? How many slices of bread have you eaten? Wong Quan asked cold-bloodedly, making Captain Marvel even more angry. The powerful aura that this woman exudes has soared tenfold again. I will never allow a demon like you to exist in the world. I can never forgive you, Captain Marvel said through gritted teeth. Just when she was about to make 927 moves, Wong Quan spoke again and asked a question that puzzled her. When you hunt the robotic insects with a playful mindset, have you ever cared about them and are also intelligent beings? 99. Wong Quan's attacking words made Captain Marvel stunned for a moment. But soon, Captain Marvel came back to his senses, looked up at the man above, and laughed angrily. How? Those bugs with thin armor, like paper skin, are they your family? Captain Marvel sneered. As a soldier, she will not be broken by such childish words. 18. Wong Quan's next answer left her stunned. You are wrong, stupid woman. I am their creator. You and Captain Marvel have become mortal enemies. Congratulations, trigger the reward. You have obtained the final reward, Kryptonian blood. The Kryptonian bloodline, an almost flawless super bloodline with unparalleled power as long as you're in the sun. 97. The photon screen of the system appears in front of Wong Quan. But before you wait, Wong Quan takes a closer look. An angry Captain Marvel sent out a fierce battle cry, roaring towards Wong Quan. Obviously, Captain Marvel has noticed. The demon in front of her is the target she is looking for. Wong Quan, I'm going to kill you like I killed those bugs. Captain Marvel sneered angrily. She wants to avenge these decedents and make this man pay a heavy price. She clenched her fists and roared towards Wong Quan. The increasing speed in the numerical detection of SHIELD is going up like crazy. Double the speed of sound, 10 times the speed of sound, 30 times the speed of sound. She almost flashed in front of Wong Quan in a teleportation way. The impact of the sonic boom even shattered the stone thrown below Wong Quan. At such a close distance, at the speed of a human, it is absolutely impossible to react. Unfortunately, Captain Marvel miscalculated. In the overclocked state, Wong Quan's vision can even capture the trajectory of light. Captain Marvel at the moment, in Wong Quan's eyes, is like a still, slow-moving video. At the moment when the throne of stone collapsed, Wong Quan resisted the impact and got up from the throne. Since you so pity these corpses, might as well go to hell with them. Under the jet-black, biological armor, a cruel whisper like a demon came out. Just as Captain Marvel fell into a trance, Wong Quan's big hand had already clasped her head. From the collapsed throne, smashed towards the square below. Boom, one by one. The ground with a radius of 100 meters was instantly shattered. Under gravity, the blood of thousands of decedents, in the process of backflow, mixes together and pours into Captain Marvel's mouth and nose. The mouth area. The disgusting bloody smell made this woman have a vomiting reaction. Naturally, her embarrassed performance could not escape Wong Quan's observation. As I said before, the justice is awe-inspiring. 99. Not yet. Like me, I find them disgusting. Wong Quan sneered and sneered. When he removed the black claws from Captain Marvel's head, he quickly raised his left foot and stepped on this woman's heart. Crisis is coming. Captain Marvel, no disgust. Roll quickly on the ground to avoid the trampling from Wong Quan. But the moment when Wong Quan's left foot touches the ground, the powerful impact generated still sent Captain Marvel flying dozens of meters away. Hateful. Captain Marvel angrily punched the ground, quickly got up from the ruins. She spit out a mouthful of disgusting blood mixed with debris. Then, with the back of his hand, wiping the blood on the corner of his lips, he looked at the enemy on the opposite side, and the killing intent in his eyes became even crazier. With strength in her legs, she jumped up from the ground. Once again, swooped in the direction of Wong Quan. Actually, the short first encounter, the Captain Marvel, has already noticed it. The strength of this man is actually almost the same as hers. But the majestic body, solid armor, and Superman's power are far above her. But this man is not without weaknesses. At least in terms of speed, this man is far less nimble than Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, leaping in the air, clenched right fist, ready to release energy, attack Wong Quan's face. But her attack was within Wong Quan's expectations. The sharp claws are turned into armored gauntlets again. At the moment when this woman got close, Wong Quan locked her body and used the chest thrust. Smash Captain Marvel to the ruins under your feet again. This time, Wong Quan changes attack tactics to prevent this flexible woman from running away again. Wong Quan kept his position suppressed and sat directly on Captain Marvel. His clenched fist smashed towards Captain Marvel's face with no mercy. Although Captain Marvel has been at a disadvantage, but she quickly raised her arms, maintained a high defense, and protected her face. At the same time, she also knows that in terms of strength, she suffers a lot. Whenever the enemy's armored punch falls from above, she quickly dodges in the opposite direction. With years of combat experience, she was lucky enough to dodge several attacks. At the same time, because the size of the two is very different. When Wong Quan's center of gravity left Captain Marvel's body, he was about to smash her head from above. Captain Marvel, grab your chance now. She followed the gap in Wong Quan's leg and quickly pulled out her left leg. Roaring with all his strength, he kicked at Wong Quan's breastplate. Under the terrifying force, Wong Quan's body was unstable and leaned towards the rear. Captain Marvel seized this gap, fire off the energy, and smash the ruins under the duo's feet. When the ground was about to sink, Captain Marvel turned around extremely fast and flew towards the sky. As long as you can keep the distance, you can use kite tactics to kill the enemy in front of you. Pity. She underestimated the power of Wong Quan's biological armor. Almost the moment Captain Marvel lifts off, Wong Quan had stopped leaning back, and while restoring his balance, he quickly stretched out his right hand and grabbed Captain Marvel's bare feet. Wong Quan grabbed Captain Marvel's calf and stood up from the ground with a sneer. His strong body wrapped in armor suddenly turned violently and smashed Captain Marvel in midair into the ruins in front of him. Boom! Countless cracks are scattered around. Even as powerful as Captain Marvel, he spit out blood in pain. Indistinctly, there was even a dull sound like bone breaking. At the moment, Loki in Asgard. I'm afraid I never dreamed that before he came to Blue Star, someone had already experienced such a taste. Captain Marvel, whose head was severely injured, even became dazed. Perhaps it is the potential of life that bursts out in danger. Captain Marvel quickly raised his hand and shot a brilliant energy beam at Wong Quan's face armor. Wong Quan, who took the blow head-on, hurriedly took a few steps back, and Captain Marvel seized this last chance. She clutched her left rib with broken bones, struggled to get up from the ground, and swayed, promised Zhao, suspended in midair. She looked at Wong Quan below and felt extremely humiliated. It won't count like that. Just as Captain Marvel wants to say something cruel and leave the battlefield. But her voice is not over yet. The trembling earth suddenly pierced a giant silver blade, pierced Captain Marvel's back, and took this woman to the sky, the steel sword of the earth. A blow that even Hulk could not resist. Captain Marvel, a momentary negligence caused her back to be penetrated instantly. Although, not enough, kill her. But Captain Marvel's body can't hold it anymore. Fury, UB*****************. D. It's really going to give me trouble. When his consciousness was dying, Captain Marvel complained bitterly and then fell into a coma. This fierce battle, with Wong Quan's complete victory, let's end it for now. 98. On the ground, the scratched facial armor was restored to its previous appearance. Captain Marvel, the final counterattack, caught Wong Quan by surprise. But because of the infinite energy blessing of King of Wrath, the biological armor, formed by energy, only scratched a little. Call. Wong Quan sneered contemptuously. As the winner, he was not in a happy mood. Because of Captain Marvel's fiasco, the biggest reason is his own arrogance. She arrogantly believes that her normal strength is enough to defeat Wong Quan, and she doesn't need to enter the double star mode at all. It was because of this arrogance that she suffered a big loss. Although, on the surface, she is a compassionate, powerful superhero. But actually, she is arrogant than anyone, and even thinks that with one person, she can save the world. Therefore, she doesn't care about other people's opinions and thinks that everything can only be calculated according to what she said. In the comics, it is precisely because of Captain Marvel that he refused to listen to other people's opinions, which eventually led to the civil war of the Alliance. But it's different now. As long as it falls into Wong Quan's hands, there are thousands of ways to train this disobedient woman into what he expects. Just like the old Thanos, treat the Hulk as his pet. After his training, this Captain Marvel will also become an excellent hound. Thinking of this, Wong Quan sneered and turned his head sideways, with his hands gradually raised. 927 manipulated the planet magnetic field and dragged his body up. He hovered above the unconscious Captain Marvel, looking down at the woman below. Although I don't like you now, but after the transformation of the brain neural connector, you will definitely become what I like. Wong Quan's joking remarks made Captain Marvel in a coma react with stress, and his fingers trembled slightly. A drop of crystal tears slid down the corner of her eye, as if foreshadowing the upcoming end of Captain Marvel. Wong Quan's palm stretched towards Captain Marvel below, but a circle of brilliant sparks spread around this woman. A slender palm, wearing a yellow robe, quickly stretched out from the inside and grabbed Captain Marvel by the collar and forcibly drag her into the portal. After, the gorgeous portal began to quickly close. Damn it. 39, are you guys on the magic side? Who want to be my enemies too? Wong Quan roared angrily. How could he let the woman on the opposite side succeed, even if she was the Sorcerer Supreme? So what? Wong Quan's hand quickly stretched towards the inside of the portal. His target is the slender neck of Captain Marvel, If you can't get it, destroy it. Even if he loses an arm, he will kill her today. AJ. The emerald green magic runes flew out from the portal, and in Wang Quan's astonished eyes, they formed a gorgeous magic circle. Wang Quan in the overclocking mode can see through at a glance the mystery of this magic array in front of him. Time pause. With Wang Quan as the center, the sky with a radius of 20 meters has turned into a bleak gray. Wang Quan, wearing biological armor, was stuck in midair, unable to move for a while. Although the opponent's magic can suspend the time of the physical body, but it was unable to make Wang Quan's consciousness stagnate together. As if to perceive, under the smooth facial armor, Wang Quan's angry expression. This woman can't be used by you yet. Your Majesty, I have offended you. From the portal, a woman came with a complicated and regretful sigh. The portal is now closed. Next moment, the stagnant time is back to work again. Wang Quan, who was suspended in the air, looked down indifferently, the sparks that dissipated in the air. Is this the power of the time gem? Wang Quan sighed with mixed emotions. The spiritual connection with Cybertron allows Wang Quan's will to become an existence beyond time and space, even stronger than Dormammu. Because under the blessing of Cybertron, Wang Quan can see through the mystery of magic with just one glance. Even time magic. The same trick won't work the second time. Unfortunately, his current body, after all, is still too weak to resist the power of infinite gems. After all, this Sorcerer Supreme, not a layman like Thanos. Her research on time gem surpasses almost everyone. This matter, it's not going to be like that. Wang Quan, who was suspended, in the air, looked in the direction of New York Holy Place. After that, he turned around angrily, flew in the direction of the villa, and flew quickly. At the moment, on a rooftop thousands of meters away, the Sorcerer Supreme, in a yellow robe, looked at Wang Quan and disappeared into the sky, shaking roar with a sigh of relief. There was even a fine cold sweat on by Qin's forehead. The Ancient One, as Sorcerer Supreme, is different from others. She knows that beyond the vast multi-universe, there is a supreme God beyond everything. And that man, it should be said the one who exists is one of them. Ancient One doesn't know if it's right to do it by himself. But all of this is the guide of fate, is destiny. Let her take action and save the woman in front of her. Ancient One looked to the side of Captain Marvel, who was still in a coma. The Eye of Agamotto she wore on her chest turned on again. The emerald green time gem radiates a dreamy light, shining on Captain Marvel's body. Back in time, Captain Marvel's injury is rapidly healing. In just a few seconds, it is back to its peak form at the beginning. This arrogant woman who woke up from a coma quickly opened her eyes. It was you who saved me. 35 Captain Marvel looked at the mysterious monk beside him in amazement. Alertness as a warrior is giving her an early warning. The strength of this supreme magician in front of him is unfathomable. Let's go back. You are not the opponent of that existence. The previous battle, for he, was not even a warm-up. Ancient One sighed complicatedly. During this time, through Time Gem, she has seen some terrifying images that will happen in the future. Humph. If you don't destroy that demon, how can the world be at peace? 35 Everything I do is for justice. Captain Marvel clenched his fist unwillingly. She has never been defeated so badly. In particular, SHIELD's aerospace carrier has hundreds of agents, looking forward to her triumphant return like a hero. Now let her leave with her tail tucked away. This is simply delusional. Anyway, she also wants to stay until she defeats the man. It's all over. Captain Marvel, this awe-inspiring hypocrisy of justice. But let Ancient One magician, showing a disappointed and disgusting expression. Is it for justice or for personal revenge? Miss Carol, you know better than anyone. You continue to stay on this planet, and provocation to that being will only lead to greater disasters. 99 Ancient One reprimanded mercilessly and exposed the lies of Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, speechless for a while, after. Ancient One looked at the woman in front of him and persuaded again bitterly. If you really do it for justice, then put down your vanity, leave this planet immediately, and never communicate again. Duh. 99. Shield. Hundreds of agents, silent. The atmosphere of the scene is about to freeze. The battle footage fed back from the scene, like a basin of ice water, woke them up from their sweet dreams. Even Captain Marvel, such a powerful woman, is not the opponent of that man. In particular, when that giant blade pierces Captain Marvel, Nick Fury, who had dreamed of dominating the world before, slumped on the chair as if his spine had been pumped. Broken. Nick Fury broke again. You must know Captain Marvel, but Nick Fury, the strongest ace in his hand. And in front of Wong Quan, she can only be beaten. Not to mention fighting back. That cruel scene was simply a one-sided murder. 04. Even the strongest trump card has been lost. Nick Fury, who has completely lost the confidence to continue fighting against that man. Do not. Maybe there is still a chance. Nick Fury, eyes narrowed unwillingly. He thought, as long as the 5 captured machine insects can crack the secret of shape-shifting King Kong, then he can create a shape-shifting King Kong belonging to SHIELD. Come and fight that man. But he thought of the peace-seeking scientific researchers in the weapon R&D department, and anger surged in his heart. Tony, how's it going over there? I heard that his girlfriend was kidnapped before. Nick Fury raised his egg-colored head and asked Hill beside him. Obviously, he started playing Tony Stark again. According to the reports of the informants around Stark, his symptoms of palladium poisoning have been relieved. Currently, the super genius is enjoying a car race in Morocco with his lover. Hill sighed and informed Nick Fury of the information she had obtained. Hill, could it be that he cracked the secret left by Howard? Nick Fury, standing up from his seat in surprise, asked Hill a little excitedly. If this is true, with the new arc reactor, they can create stronger weapons to fight against that man. Unfortunately, Hill let out a sad sigh. It's like that man who healed Tony's body. According to Tony, he underwent a miraculous minor surgery in a matter of seconds. In addition, Tony's hostility towards that man seems to have eased a bit. Hill's answer made Nick Fury, angrily, slam into the podium. Do not. No, let them unite. If even Tony would be in the same boat as him. 55, then we know? The entire Lighthouse country will no longer have any chance of winning. Nick Fury said eagerly. Opportunities for resentment appeared in his mind. Finally, Nick Fury thought of Pepper, that is Stark's lover. Apparently, as an agent, he has already thought of how to assassinate Pepper and then put the blame on Wong Quan. Thinking of this, Nick Fury narrowed his eyes excitedly, apparently thinking of a poisonous plan. Hill, I have a task for you. 9. You tell the squad that transports the robots to change course and return from the direction of Morocco. During the period, a robot insect woke up unexpectedly, broke free, and landed on a car race in Morocco. You see what I mean? Nick Fury, squinting insidiously, in order to secure the hegemony of the Lighthouse state. He can do anything. He, the director of SHIELD, in order to continue to enjoy detached status and even extraordinary treatment. Nick Fury picked up the cup beside him and took a sip of tea, revealing the appearance of a kind elder. Maybe losing your lover can make you recognize the reality. Don't blame me for being cruel, Tony. Everything I do is for your own good. I understand. Standing on the side of Hill, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. As Nick Fury's lieutenant, she had already sensed that this man had become obstructed. If he goes crazy like this, God knows what kind of crisis it will bring to the world. But if a woman dies, if Tony Stark can completely draw a line with that man and join S.H.I.E.L.D., that does have worth a try. Just when the two were talking, from the intelligence room, there is new news. The unscathed Captain Marvel has landed on the deck. At the same time, Wong Quan, who fell from the sky, landed firmly in the corridor of the courtyard. The black, biological armor turned into scarlet light particles and scattered in the wind. When a bright sun shines on Wong Quan's body along the gaps in the trees, let this man show a comfortable smile, and even the anger in his heart has dissipated a lot. 0 Kryptonian descent. As an advanced civilization of gene ascension, there is no doubt that the Kryptonian civilization is the best among them. As long as you irradiate the sun, your own strength can be improved. Super strength, super speed, Super endurance. Super wisdom. A steel body that can withstand nuclear explosions, plus the super ability that defies the sky. For ordinary humans on Blue Star, even superhero, Kryptonians are gods on Earth. Even Wong Quan didn't expect. Captain Marvel, who debuted 10 years earlier, will bring him such a big surprise. Now, the Kryptonian bloodline has been activated. As a reward from the system, Wong Quan's potential exceeds that of ordinary Kryptonians. His detailed structure is more specific than the general Kryptonian, and the conversion efficiency of photosynthesis is higher. It also means Wong Quan's potential may be higher than Superman. 18. He is young now, like a baby. It also takes time to grow and strengthen your own strength. That's it. Let's spare her life this time. Just look at it because she brought me this gift. Wong Quan moved his fingers with satisfaction and sighed with a smile on his face. He's not going to spoil tonight's fun with Sorcerer Supreme. After all, inside the hive base at the moment, there are still wine and beauty, waiting for his triumphant return, long. 100. Late at night, dark peaks. 5 months have passed, but the climate here is still not suitable for human survival. But for the Decepticons, except for the daily cleaning, which is a little troublesome, it is not a big problem. The particle accelerator that has been cut is rapidly being assembled in an open space in Dark Peak. For the diggers, it is just a small matter to piece together the cut buildings into their original appearance. They can even build better. Hey, that His Majesty's order came too urgently. Only let the diggers choose the fastest method, that is to grab one. The other side, wearing protective armor, the Vank father and son are visiting the city of steel in front of them under the guidance of Knockdown. They were shocked by everything in front of them, nothing to add. Humanity's tens of thousands of years of writing 930 is so bleak in front of this fortress city. This father and son are like entering the kingdom of giants. Looking at the mechanical giants, working in an orderly manner, I am amazed. Incredible. It's just incredible. How was such a terrifying fortress city built? Ivan Vank sighed in shock. I'm afraid you will be even more shocked when you go to Cybertron in the future. Correct. Actually, under our feet, this fortress city also has life. Although the camps are different, now we are all loyal to that His Majesty. Knockdown is like a passionate tour guide, introducing the city in front of him to his assistant. Compared to the other Decepticons, he is a speculator and has a smooth personality. No matter who he works with, he can handle the relationship well with each other. Unbelievable. Anton Vank also sighed from the bottom of his heart. Just imagine, a steel city suddenly shape-shifting into a giant robot. What a shocking scene it would be. You will see later. Presumably the digger has already built a particle accelerator. 55. Let's go, quickly build a new arc reactor, and the mission is completed. 55 after all. Our Majesty's temper is not very good. Knocked down with a sad face, spread his palms, rolled his eyes, and spit out. Asterisk. He was very sad not to be able to race in Monaco. However, this complaint of his, but accidentally passed into Starscream's ears. Knocked down. What nonsense are you talking about? Your Majesty, you can talk about it. Don't forget, who gave you your current living conditions. You should learn to be grateful. 99. As a loyal lackey of Wong Quan, Starscream is in a hurry. Exasperated, he walked up to the Knockdown and stabbed the Knockdown breastplate with sharp alloy claws. The crisp sound of steel colliding constantly sounded. It's so good that I didn't knock down the front baffle. It was scratched. I just did the maintenance. Knockdown complained helplessly, but seeing Starscream's hideous expression, he could only keep his mouth shut. Say something. Under Wong Quan's rule, it was so much better than Megatron's time. At least, don't worry about energy. Everyone has a bright future. It's good if you know your current task is to quickly build a new arc reactor. As long as you make it, your Majesty will definitely reward you. Starscream carried his hands on his back, held his head high, and drew a pie for the three of them in an excited tone. As a participant in this task, he is also a man of merit. If there is a benefit, of course it is indispensable, his share. I know. Knocked down helplessly, he wasn't impatient like Starscream. Then, in front of Starscream, shape-shifting into vehicle mode. and open the doors on both sides. Come on, father and son, and I'll take you there directly. Knockdown said lazily. When Vank and his son got into the car, he quickly increased his speed and fled from Starscream. Hateful. I introduced you to your majesty. Starscream stomped indignantly and growled in the direction of the knockout. Dig a digger, knock it down, or even a big train. These bastards are all proud of their talents, and they don't take his first adjutant in their eyes. Just wait and see. I'll show you sooner or later. My Starscream is amazing. Starscream gritted her teeth angrily. One day, he will gain the respect of all. In this way, defend the honor of being the first adjutant. Late at night, luxury hotels in Monaco. Tony, who fell asleep peacefully, was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a scorching hot pain. He clutched his aching chest and walked towards the bathroom. When lifting clothes, the toxin that began to spread on his chest immediately made his eyes widen. How is this possible? Tony murmured in horror. He took out the detection instrument, tremblingly, and inquired about the toxin reaction in his body. Blood toxicity, 1%. The data in front of him made his face pale and bloodless. How long has it been since the blood was purified? I didn't expect the palladium poisoning reaction to happen again so quickly. Tony irritably threw the detection device into the trash can beside him, scratching his hair in pain. The original interest in traveling to relax has been swept away at this moment. Couldn't find a new element to replace palladium. Then the only one who can save him is that man. But to let such an arrogant genius serve as a subordinate to others is more painful than killing him directly. But if you don't accept that man's conditions, a genius like him is unwilling to be in despair, waiting for death and pain. After all, now he is not alone. He still has a lover, and once fantasized about forming a happy family and completing the defective puzzle piece in his heart. Tit, I have to have a good talk with that man. For point 8, Tony didn't want to wait any longer, and hurriedly took out his phone, ready to dial the man's number. Stark, who was cornered, quickly swiped the screen, looking for the man's name. But right now, from outside the hotel, there were bursts of shrill screams and piercing sirens. Outside the hotel, looks like there was an attack. It's a pity that Tony now doesn't know. About 3 minutes ago, modify the flight route via the Quinjet of Monaco. To the hotel where Tony and Little Pepper are located, a wounded robot insect was dropped, and this monster is very hungry now. And the arc reactor on Tony's chest is like the only light in the endless darkness, attracting this madly hungry robot, crawling towards where Tony is. Gee.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.